my fucking god! Not like this. Oh my god. Diablo swings around. Oh, corner with it. Oh, he goes down to the knife and then doesn't go.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Season 5 of the HPL EU League. We are here to conclude the finals. 2 days to be able to do it across, and a ton of action to be able to supplement it with. If you were here for any of last weekend's 3 days worth of action that have built us up to this climax, then you'll know you're in for a treat. Day 1, cinema. Day 2, chaos. Day 3, you couldn't even describe it. We ran out of words to be able to picture what was actually going on and going down on screen. And as always, we've got to bring ourselves a couple of people to yap about it, to guide you guys through the chaos inside of the Coliseum. So, without further ado, let's introduce everybody that's going to be taking part in today's broadcast. My name is Cracked Wisdom, here sat in the booth next to Mr. Vepic with the great and beautiful hairline and that youthful-looking face, often commonly confused with being my brother. Welcome back. How are we doing and how are you feeling?
Fantastic, Cracked. I mean, it's good to be back. Took a little bit of time away, but couldn't stay away from HPL too long. I mean, with week 1 being as entertaining as it was, week 2 was sure to deliver even more swaths of entertainment and chaos, and the new words we'll have to invent to describe all of HPL EU, as you so aptly described. So, I mean, we're in for a treat today. The schedule is absolutely stacked, Cracked, and I'm happy to be here with you.
Yeah, absolutely. The teams last weekend, they cooked us up an absolute treat. So it's time for us to be able to cook in a similar level. I'm taking a page out of my 5-star Michelin cookbook on my right-hand side to be able to put my piece in for the pot. But without a gigantic, beautiful pot to be able to cook that all up in, we wouldn't be here. So a shout out and a thank you to the partnership from the Hunt Premier channel here live on Twitch and the Hunt Premier crew, as well as the partnership with Battlestate Games that brings you this amazing action. And, of course, final but last, absolutely not least, in fact, technically the glowing flashing light on this performance here today. It is the partnership that we've been graced with thanks to Aorus and AMD Radeon. So without any further yapping, let's have a look at what these guys have brought to the table. I wish I had moves like that, honestly. If only we could be that cool. But sitting inside of my computer chair with a flick of a mouse and maybe a tap on the keyboard, we may be able to see some of the players that are going to be performing on today's stage produce a similar amount of greatness. That's right. Thanks to the partnership from Aorus and AMD Radeon, we're going to be powering you guys up with 8 of the best European teams that have made their way through Weekend 1 here to the finals in Weekend 2 to be able to fight for that top spot on the table. We've had some refreshing new names and some old names that have taken their way into the top 4, and of course a couple that of course have settled in the bottom 4 as well. Of course, 8 teams, 4 of them have got to fill those bottom slots at some point. So with those results from the first weekend leading us into the second, we're going to get to find out what's next. Bepic, any thoughts from the previous action of the weekend? Did you manage to catch any of it? I know you've been away very busy with what you do so well with work. Any thoughts for this weekend for the folks at home?
I mean, I'm glad to see a little modicum of consistency in the Hunt Premier League with the top three sort of pulling away from the crowd. I mean, at the moment, the top of the table have a lot of familiar faces, with Pandaric, of course, at the top, having survived unscathed the first 3 days of action, but then Oilrig and Mercenary as well, despite the changing of some names within rosters, some team names as well that you may be used to. Those are still the consistent core that are at the top of HPL, but not unscathed. I mean, Oilrig and Mercenary both dropping a map on day one was extremely surprising to me, as they're usually the ones that are going into the final weekend, and we're thinking, okay, they're all pretty much unbeaten so far. Now they have to take maps off of each other to jump to the top of the table. But Pandaric, the only team that has yet to drop a map, which is, I think, a little bit surprising considering the usual dominance that we do get from the top of the table.
Yeah, absolutely. And dominance for the top of the table is the way for any of these teams to be able to claim themselves some prizes. And speaking of prizes, thanks to that amazing partnership from AORUS and AMD Radio, we're going to have a little bit more information about those prize giveaways that have been going on in the background. A little reminder and a shout out for those of you folks that haven't already jumped in for today's with the tickets. Remember, it is live right now. Those tickets are being replicated daily and reproduced so you can get multiple entries to increase your chances. Okay, folks, we'll tune in with that just a little bit later on after the first game so we can give you even more information and remind you folks at home just what you're fighting to get your hands on, because this one, oh boy, it shines, it gleams, and it also makes your PC scream with some sick graphics. So don't miss out on this. We'll be checking in with that very, very soon. Thank you again for the partnership. AORUS and AMD Radeon have brought us through HPL Season 5. Now, Mr. Bepic, I believe it's time that we put our heads together.
Shall we? Oh, wrong way. It's a failure from the start.
Let's have a look at the schedule and the head-to-head that we've got for the day.
All right, well, I mean, starting off with a banger already, only for Frag and Mercenary on stream, alongside Oilrig and Arctic, which I just mentioned it, how both Mercenary and Oilrig have already dropped maps to teams sort of towards the bottom of the table, which doesn't put teams at an even number of best of twos played, so you can't completely look into it, but Arctic have shown that they can perform well against the top despite some inconsistencies, so we will be keeping you all up to date with that Oilrig best of two being played alongside our stream match of Mercenary and OFF, who had a decent first weekend as well. And if they can find a way to take a map or maybe two off of Mercenary, might be asking a lot, especially on stream to start the day, then we could kick the day off with some real chaos.
Oh yeah, you got it. Second versus fourth, third versus fifth in the current table standings as we go into the first day of the final weekend for your first two matches. Of course, we're going to get to tune in with the third versus fifth matchup as only for Frags look to try and see if they can poke their way into the top four stages of the table early on into the finals weekend. Second set is going to be Oilrig taking on Pandaric, and that one is set to be probably the highlight match of the day. That is your number one and number two current standings team in the table going head to head to fight it out to Duke for that spot. 12 points for Pandaric, 10 for Oilrig at the table currently leaves that if either team walks away with a 2-0, they will secure that top spot, including for Oilrig, despite, like you said, dropping the ball ever so slightly with a couple of matches in that first weekend. We have Spartans and Exaltation, which will be taking place off screen alongside that match, which sees our 6th and 7th teams going up against each other again, either Spartans or the Exaltation squad, looking to try and gain some commiserations points to maybe climb back up, hoping that the finals, tomorrow's day, could potentially just be the chaos they're looking for to slide their way back up into the rankings.
And a good second weekend could be enough to jump you up into the real money of the potentially top four of HPL. But down below, I mean, Exaltation and Arctic, you know, the big final match of the day that everyone's looking at. Oh, no, sorry. Pandaric and Mercenary to end the day cracked. I said we were going to be treated with a fantastic schedule. I mean, even the off-stream matches are exciting and will start to give us a better picture of what the table looks like. But on broadcast, Mercenary and Pandaric. Pandaric's going through the gauntlet today. Back-to-back, Oilrig versus Mercenary. They had to have this Saturday circled on their calendars when the HPL schedule came out, because this is a huge day of proving for a Pandaric team that has gone through a little bit of shakeup in between HPL seasons and have a lot to prove, which a lot of the teams in Hunt Premier League this season have a lot to prove. But this is a massive day for Pandaric, Oilrig, and Mercenary all to do it.
Yeah, final matchup on the day that's going to be played off screen alongside that as we do slide on into the head-to-head is going to be Arctic versus Exaltation. Now, don't forget, folks, that match might also be quite interesting to keep an eye on depending on how Pandaric's performance turns out for the day. Obviously, if Pandaric don't win either of their matches today, Arctic's look on the finals might seem a little bit more favorable for them. That said, though, they are going to have to wait until Pandaric has played before they will know their fate. So they are going to be sitting, I'm guessing, on the sidelines, keeping a keen eye, as are only for frags after this match. Now, this one is a big one. Mercenaries Kiyoshima, Zaki, Luki, Nimonas, and Fox looking to start off with this new roster. Familiar faces, but a new name, and make a strong standing for the top of the table. Currently in third place, 3 wins, 1 draw, and 33 round difference positive. The 10 total points puts them joint second with Oilrig, down by 1 round in round difference. So only for frags is Darken, Dansker, Smoke, Wicked, and Wraith are going to have a ridiculously tough job trying to knock them off of their stride that they have seemed to warm up into. That being said, like you mentioned, they did drop a map to Arctic day 1 for the first weekend. Wondering if slow out of the gate is going to plague them here in game number 1.
I mean, Mercenary have since recovered since dropping that map to Arctic, and though it has been a 5 days, I suppose, off, in the meantime, they've been prepping for this final weekend. Everyone knows that in the Hunt Premier League, you look at this final weekend as your moment to really stamp your name on the league, and only for Frag, I mean, you had a decent start, 1-2-2 overall in that first 3 days of competition, but capping off the weekend with back-to-back matchups against Mercenary and then Exaltation as well. That's a good opportunity to maybe pull off an upset on day 4 and then go into a best of 2 that probably favored in at the moment, depending on how you look at things. So only for Frag, they need to have been preparing well this week for an impressive performance to jump up the table late.
Yeah, this absolutely. When we're going to smooth on towards the end of the day, a final set of standings to look forward to actual finals day tomorrow and really see where we're laying for. This is a big one. There's, I think, maybe 4 or 5. You could argue all 6 of today's games are going to be drastically impactful to the standings and set us up. But we don't have a build-up day for the finals for nothing. We'll call it semi-finals day if you like, whatever you fancy titling it as. It's going to be ecstatic to see. Now, speaking of seeing is believing, and these teams are going to believe in their fate based off of the maps that they've chosen. So let's have a look at the map picks. A little bit of extra work gone into the background there. Massive shout out and thank you to production as we now get an animated delivery of the bans and picks for that map selection process. Oh, beautiful.
Always improving the productions, the rule sets, the gameplay as well here at Hunt Premier League, though that's mostly the players on the backside of the playing department, in which we're going to Skybridge and Bowl for our first best of 2 of the day. Pair of classics here, only for Frag, picking Skybridge after banning Iceberg, and then Mercenary selecting Bowl after banning Bay 5. You got any takes on the picks and bans here, Cracked, or is this pretty standard for these two?
Yeah, they all look to have been taken portrait, about the standard angle, no kilter, just a normal, top frame down, tall but not so wide image, honestly. That's my take on that one. Camera nonsense aside, it does seem like there's 2 very, very range-based maps being selected towards the end. All right, we're looking at this with the jokes in the bin. I'm going to be looking at maybe some of the DMRs or maybe the rifles being pulled out. Potential Bowl and Skybridge play towards the B-side does tend into range. I do think we're more likely to see the range on Bowl than Skybridge, as last weekend's play on Skybridge, people were really not interested in that B side. I mean, really not interested in B. It feels like we've gone backwards a little bit, where Skybridge has become way more A favored than it used to be. So I'm looking to a bit of creativity, and we've got to remember this. This, for me, knowing the teams coming into this is an only for Frag's specialist pick. I actually think this is probably one of their strongest maps, if not their strongest map overall that they play on. So if Mercenaries are going to drop a map and split here, it would be due to the map pick from only for Frags. It's something they've done consistently through the first weekend, and I'm not surprised to see them continue the trend here.
Well, it's good to get to start on it then. A bit more comfort to open up the day in a pretty uncomfortable matchup against a team like Mercenary. But it's crazy to say that we're going back to favoring A more on Skybridge because it was already pretty dang A favored back in the day. So I'm interested to watch that the fights around VIP and how, I mean, on defense first is Mercenary, how they play around the side, if they're sitting back a little bit or if they're pushing for those fights into KFC, into Sandwich perhaps, or just playing around directly on the sides through VIP. And I love those little positional matchups, how on defense Mercenary want to exert themselves over only for Frag here, and how OFF want to counter that.
I'm interested. I'm really interested. I'm curious to see whether only for Frags are going to be able to take their Skybridge strength and transition it into that ball map to be able to give themselves some leverage. It's going to be looked at from two different perspectives, and it's going to come down to how well Mercenary plays out of the gate. If we see Mercenary play well on Skybridge, either contest for a strong map, be it whether they are victorious or whether OFF take their map pick. I think so long as Mercenary shows us that they have strength in map 1, I don't think only for Frags are going to see a 2-0 out of this matchup today. I would be absolutely optimistic, if not ambitious, to suggest a 2-0 only for Frags. I do feel we're 1-1. In fact, you know what? No.
Oh.
I see 2-0 Mercenaries. I'm going to be deadly serious for you. I even think a slightly slow Mercenary out of the gate is not going to make the same mistake they made week 1. That's definitely something these 5 players don't do, is they don't make the same mistake twice. They might make mistakes, we're all human, but they don't seem to repeat the same ones. So I feel only for Frags might be under the heat in this first couple of matches for today.
I like how the showman in you was willing to pop up for a second and then quickly recede in expecting Mercenary to again 2-0 here, which for those that didn't catch day 1, it was a Skybridge loss for Mercenary to Arctic, and then they bounced back on Iceberg there. So like you said, not expecting the same mistake twice, but it's a fresh weekend, and day 1 last week delivered a ton of entertainment. Maybe OFF can deliver something crazy on one of the biggest stage in EFT Arena to start the day off. You're making a face though. You're not believing?
Yeah. I think if you weren't here last weekend, and folks, we are doing this a little bit for Bepic's favor as well here, but just to anybody that's not quite kept up to speed with the changes, I don't think this is a change, but I do have to reach out and extend a congratulations to Only 4 Frags, because I think that they are actually drastically outperforming what people had expected of them here. And I don't think they are being considered for how like actually strong on paper they are. This is not gaslighting. We're not blowing smoke up to help anybody else, seem better than they are here. I genuinely feel like that a lot of people, both teams and community, and results showing alongside of it, OFF have drastically overperformed what I had expected here. And I think that we could do with being a little hesitant about writing them out of this. That's why, and this is why I wanted to correct. It's not a hesitation that I've corrected myself, that I think it's right Mercenary should take a 2-0 home. I'm hesitant not to suggest that OFF might upset a 2-0 themselves. That's where I'm at with this one. I'm that side of the slider, not the other way around.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, we'll let the players do the talking here in a moment once we do get into that first map, but I can't blame a little bit of hesitation here, as OFF have looked solid. A pair of 1-1s as well in following up their performance on day 1 last week, where they did start off with that 2-0 over Ancestral. Have struggled a little bit, but still, it's good to get the 2-0s against the teams that you should be beating if you want to take position of the HPL table, because everyone wants to be in the big money in top 4, and to do that you have to win those matchups that you are expected to win, and then take some maps here or there that maybe you aren't expected to take. So for OFF, this is a massive start to the day, and it seems like we are about to get into Skybridge now. Let's see if Only for Frags have what it takes to take a map, maybe 2, off of Mercenary who are heavy favorites, but that hasn't stopped underdogs in the past.
So here we are, the first game of finals weekend in Season 5, the season of survival. Wicked's not going to be doing too much of that, and neither are the two members from his team that walk in afterwards to follow up. Dan Skewer's got the most deadly skewer I've ever seen in my hands, called the DMR. Zaki slaps one back for the response. Wraith picks up a final finishing blow for the Only 4 Frags squad, and we settle down to a 3 versus 2 in the Only 4 Frags favour, after we get a little bit of a flirt with danger as Chaos inside a VIP does what it always does in the first round of the game.
And it was just Kiyoshima actually alone on site for a little bit as Numenos, taking a flank from behind, has taken up a position to push OFF into site or take this fight. But Nemo taking space slowly but surely, though Smoke is watching this angle. Numenos will have to do a lot here to pull this round back after it started off so well for Only 4 Frags. Looks like it will end just as well unless Kiyoshima does something crazy right now. It's certainly in the realm of possibility here, a 1v3 for Kiyoshima as he's moving deep into enemy territory, but Smoke will silence both remaining members of Mercenary here, and that will be a 1-0 beginning for OFF.
Yes, sir. A couple of updates for the chat. Folks, with the new Battle Pass coming out, obviously there are a couple of questions being asked. A couple of things that you guys have been curious about throughout the week that we've not been able to answer until we've gotten through to today. So just to clarify, the IEMs are not usable during tournament gameplay. The Champion's Mask, the Tier 5 protection, Tier 4 face protection is not usable during tournament competitive gameplay. All right, so those things will not be plaguing the game today. You're also not going to get to see the brand new gun either, as that one is locked past the level 100 battle pass. We're going to take that one off the table. So great aid out of Keo to take out Wraith as the early round pops off, with Zaki actually doubling down. An aggressive bench push to follow the grenade gives Lukey space on site to smoke out. Smoke from the sandwich peak. Fox finds Dan Skewer, and suddenly the Mercenaries have been sent that all-important letter. Job has been placed on the board, and when the Mercenaries are called to action, there's nothing but just devastation laid in front of them. Fox finds himself a flaying headshot from the jump shot over the top of VIP, and what was started was just as easily finished.
Serious rebuttal right there. I mean, that's one way to respond from dropping the first round of Skybridge. Only 4 Frags, they'd be feeling pretty good at the start there after winning a hotly contested opening round. But Mercenary have come back and put their foot on the neck of OFF, at least in that round. You will have to reset, but 5 players left standing for Mercenary, and I mean, Nemonov's the only player without a kill because they are the B-side anchor at the moment, as Zaki again trying to take some positioning forward, but Darkin will silence them this time around. Good beginning for OFF as they get first blood.
Yeah, folks, focus on the gameplay. Don't worry if anybody's committed any sins. They will be dealt with in the background as the team is set to do so. Meanwhile, we're going to focus on the forefront of the gameplay, which is bullets being thrown left, right, and center from Lukey on this position on point. He's managed to get a lot of free space there, isn't he, Bepic? Does seem like at the moment OFF are playing such a deep position that this defending side from the Mercenaries are being given an offensive pressure almost to be able to take for their own liberty on the defending half.
Numenos moved in quite aggressively there. They just pulled back, applying pressure from behind, forcing OFF to keep their head on a swivel at the moment as Darkin is looking to cover from behind. But now they will move into A as they'll toss some utility out. Dan Skewer's looking for anybody unfortunate enough to peek their head around the wrong corner. Wicked moves in through VIP and could catch Fox on the rotate back. Will confirm the frag. So Wicked gets one back, but it is still advantage Mercenary. 3v2 with Lukey chewed up, but still kicking. Darkin will get access to sight, but Mercenary are looking to swarm in with Nemonos still in that flanking position.
Looks like Lukey's health is going to swing out from E-Box. It's going to be enough to claim one. The last remaining member from Only 4 Frags is, however, tucked in a much more stable and safe position. The numbers is the big problem right now. One can tuck onto this bomb and get cover for the defuse. It doesn't matter if Keo's going to slam the dome of Wicked off of the wall inside of VIP. That he does, and then that of his teammate while the device is getting deactivated. One less on the KD from the Mercenary member before that bomb gets defused. It'll just be a minor joke for the squad as they slide onto their second round successfully. 3 kills for that one in Lukey, and a good showing from the Mercenaries at the gate.
And even with early frags for only 4 frags. They aren't being allowed much space on the map to play with. Mercenary are playing with that B site pressure extremely well, though OFF haven't gone there yet. That's allowed Nemenos to still play active, play aggressive, and use the fact that OFF haven't chosen to head that side of the map just yet against them. So Mercenary are forcing only for frags to play with less space than I'm sure they would like to. But still looking fairly strong moving towards A. They've had VIP control on the majority of rounds so far, but that has only translated to the 1-round win so far, as Mercenary have strung a couple together, but now Smoke's peeping towards B.
Yeah, I'm a little interested in the choice of weaponry here. There was a couple of question marks popping off to me from a certain member on the Only 4 Frags squad line, but that's a thought for another time, as nearly the dome of the man inside of lane 3 gets taken off, just slightly off to the left-hand side there. Smoke not able to land that first shot. Nemenas, he'll be more than happy to keep challenging that over again on different timings, just to try and waste some of that ammo. You see, Smoke here running as a T5000 with the ball ammo. He's got himself 2 magazines, more than enough ammo to not worry too much about having his ammo drained. This was the interesting choice that I am very curious about. That is an Uzi. I believe it might even be an Uzi Pro. Crazy as that is. Zaki with the P90 is going to find Darkin. Luke, he takes out Wicked. An Uzi, Bepig. Really?
You have to do something crazy if you're going to beat the top teams in HPL, though. It's worked out from the start for Only for Frags, though Mercenary have quickly silenced any sort of a revolt happening here on Skybridge. As he said, this was a strong map pick for Only for Frags, and it started out strong. We'll have to close strong if they are going to find a win here on map 1, as Mercenary are back to silencing even the off-meta picks of OFF.
Somebody take a picture of the Only 4 Frags scoreboard right now. All 3 scouts on a 1 and 4 scoreline, all 2 marksmen both on a 3 and 3 scoreline. That's some form of coincidence if I've ever seen it right there. That looks like it's too picture perfect, as if it was planned to be true. Don't worry, they aren't throwing, folks. This is just all in the script. Jokes aside, 1 to 3. Only for Frags find themselves 2 rounds down, and that definitely wasn't on the playbook. Wicked going down first, traded out for a great grenade. Return to the bench push from Wraith actually shows a good adjustment out of Only for Frags. Mercenaries have been aggressive there 2-3 rounds in a row, and like you said, it was starving a lot of their space, so a good adjustment. What can they do with it?
They will push Darkin up along with Wraith, so a 2-man push here on an angle that's being held. And keeping VIP as well, trying to battle on 2 different fronts, moving around and picking up 1 frag. Actually, Wraith is the one that confirmed the Darkin kill, but they're challenge Lukey there, and either way, it's all chaos for Only for Frags. Mercenary sweep up just like that, take a moment to let us all breathe and maybe think for a second OFF can move in before swooping in and taking out the entire pack of Only for Frags members. Mercenary looking clean right now.
Yeah, calm before a hailstorm. Might not be quite the battered and bruised hellion from above that they were envisioning to begin with, but a 1 and 4 first half from the attacking side from Only for Frags is lackluster for now. They're going to be looking to try and put a few more rounds on the board. There's 3 more chances at the attacking half before we'll swap sides, but to go into the half 1 and 7 would feel pretty rough for Only for Frags. So looking for an adjustment here. Again, we've seen them adapt. But we've not seen them stop falling over to that open util out of Mercenary. Zaki picks one up with a grenade.
That's the 2nd or 3rd time that long grenade has connected, and Wraith and Darkin made the exact same push in the last round. Mercenary took note of it and have adjusted themselves, showing OFF that they can do it too, as it's Fox moving from behind, taking out Dan Skewer at Esky, and that's another big pick. Mercenary finding 2 frags early on. Smoke missing their opportunity to pop Fox before he just keeps running rampant in the back line of OFF. And now they got to fight in 1, 2, 3, 4. The entire map, it feels like, is a front of battle for OFF as Mercenary again swarm them over. And it's just Wicked looking worse for wear here. Health bar chewed up. A lot of black limbs and torso as well. This is not a good spot to be in, and Zaki will put poor Wicked out of his misery.
Yeah, I think it was kind of necessary just to let him go there. Let it go. Let it go. Round has certainly gone. It really does feel like Mercenaries are starting to what's the word? Get comfortable, I think is the best way to put it. You saw that very aggressive flank from Fox at 7 and 3 is definitely feeling in the groove. Looking down the scoreboard, it's rare to see the captain and Darkin being down at the bottom of the board without a big scoreline to speak of either. Normally, the only for Frag squad when it's popping off is usually being led by that leading man in Darkin, be it on the flanks or be it from a front-facing fight. He's normally knocking heads over very quickly. Smoke over VIP. Wicked out early. Darkin takes out that first blood. That's what the only for Frag squad's been known for. A little bit more of what we were asking for. Fox, however, on the low angle is going to find Wraith in a trade in return. Half a Smoke's health goes as that grenade towards Long again doesn't quite kill the person it was aiming for.
Skewer is watching a potential flank this time around. Mercenary will push up through the A site, but Fox just gets information. Goes for the kill the second time around. Still can't confirm Darkin's life, as that would be the blast pack down, but still 3v2 for Mercenary. They have a player advantage, as now Luki's going crazy. 2 back-to-back frags there, and it's just Darkin alone, and Luki again will finish this round off for Mercenary. 3 players left standing as OFF watched the flank this time around, but it was the A push they had to worry about.
6-1. The Mercenaries have themselves a 5-round advantage in Only for Frag's map on the Only for Frag attacking half. I don't know if I'd consider Skybridge that defending favoured. But at this point in time, we're having a really, really strong argument case made for it.
I'm surprised as well that with the choice of going with 2 marksmen on the OFF side, how little they have actually challenged B. It's been all A, save for maybe a Dan Skewer or Smoke peek towards the B side, maybe trying to find a pick on Nemo to move on. Outside of that, they have had no presence towards the B site, and now Mercenary again are trying to make them pay as Wiki will get the opening frag outside of VIP. As Wiki goes down, it was a hot hand in round number 7, but here we'll have to spectate the rest of the next as Nemonos will get some revenge, taking out Wraith, but the device has gone down, so Only for Frag's a bit of pace this time around, head straight for sights, grabbing a couple opening picks as well, and have a good position, but are they ready for Foxes?
I'm not sure any of the Only for Frags members are going to be able to react to Fox, whether they're ready for him or not. Those shots onto sight do give him away a little bit. He does adjust to Dan Skewer's angle for the first, but Wicked and Darkin are going to be able to claim the kills back to back. This is going to be a total run over and a switch of pace out of Only for Frags. It's honestly insane to assume, but the instant change from Gear 2 to Gear 6 and getting the bomb down quickly has claimed them around. Shock, horror, the pressure being put on by the objective has Only for Frags finding themselves full of frags.
For the second time, really, in this this first half. So they bookend it. They start off with a round win. They end half one with a round win. Outside of that, though, it has been mostly Mercenary. Some tight wins for them here and there, but for the most part, pretty dominant. 3 or 4 players usually left alive at the end of their round wins. So OFF having to scrap for every single point on the board, whereas Mercenary, it seems easy when they're winning, and immediately pivot towards B just to put a little bit of pressure down these sight lines, and now it's straight down the stairs as well. Okay, Mercenary moving in, but Smoke is holding. We'll take out Nemonos and Darkin, a little bit of an off angle there as well, but Zaki still reacts. We'll take him out behind that useless box, and okay, this round's on.
That's it, and whilst we hang tight on site, Fox ready to pop this bomb down for the plant for Mercenaries. The offline game incoming report, Arctic versus Oilrig, currently 3-3 with the scoreline there, and a beautiful little icon on screen to demonstrate that one for you folks at home. Look at that. Isn't that a little nice? Ooh.
Scoreline, score bug, everything's looking clean. It's on Fort as well that Oilrig is being hotly contested after a little ways into half one. Okay, starting out on half two here. Luki being avenged by Zaki at the moment. That is 2 kills back to back as Mercenary take back control with that device down, and Very little control of the map for only for Frag here. Wicked downed by Fox, and it is just Smoke left alive. Started off the round with a nice pick, maybe slow the roll of Mercenary, but they did not blink. They got the device down. They set up post plants, and we'll put 7 on the board.
Yeah, a lot of things developing and improving, some really cool features and some really good gameplay all around from the Mercenaries. Sees them 7-2 on the scoreline, 2 rounds away from closing out the first map in the head-to-head for this best of 2. Only for Frags, the only hope, I guess, is that they're not quite match point yet. Still one more round to go before the pressure is so heavily on that you can't make a single mistake. I was really keen to see it. Loving to see some of the new aesthetics from the Battle Pass out on the field today. If only Nikita could get rid of those, gosh darn it, gadget go-go boots from our jumping, then we'd be gold, honestly. Other than the bouncing bunnies in the game right now, I'm an immensely huge fan of some of the new aesthetics. I've not spent anything other than all week screaming about how much the guy that designed the shirts should have a raise. Like, they are so cool. Dansky is going to find himself a skewering shot through the Domaluki, the first one out there. Zaki for the response as Darkin, the captain, goes down. Dansky is going to take himself a second. Nemo flirting with disasters, also going to flirt with the kill feed. We've got plaid stripes back and forth, left and right, as Wraith removes Nemo from that little dance and dice with death inside a red. Both teams with good pressure either side of site, the device planted, but now Wicked removing one of the 2 last remaining members of the Mercenaries is going to give only for Frags a step on into sight. This bomb is fully smoked off, and although Kia is probably holding a muscle memory angle, oh my word, he's prone out and sight. This is big balls, big gamble. Could it pay off? Surely only for Frags just clear him out. Nah, you do this, it's gonna... You've got to be kidding me. Well, that's a little awkward.
Well, not quite the memory you want in your muscle there, as Kiyoshima was just off on that spray down, not expecting the crouch and duck behind the blast pack there, and so the play from the captain of Mercenaries didn't pan out, and only for Frags finally was able to string together several kills consecutively. It seemed like rounds previous it would be back and forth to start, and the Mercenary would have their run of kills. Whoever, whether it's Luki or Zaki, posting multi-frags with a kind of a round-ending sequence. But right there, OFF were able to move back in and piece apart Mercenary players in consecutive fashion. So a bit better from OFF. They still got life here on Skybridge, despite the scoreline being fairly Mercenary-sided. OFF still giving it a go on Skybridge. We'll see what kind of comeback they can post here.
It's good confidence out of them. Like we said, there's 2 ways to go about that. You send your other 2 members to try and fight Kiyoshima, you'd suffocate him out of the site to get to the defuse, or you play the smokes that they played against them, and you gamble. And they did. OFF make the confident play inside of the smoke, they gamble for the defuse, and it works out perfectly. Now, if anything, that kind of a mental play might even shake some of the lesser players in the scene, should we say, some of those with less mental stability, but I don't think you're going to be knocking King Kyo anytime soon.
Let me see what he's been lining up this whole time. Dropping a nade in. Maybe. Okay, finding Wicked. Well, Kiyoshima cooked that one up for a long time, but good things come to those who wait. It's just smoking Wraith now, and well, scratch that. It's just Wraith now. Not for much longer either. Mercenary have an expert play here in round 11 and will clean up as a result of it. That'll be map point for Mercenary now, and that was a drawn-up play from the get-go.
You could say it was a wicked lineup.
Yeah, I guess you could, Cracked. I guess you could.
Sorry. Not even sorry. Going back on into it, the Mercenaries, however, are definitely not going to be sorry about any of the damage they've been dealing. Neither are we sorry about that beautiful update and the graphic from the offline game. Arctic now find themselves after the first half in the lead by 2. Sorry, yes, I will repeat that for you guys at home again. Arctic are again trying to upset one of the top teams in the table by being up at the first half point, 5-3 versus Oilrig in their first map.
Mercenary given no opportunity for upsets here. First blood in what could be a closeout round for the favorites now, but Fox will have a rebuttal, 4 only for Frags, but all right, the grenades keep on landing in the faces of OFF as Mercenary have another perfect lineup, and Dansky was actually playing ahead of these smokes, not trying to be kept off of sight now, but it looks like Mercenary playing with information here, pivoting back towards B, trying to keep OFF posted up around A, and that's worked for Dan Skewer, but Smoke and Wraith have moved along now to put up a defense on the B site. And Mercenary, see if they're ready for such a quick rotation from the defense as Smoke has moved in on site, but does have to retreat now as Mercenary swoop in.
Yeah, OFF actually stuck with a little bit of an awkward kit problem here. Two marksmen inside of the same spot in tight corners and angles leaves them with not too much ability to be able to really leverage that ranged advantage to their advantage. Unfortunately, they're caught in close confines and CQB, and in the meanwhile, that finds them struggling. Rightfully so. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. Talk of very much a game of numbers and averages, and when the numbers swing, the numbers don't just hit, they slap. The Mercenaries with 4 to 2 left on site clean it up and finish the game out. What a crazy strong first game out of the Mercenary squad. 15 and 8 out of your MVP from Zaki. 10 of those 15 kills are headshots, and it's not a scoreline that is shot far behind by 2 or 3 other members out of that Mercenary squad. A very strong first match here on Skybridge.
Not afraid as well to change the theater of battle, especially on their attacking side. They were quick to move towards B. I mean, open up the second half with a sprint towards B after we set up the show by talking about how much A is being favored at the moment on Skybridge. And we saw that a lot out of Only for Frags on their map pick, choosing to play towards A, I think every single round that they attacked on. But for Mercenary, not afraid to talk the talk on both sites, as I ran it down a couple of times and looked good doing it as well. The two marksmen of Only for Frags were nullified a bit there, even the long range fights that can be taken down those B site lanes.
9 to 3, first map on Skybridge goes to Mercenary. We'll be back just after this.
Look at that. Cracked doing his best Vanna White's impression, showing off that AMD Radeon graphics card. That is so clean. And that's what you could be winning right now. Make sure you put the exclamation point Aorus, I believe, in chat. That giveaway is closing later on today. So make sure you take advantage of your opportunity to win the giveaway that we're doing in our partnership with Aorus and AMD Radeon, because that could be you holding the fancy tech that Cracked has in his hands right now if you are to win our giveaway being drawn tomorrow. So make sure you take advantage today with that exclamation point Aorus in Twitch chat, as you could win and be announced live on stream as well tomorrow. So it pays to watch Hunt Premier League, and it could really upgrade your PC, maybe your gameplay as well. I mean, I can't guarantee you will get more frags once your PC has been upgraded. I can't speak for that when Cracked is the guy that's holding the tech right now, but you probably could find some more kills with the upgrade of tech. So make sure you enter our giveaway with Twitch chat exclamation point Aorus there.
All about the comment in chat was like, Cracked loves his empty box. All right, Stripey. Okay, all right. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you fancy being the beautiful recipient, all right, of one of these amazing products, courtesy of the partnership, thanks to Aorus and AMD Radeon, then you might be able, all right, to walk home with one of these beautiful things, okay? I am not going to remove it any further than I am able to, okay? But just to prove to you guys, okay, Aorus and Radeon, they don't muck about, okay?
Wow.
One of you guys
trust
is
you
walking
with it.
home with this beautiful thing. Now, getting it on the camera is going to be hard because it's nearly the same color as the backdrop, as you can see, but it is right there, okay? You can see the tape. That could be going to one of you lucky winners. And here, all right, to help with some highlights to maybe be able to watch on that beautiful graphics card, here's the highlights from game number 1.
The proof isn't just in the pudding; it's also in Crack's hands. I'm impressed they trusted you with the tech there, Crack. Cracked. But hey, the proof of Mercenary superiority in HPL on Skybridge, at least on map 1. And we do have Bowl upcoming, but after a hot start for only 4 frags, we saw Mercenary adjusting, grabbing so many opening nade kills as well, prepared for where OFF was pushing to secure a very strong first half.
It was a really good attempt, honestly. A really good attempt. Wait, whoa, hold up a minute, hold up. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, I gotta cut the highlights. The offline game image on the right-hand side says Arctic are 1 round away from taking the first map off of Oilrig on the first day of the finals weekend, folks, by the way. A little bit of fires going on in the background, but it's definitely not from the oil slick. Arctic, what is going on?
That's insanity. I mean, for the maps drop the teams lower on in the table, for Arctic, they are showing a real ability to keep up with the top squads in HPL. So good on them. I mean, that was a start on 4th. They've got Bay 5 next. We will keep you posted on whether or not there's an Arctic map victory or if Oilrig managed to post a comeback. But wow, what a start for Arctic there. And there's that wicked lineup for you, Crack. Just one more time as Kiyoshima cooked that up such a long time, and it paid dividends. Put Mercenary on map point, and they closed it out from there.
I love to see that one again as well from Zaki off the box as it bounces down and across into... Oh, sorry, chat. I'm going to pull the microphone a little bit closer because the GPU is that big that it got in the way. I have to move the setup out of the way to show you this thing. It's so huge. And I'm noticing there's a lot of people in chat that are seeming to claim that their name's written on the box. That's odd, that, because I can't seem to see anybody's name on it just yet. In fact, a little Dicky Bird told me that at something like 7 o'clock tonight, the draw closes, and then something like you have to be here tomorrow to hear that the prize draw is going to be drawn live on stream or something like that. I don't know. Crazy. It's almost like we want to delight one of you guys live midway through the finals. That's right. You heard us right, folks. 7 p.m. Get yourself your tickets, all right? You've got up until 7 p.m. tonight to enter that giveaway. Will be drawn tomorrow. An insane first match. Mercenaries find themselves with the first half of the best of 2 head-to-head in their favor. They have to close out on that one, and I can only think that after we saw that score leaving the highlights from this game, that unless this round is going extremely long, that Arctic have not managed to secure it this round just yet. All right, so 8-4 they may have been, but I feel like it's 8-5 just now. I'm waiting for that update to hit my screen because I am very interested to see whether that... Because it's a repeat of last weekend, right? Arctic took the first map off of Mercenary 2, which was a team they were not necessarily fated to beat. They didn't, however, capitalize and take both.
I mean, that's difficult to do against the top teams in HPL. To get a map is a positive, and to get the first one as well, it gives you that opportunity. But still, even pulling off 1 map upsets is not easy to translate into the next, especially against a team like Oilrig that should be fired up after dropping, if they drop map 1 to Arctic. So we will keep tabs on that, because that does impact our next on-stream match as well, as Oilrig and Pandaric are playing next. And of course, we still do have the second map of Mercenary and Only for Frag, which we cannot forget about. After OFF showed, I think, some good signs of life on Skybridge right there, but that was their map pick that they only notched 3 rounds on. Cracked, are you thinking this one is a little bit over in favor of Mercenary? Are you still holding out hope that we could see Only for Frag pull something crazy?
Well, we don't need to guess. We don't need to speculate. I'm saved by the sliding screen of the game, and we're going to go right on into it. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 in the head-to-head. Mercenaries versus Only for Frags. This one is on ball. Mercenaries are up by 1 after the first match on Skybridge. And it looks like a couple of the Only for Frags members are taking a little bit of a tickle from some of that early utility that was tearing them apart on Skybridge 2. Smoke's going to find the first one, the Balti, and that ball 11 LR round going to knock down one of the Mercenaries. First off, first blood falls in the hand of Only for Frags this time over.
Two marksmen again here on Bull, which does make a lot of sense only for Frag, considering that's how they started on Skybridge and didn't take too many long-range fights, but will be easier to find here on Bull. It's nice help from Nemenos. A little bit late to the party, but still contributed a couple of bullets as Mercenary will get themselves on the board. But you'll lose two members in the process, but he's trying to make up for that with a very forward position through B. We'll find one pick, migrate back to sites, and let's see if we can find another.
Yeah, an interesting approach through top laps there. 1 for 1 on the mascot seems to make it through instead of 1 for 2 battle buddy system. But Luke is going to take apart the battle buddy system from the opposition team of his own that walks through green. One early and then one late as Dan Skewer and Darkin both fall prey to the same fate. There. Speaking of which, Smoke managing to punctuate my sentences absolutely perfectly there with one from the Balti is going to be the last shining light of anything only for Frags had to say in round number 1. The Mercenaries finish him off in the final killing blow, going to the last of their two alive, Lukey, with a 3-piece to start us off.
Glad to see Smoke hitting that shot to end the round. That's the positive spin I'll take, because there were a lot of missed opportunities for OFF on Skybridge like that, where they had players pinned, couldn't confirm the frags though, but Mercenary with the opening rounds and Oilrig pulling things back, and that's why I had to make sure that everyone knew it was still possible that they pose a comeback, because Oilrig were not going to go down without a fight, even on that opening map, as overtime, definitely a possibility, unless Arctic can close things out in that final round of regulation.
Huge comment coming in from one of the mods working on that game as well. Big shout to both teams, working hard, really hard offline right now from Steffi Don there. So both Oilrig and Arctic putting everything on the line to try and take this W home. Remember, this is the Oilrig that had that age just putting on an absolute show in a wheelhouse day 2, day 3 last weekend. So rolling on into this one, we've got a little bit of a small snail trail that's slowly sliding its way out of the tower lane into 90. Wicked has been completely and utterly ankle broken. Consider yourselves the defending player in front of that basketball hoop, sir, because you just got faked out from your angle. Actually, I'm changing my mind here. There's comms and callouts coming in. Wicked's being told that the ruse has been foiled. Shots off the nose. 3 members of Mercenary now lined up, and Wicked is ready for it. Darkin finds one. Nemo on top apps does not challenge for enough strength. Wicked's going to go down to Lukey on the close angle.
Catching some bullets there, and poor Wicked started out forward facing, but retreated and then couldn't have much impact on the backside of the round, but Rafe will pull one back. Fox has been chewed up as well. This is a doable 1v2 for Darkin now. Moving back in from enemy territory. We'll see if Mercenary are expecting this from Darkin. Having to enter now. Side of B. Nemenos just being some warning shots there as Darkin's now spotted Fox, waiting for Nemenos to appear, but Darkin's being chewed up all the while. His health now entering the same range as Nemo and Fox, but still he will migrate around, looking through Apartments lane, and Nemo up ramp, just going to silence that round as Darkin was able to get a lot of space there, but still couldn't do much in the way of kills. Mercenary make it look simple there in the 2v1.
Yeah, absolutely. Good off-angle positioning from Fox there as he's prone on the ground with the teammate stood behind him over the shoulder. The pillar strategy, allowing them both to be holding the same angle at different height elevations, one of which most likely covered by the bottom half of your weapon if you are coming round the corner in scope. And I knew it, Bepic. There's no way the Oilrig squad goes down that easily. It's 8-8. They're going to overtime, baby. Off screen, we are at the first overtime of the finals weekend. Cannot wait to see how that one turns out.
Arctic had to know it wasn't going to be easy, even with a strong advantage over Oilrig. And so we will stay posted on how that overtime goes. But Oilrig have brought it back. And all right, Kiyoshima's got more lineups for us, demonstrating how to get those easy frags to set your team up for success as Mercenary finds some picks towards A. And we'll take out Wicked as well, who was the last line of defense around the B sites. Smoke with that Bolty, again, has to make it sing. 3 frags necessary to get OFF on the board, and we won't even hear a single note out of his marksman rifle. Mercenary have put together 3 in a row.
It's looking like a little bit of a quiet map from Dan Skewer right now. This is where I'm hesitating, because that is not a comment that we make very often either. Since seeing them from the ASPL, and their journey up through the leagues in the HPL and how well they've done. Danskura has been a solid pillar of consistency. You've flashes of greatness from Wicked or from Wraith or Smoke across the various teams they've played alongside playing here in this stack. But it's Danskura and it's Darkin that have held them together for a fair period of time. And I'm really curious as to where we go with this, because enabling Danskura might just be the key to unlocking this OFF squad. They've got a good setup and positioning for how Mercenaries have approached the attack. Notice both teams here, Bepic, playing a super defensive line of scrimmage, as nobody's wanted to give an early pick.
Bomb is over towards B, again for Mercenary, as they have strongly favored the B sites in their attacking side of Bowl, but still two players playing around A, and yeah, only for Frags have set up very defensively. That's given Zaki a lot of room to operate now on the A site, playing on the backside of Headshot, waiting for someone to move in aggressively. As with this information, the bombs move back towards A, and space to work with, as Mercenary should be able to get a plant down fairly easily with these smokes off, or smokes blocking Headshot, Gen as well. And Fox on site will plant the bomb. Mercenary are well set up, but here come only for Frags.
Twice down. Wraith is going to pick up Lukey. That's the shot I was waiting for. Fox finds Darkin. Wraith has got Zaki. He's got two. They've given him the space for two. They had to take Headshot out to be able to stop Split's pressure from working against them. Keo works his way off the back into smoke on Gen. Danskura's found Fox. That's the one on Split that strays just a little bit too far out of the cover when they're trying to push the site. Now one's on. Keo takes out Wraith, and he's going to find the third on site. Great shots, and that's going to be the only for Frag's defending squad trying to sneak a bomb defusal that's just not there to be robbed. It's broad daylight, Bepic. You can't park there, mate.
A four-piece for Keo as well. It opened up the round with a nade kill for Mercenary, if I remember correctly. That felt like a long time ago, considering how much action we saw there late, as Mercenary had the space to get the bomb down, but only for Frags did well to claw it back, even through the smokes that Mercenary had posted up. They had a 3v1. But when that one is Kiyoshima, the round is never automatic. That's a huge clutch for the captain. And now, okay, Dan Skewer won't be caught by any sort of grenade early on here in round 5. That would have been insult to injury for OFF. Mercenary 4-0 up right now, as only for Frags, they are struggling right now on Bowl. And we kind of expected, if you're only posting 3 rounds on your map pick, that the second map might be a bit more difficult. And the scoreboard reflects it, though. This has still been competitive for OFF.
Yep. Round number 4 reminds only for Frags. This is not the Louvre. Maybe too soon, my bad. Rolling on. We see both sides again, even more defensive setup from only for Frags this time. They have moved a member that was holding back from the tower lane up to Generator to create a little bit more space taken from the defending side. But as you notice, if you were to take a squiggly pen, Mr. Bepic, and draw a line across the map, you realize that right now, Mercenaries... that takeout from Zaki, this is good actually. Smoke and OFF's Wicked together move simultaneously and strike for kills back to back. A third comes out, a fourth comes out, and it's Wraith on the site from B. As the defensive discipline out of OFF and patience pays off wonders, Keo finds a lone lurking down skewer. Darkin's also put himself out for offers, but he's not going to miss this shot. That's the Darkin that OFF are used to, and that's the anchor that's going to put them the first round on the board on Bowl.
It was Wraith that posted a huge multi-kill, though. It was the only defender playing B there, as Mercenary moved in once again to what has been their favorite sites this time around on Bowl. But Wraith picking apart the attack of Mercenary, bought enough time and space for only for Frags to work with. And so they get one on the board. It's a nice makeup round after dropping the ball on that 3v1. And so OFF see their defensive half on. Mercenary with a little bit of resistance to deal with, and a smoke through that same grenade, not connecting with anybody, as we will move in quickly. Zaki on the side, but Dan Skewer and Darkin better, though Fox with a rebuttal makes it a 3v3.
Yeah, util from both sides bouncing just in front of the faces of the people they're aiming for, so neither team managing to roll The nat 20 on the util throw. You see a little bit of a lurk on the backside under apps that looks like it has the potential for danger. For now, Mercenary have good sight control. Headshot towards tower lanes, just find his angle. Smoke doesn't find it. Wicked does through the smoke. Doesn't need the help of his teammate. He's going to take the physical rather than the metaphorical and push that one to his advantage. It might be a slightly lucky shot, but it's going to deny the defuse. Sorry, the plant. And it's not only that, it's going to deny the bomb getting onto site. That bomb is in a nightmare state right now.
Fox picking up a kill here to make it an even 2v2 again, but yeah, that bomb is well covered. Keo will likely have to frag his way out of round number 6 and has brought it back to a 1v1. Smoke, the last player standing. Having a good performance so far on Bull, but this feels like a must-win round. 1v1 with Kiyoshima, but he knows where you are. Picks up the bomb and will prolong this round a little bit longer. No, faking the plant here, trying to bait Smoke in, and at least has seen him move around the generator and take up a new angle. This time, Kiyoshima sticking the plant here. Smoke will run in. Keo pulls off, moves for the kill, and catches Smoke. No! In a game of Ring Around the Rosie, no one falling, though, until Smoke gets the better of Kiyoshima, who says a marksman can operate in close quarters. Smoke wins a 1v1, and that's huge only for Frag.
Well said. Well played, honestly. Couldn't have said it better. Beautifully done. It's actually interesting that the what should play to the advantage of the P90, that 50-rounder of such a... Wait a minute. We're 10-9 in the offline game in overtime. Oilrig are in the lead by 1. But it's 1 away from going to another overtime. Hold up a minute. Okay. So Oilrig now have a match point against Arctic after Arctic had found themselves 8-4. So 4 the other way. Crazy. Whoa, the mental for Arctic, man. I do not envy them having to go into map 2 regardless of this result. That is going to be a tough match to play, and both of them are going to be absolutely trying their hardest to claim a result regardless of the first. Back in this one, oh my word. Only for Frags have found some footing, Bepic. This is definitely a lot more of a controlled match than what we saw on Skybridge. Mercenary's not being allowed to run away with it.
No, off the back of that huge 1v1 for Smoke, which Arctic and Oilrig distracted us for a moment, but that was a massive clutch win there for OFF to get them back on the board, and a fighter's chance on their defending half of Bowl is Smoke's done well as one of the 2 marksmen here on Bowl, but Darkin will open up with a loud shout across the map. Not taking Fox down early on, but yeah, Lukey, there for a rebuttal. There's always a response that we see out of Mercenary, and Kiyoshima's frag grenades, a big part of Mercenary's response. Kill there. We'll see Mercenary pivot back towards B, but Wicked is still waiting, anchoring here and finding a pick and a nice angle to work with. Prepared for Kiyoshima, advancing as well underneath apartments, though preparation can only get you so far. You still need kills, and that's what Smoke will have to deliver, and now a 1v3.
Yeah, I feel very similar to you in this one. It's actually interesting to me that the utility, which was something that Mercenary was so strong with on Skybridge, is actually normally more prevalent here on Ball. We're going to hold on for that one to just a second longer, as Smoke is going to banish the first of 3 ghosts on site that he's going to try and find his way through. Obviously, on this marksman class, the last thing any of these members are going to do is try and peek into him holding the angle. Tap on the bomb's going to pull one. Smoke tries to hit fire it. He's not going to find the member he was looking for. Mercenaries playing that round 5-2. So, I want to roll back a little bit because we were trying to touch on something. Util on Skybridge was great for Mercenary, like to the point where it was, I think, nearly 5-6 rounds in a row. We had that grenade to long that got a kill every round, right?
Felt like
the 2 rounds, the bookends, as you well put it, did not score grenade kills. That was it. This map is definitely a Util haven. And I actually think it has empowered both teams, because we are seeing Util kills from OFF coming through now, as well as Mercenaries being as successful. I don't think Mercenaries have been more successful here. If anything, it's actually looked a little bit better for OFF in the Util, which is interesting to me, this.
Well, Darkin's the man holding a bit of utility here directly on A only for frags, but he has been the chosen site of Mercenary in the majority of rounds thus far, though starting to push in around A. This could be a big kill here. Wicked versus Lukey, but Wicked peels off, will run away, and keep this structure intact. Looks rotating back towards A. As the bomb has gone down, Darkin with some important information in, tossing some utility Kiyoshima's way, but Kiyo's got a sixth sense for that sort of thing. He's able to dash away and now put himself in a good position to maybe take out the on-site presence of OFF, but Fox is well behind enemy lines, and Wicked finds out the hard way. It's just Darkin. He is surrounded. Needs to come out with his hands up, otherwise Mercenary will have to use force, and it can be either one of the three of them still left standing. It's Fox that gets the honors, as that is his 9th of the map, and the only player of those three not on double digits, which is saying something right now, as Luki and Kiyo having themselves a map.
Yeah, the cat's hoping for 9 lives. What does the Fox say? He says, no, I've got 9 kills, and you're going to be the one that puts the 9th on the board for me. That's 4 in the round from Fox. And that's going to be the end of the Only for Frag's efforts inside of the round here. This is much better overall, though, and I'm still going to stick with this, than what we saw on Skybridge. It is, however, the defending side from Only for Frags, okay? And for me, the OFF squad looked better on defense on Skybridge than they did on offense. So we're 6-2, so it's already better than the first half, in the sense that we're going into the attacking side now with the advantage of trying to set their own tempo. My concern is that Skybridge, on the defending side, it was the Mercenaries that were setting the aggressive tempo. So, try and see if we can change that tone to begin with, I think, for Only for Frags, but it's a big mountain to climb from here.
That is always a tough ask, trying to stifle aggression from Mercenary, as Kiyoshima has already advanced towards 90, and will hold up that position. It's Only for Frag's posture around A, but Mercenary are stacking the A site. Zaki is playing well back, and I was curious to see where he would play here, as it is just a very passive position with several frontliners ahead of him. But the next line of defense is Only for Frags look to play around Generator. No, it's Mercenary playing around Generator. Only for Frags have backed off, conceded that space. Though, look, he won't take it. We'll just hold the point. Won't try to play aggressively right now. Knows he has numbers in his favor, and we'll see if Mercenary can grab a first blood here, as they're well positioned for first contact.
Luki has one for smoke. Wraith, who's waiting for the util to pop off over the top of sight. That one's going to go open, come straight back down, on to the head of Fox. One apiece. Both teams settled. The bomb does look like it's finishing A site for the time being, but without any smokes being thrown out on the aggressive side for the time being. I say that as... Nope, decided against it, goes back in the pocket. Okay. We're still looking to try and fake this one out. I feel like OFF are looking to try and rotate here. This is a pick into rotating B site. Everybody's stacked over towards A, but even the Mercenaries are aware it could come in. Notice the deep lurker in Zaki, the number 6 player on your mini-map that's still just straying towards split as best as possible, as long as possible, until this attack fully forces its way onto site. OFF have made the mind up. Darkin's going to step through curtain. That first one towards site does go his way. 2 for 2 as Nemo and Luki pick one off in the middle. Wraith finds one to end it off. That one swings the numbers back in their favor. Device is picked up, but there's no time to plant it down on site. I don't think they've got this, Pepic. It's gone. Oh. The Mercenaries have just, like, suffocated them out of this one.
I wasn't paying attention at the time. I suppose OFF weren't either. So focused on the fights that developed there, as they just overcooked the chicken just a little bit, burnt in the oven. And Zaki, who sat back that whole time, basically just spectated the round. I think was peppering smokes at one point, and that was literally the only thing that that he did, as Only for Frags just didn't have the clock on their side. It was a 6v5 there in round 9, and you can't afford that at this stage in the map. Did well enough to put yourself in position to maybe stage a comeback on your attacking half, but you can't afford to lose rounds like that. That's Only for Frags now. It's 2-7. Mercenary are in a strong position to... It feels wrong to say dominates OFF, because there have been a lot of good moments for Only for Frags, but the score lines are the score lines, and if this result continues, then it's a bit of domination. It's best of 2.
Another one of those pocket pinballs going to go off in the background. Not claiming a life, but claiming some HP. Only a tickle. It's just a flesh wound. Smoke towards Gen out, shot on either side. That's the one from Smoke that OFF are looking for. Lukey takes out Darkin. The bomb does go down, but Smoke on the left hand is going to remove pressure from tower. Unbeknownst to them, they do now have all of that lane to themselves. The sneaky snake is tucked in here on hop up. This is the one to play spoiler. It's Fox and the P90 with 50 rounds of SS190 ready to do some damage. I'm not sure I'd want to swing into that with the Balti anytime this week, I will be real with you. Oh.
Still frontlining though. Smoke pushed in first, and Nemonos will put an end to that Volti's reign. Nemo still keeping it going. We'll take out Wraith as well, and why not? A triple to end things only for Frags, as Mercenary will silence the attacking side once again. And that's a clean round from Nemonos to close. Was opened up strong as well. Smoke did well to inflict a little more than flesh wounds in the middle of that round, but Mercenary have 5 players strong for a reason. They use their full team power to close a site for business and potentially bowl as well if they can double up.
I've not seen that offline map score in a little while, Mr. Bepic.
Well, that's a good point.
I'm really curious. I'm not going to lie. My hands are tied behind my back in anticipation right now. I'm so curious as to what that map has finished. I'm really interested. Either way, Mercenary on that point here. We might get to find out very shortly. Fox has got the first. Dansker is going to take out Fox. Lukey has Wraith, and the kill feed starts to fill with names and then stops just as quick. There's the offline game score. It led to another OT, and Oilrig have themselves 2 map points this time at the first half of OT. 11-9. Oh, never mind. No, I can't do math. That's 20. That is a victory, folks. Oilrig have finished the game 11-9.
So close for Arctic. And now they have to move the map too as well, with that overtime loss in mind. And I don't know what's worse, losing a close map like that, or OFF being blown out of the water in back-to-back maps here if they can't pose a threat late. It's a 3v4. They will have to survive if they do want to keep Bowl rolling, but Mercenary still set up well around A, and you got Zaki as your wild card there, playing around that B plat, and we'll see if he springs into action, if it's a flank or a bit of position held, as Dark is almost caught with util out. Lukey will be taken out. I don't know how he was silenced without a frag right there, but for frags, toss avoid having a spanner tossed in their works.
Oh, brother. Oh, hop up, hop up, hop up. It's dangerous. It's back and forth. It's Nemo for 2. He's left as the last man alive. Dancer almost gets him on the back. Almost, but he gets out of there. It's the good pressure. He's got it. OFF save 1.
Chased him down. Dan Skewer not allowing an easy escape after taking out 2 of the 3 remaining members of OFF. And that is a big 4K for Dan Skewer there. You were talking about his lack of performance at the start of Bowl cracked. Well, he's just delivered a decently big win if we see any sort of comeback sparked here for OFF. Up to 9 kills as well, topping the charts for only 4 frags, but need a lot more than just a top fragging Dan Skewer if you're going to see a competitive Bowl here.
We did say about enabling the team, especially one of the quieter members, is the way forward. And Oh Dear is right. Oh Dear is the first 2 members of the Only for Frags squad that left spawn. That's Wraith and Wicked. They are, oh dearie, dearie, dear. They're full down. Falling over as well as that from Fox. We see Sneaky Lukey's pushed out really aggressively and actually maybe over-aggressively. Got himself caught on either angle there, sandwiched between 2 surviving OFF attackers. That's going to suffocate out the advantage that the Mercenaries had. They were 3 members of the attacking squad to their 4. But, ooh, Nemo reading smoke trails. You see him look up and down as that one goes up and over his head util-wise. Now, knowing that he's not given up an audio cue of being hit, he's going to try and work his way into a super aggressive position. Here's the bomb. Oh, man, this could go sour really quickly.
How? Nemo and Zaki together as a unit will push there and maybe put OFF into the dirt. Smoke has to clutch up. Want a massive 1v1 earlier on to make it a more competitive first half. This could be over by now if Smoke hadn't won that 1v1 with Kiyoshima. Now a 1v2. Your challenge difficulty has been upgraded, Smoke. Are you up for the task? The answer is a resounding no. Mercenary win back-to-back 9-3s on Skybridge and Bowl, and they will put an end to the uprising that was only for frags.
It is exactly the performance we would have expected out of Mercenary moving into the finals weekend. An MVP performance out of Lukey. 15 kills, 12 headshots. It's going to see him as our final standing game report. Most valuable player. Love to see the cool guy shades. A little bit of a feature from the new pass there. A little bit of drip also to accentuate that. In the final game,
I see you've put it back in the box there, Cracked, as I had taken it out earlier to show it off. But yes, everyone, we are giving this away. That could be your GPU if you are a lucky son of a gun. Exclamation point Aorus in Twitch chat right now to enter our giveaway. Cracked is still demonstrating the big prize of the weekend, as that giveaway will close up entries today at 7 p.m. Coming up fast, so do make sure you watch and get your entry in before the day is out, as tomorrow, thanks to our partnership with Aorus, we will be giving away that beautiful AMD Radeon GPU to one of you, and it is in the box there. Cracked confirmed it earlier. Go back and watch the VOD earlier on. He's not just holding an empty box. It is genuinely what we are giving away. I don't know why they trusted Cracked with it, but we trust you all to win a fancy piece of hardware thanks to our partnership with Aorus and AMD Radeon. So exclamation point Aorus in Twitch chat. Cracked, are you allowed to enter, or do they just make you hold it?
well, given in mind the fact that Gigabyte had to send me one of their ICE MQ27 monitors after my partner won that last time around, at this point in time, I think it's inappropriate if I enter the giveaway myself. I haven't actually even put myself any tickets in this time. I have encouraged everybody in my nearby vicinity to, though. I mean, hey, if my partner can win it from my lounge whilst I'm at work, then anybody can win it, all right? You want to have a more better example of real people win real prizes. You guys have been sat on one of these great giveaways gifts for just under a year now, all right? You've been sat on that beautiful monitor thanks to them last year, okay? Slightly different. I've seen a lot of questions as well. I have to sort of belay a few in the T's and C's, okay? I've had a, can I just get Cracked Wisdom instead? I'm sorry, folks. Shipping me is way too expensive, all right? I'm over the weight threshold. They start getting fancy about private couriers and stuff at that point, so that's not happening. And no, I will not be signing the box of the GPU, okay? Although they have entrusted me with this one, all right? We're going to send you a fresh one, okay? You will get a sealed, never left the package before, beautiful, pristine graphics card, okay, courtesy of that amazing partnership. So please, there is tons, all right, tons of tickets to get involved in. You don't just have to enter once. There's like 61,500 odd people that have entered, and that's not individual people. That could be one person with like 100 tickets, because you can claim them daily and they refresh daily. All you have to do, join in, jump on the socials, tick a few boxes, and it's tickets galore. All right, every ticket increases your chance at the prize. And there's other bits and bobs going up for store as well. There's Unheard Edition keys, there's an Arena key, there's a standard account key, and this partnership is going to be supporting us, and we're going to be riding straight alongside these partners all the way through to the end of the year. Okay, so not just this tournament here, not just the pinnacle we had previously as well. When this giveaway draw is completed tomorrow on the finals day, there's going to be even more to come following that, thanks to the work from the partnership from Aorus and AMD Radeon. So we're honestly shouting a lot about it this time around, and with good reason. Okay, they've put an amazing performance in, and we are thoroughly grateful for that partnership. We cannot wait to look forward to more. So if you want to get your hands on some goodies, guys, all you got to do, follow the magic words of Mr. Bepic. All right, just click on that link. Exclamation mark Aorus. Get yourself into the action. That hot prize line could just be your ticket to a 9070.
People are always going crazy for in-game drops when those are attached to streams. How about an actual out-of-game drop in addition to all of the goodies that you could win? So yeah, it definitely pays to watch all of the fine events that Hunt Premier is putting on in partnership with Battle State Games as well. And I mean, all of that, meanwhile, Cracked, we've got 2 banger best of 2s to end the day. Back-to-back Pandaric performances against Oilrig and then Mercenary as well. We just watched perform extremely strong in that first best of 2. I mean, today's a great day if you love some EFT Arena.
We spoke about last weekend, saying it was the weekend of survival for Pandaric, okay? They're the only team to come out of last weekend unscathed, or unstumbled, should we say, to one of the teams that they maybe weren't expected to drop a map against. A full, flawless record so far, with 4 victories, has them at the top of the table. Like Mr. Bepic has so rightly said, today is challenge day for them. If anything, this is the toughest 2 matches of their split. That being said, this is also their chance to put a big gap in the top of that table. 2-0 victories here would pretty much allow them pina coladas on the beach for finals day tomorrow, if it comes round to looking at the perspective of seeing a Pandaric successful tournament endeavor. Now, highlights, and then thoughts forward to our next game. So, feast your eyes on the beauty of this.
Smoke was clean on Bowl, was definitely one of the brightest spots for only for Frags, despite the 9-3 loss. But Mercenary just feels like at times are unstoppable. And Nimanos did get popped in that first round, but throughout the map had so much support behind him, but was an instrument to be reckoned with as well. And why not toss a Kiyoshima lineup in there too? I mean, so many things going right for Mercenary here, and it led to a sizable lead early on that just would not be closed.
Yeah, I think a sizable lead was the theme for the best of 2 in this one. It did become a sizable lead in the first map, and despite us doing a good job of making it seem a little tougher, I will be really, really fair to Only for Frags here. The second map did feel like they had much more to say in each of the individual rounds when it came to how quickly they got knocked over, shall we say. This one did feel more of a contested battle, but when they did come to clash, unfortunately, it's winning is winning's perspective. Second place doesn't get you the big kahunas, so unfortunately, although close it was, it did end up being a not so close scoreline of 9-3, and I think the Mercenaries will be patting themselves on the back. That's a job well done if you're a top 3 team looking to try and silence the doubters, especially a team that's put in such a strong performance so far, like Only for Frags. I think they'll be very happy with that one there. Nice little jump shot out of Wicked as he's just kind of playing with his food on Gen. I did feel ever so slightly with a couple of the kit choices today that Only for Frags were playing a little bit with their food. Never going to question Smoke on the Balti, but the Uzi on Skybridge, 9mm PvP, man, its consistency, it can be questioned at times. Wicked is not a player I question. He's an exceptionally strong gamer. He's one of the Only for Frags leading members when it comes to entry, but as we're seeing in these highlights here, it's Smoke. It's Smoke that's the shining star for the Only for Frags squad in amidst a hail of thunderclouds, man. It was strikes out of Lukey, Zaki, and here's an interesting one for you. When's the last time you had Nimanas on the team where he seems like the quietest of 5 players on the team? That's an interesting thought.
I mean, even then, Nimanos was still a force to be reckoned with at times. And that shows you how powerful Mercenary is right now. The fact that you can have maybe the 5th best player at one moment, then turn around and post a 3 or 4K to swing around. I think that tees up our battle of the big 3 today very, very well. The fact that Mercenary look strong to start off, and Oilrig showing resiliency. I think it's strength in a different manner. The fact that they came back from 8-4 down at minimum. That's just when we got the update. I'm not sure what the largest lead was for Arctic in that battle on Fort that we saw go to overtime. Live-ish with the score bug update. Shout out to production. But Oilrig showing a fight from behind. We got Mercenary leading in front the whole time. Pandaric is due for a phenomenal couple of tests coming up.
Do you want some lore?
Yes.
Pandaric versus Mercenary. HPL qualifiers. Pandaric were up 6 rounds in the first half. It went to overtime and finished 13-10. Mercenaries, if I remember it correct. If I remember that correctly. I'm not going to quote the scoreline, but it was a belter of a qualifying game. This one was not broadcast, folks. Okay, this is just some prep that we as casters got to dip our nose into for the beginning weekend, I guess, for colour for you guys at home. But one of the results of that qualifying match, the Pandaric versus Mercenary one for me, that was a big standout one for me. Was like, ooh, that's not just a close game, but that's that's a long game too. You've spoke about Arctic. They've just gone through an 11-9 long one with Oilrig. They're currently still doing their second map. I think they barely started their second map by the time we were a good, comfortable way through our current second match that we were watching on screen. So we're going to get updates for that offline match whilst we're cracking on into our next one. And that's going to be another one to follow on with, because that has a big impact on the table. Oilrig's mentality coming out of that one is to go into Pandaric as well. So it has a big inflection on our next broadcast game following for this. Before we get into the detail, Mr. Bepic, do you fancy throwing us a prediction out there? Or do you reckon that you want to talk a little bit more about the nitty-gritty before we start throwing any scorelines out?
A prediction for Pandaric Oilrig? Ooh, I feel like I want to know the result of the second map, whether the overtime between Oilrig and Arctic was a one-off, and then Oilrig just tears through that second map, which is Bay 5 as well, which a map that they are strong on. And so if they're looking weak against Arctic, back-to-back maps, or Arctic are pushing the envelope back-to-back maps, then maybe Oilrig might struggle a little bit against Pandaric, who had a, all things considered, a little bit, I think, of a cupcake weekend if you want to compare the three squads they have to play in the back half of HPL Season 5, because they did play the bottom four of the table last week, and now they get Arctic tomorrow, and then of course the big two we've been hyping up today. So I expect I think Pandaric advantage, but I don't know if I'm willing to throw down a 2-0 or a 1-1 just yet.
So I'm actually with you. You know me, I'll throw a lasso out there once in a while, and we'll hook for a miraculous guess. But this one's not one that I think can be guessed. I think this is a playground problem. I think we need to find out what maps we're seeing from these two teams first as to whether this swings both ways. From the common consensus out of teams, the community, and members of both of those teams themselves have spoken to in fits and bursts, I think they both agree that they're on a similar skill level. Like, both teams have definitely got devastatingly strong players from top to bottom. Both teams definitely have an idea as to what the other's weak point is. And both teams have definitely got a concept as to what it is they're looking to play towards this weekend. Whether I think either is stronger than the other is not for me to speak on. That's their job as the teams. I'm just going to let it play out on the screen, and we're going to see what happens. But I know there's confidence from Walker. I know that the Pandaric squad, they have always been a team of putting a lot in place before they go out onto the pitch. And that is what sees them so successful so consistently, is good prep. And as a team, they do well. We've seen Mercenaries be merciless, and I expect more of the same going into this match. No more can be said, honestly.
All right. Well, I think we need popcorn for this one, Cracked. I think everyone watching could use a bowl of your preferred flavor of popcorn. But don't make it just yet, because it'll be cold by the time the match starts. We got 15 minutes of a break coming up before that second best of two on stream today gets started. But it is a big one. Oilrig versus Pandaric here, coming up in Hunt Premier League Season 5. Of course, in partnership with Battlestate Games and Aorus and AMD Radeon. A lot of partnerships going around to make all of this happen. And more action is coming up in 15 minutes.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the first day of the final weekend of Season 5 for the HPL EU. We are here on the Twitch channel for Hunt Premier, partnered up with Battlestate Games and our partnership with Aorus and AMD Radeon to be able to bring you guys all of the action inside of the Coliseum of Chaos. That's right, although we're kooky with the words, that's all we're slinging around inside of the booth out here because we're not the ones carrying the weapons and fighting for that title spot. We have 8 of the best teams in Europe here duking it out through best of 2s. They've played a ton of games so far, some of them 6, some of them 5, and some of them 4 from the first weekend. And as we come down to our final 2 days worth of gameplay, we're going to see who takes that top spot. Now, it has been a shake-up, Mr. Vepic, and thankfully helping me navigate through the chaos that is first day of finals weekend is Mr. Vepic here. What do you make of it? Because I'm going to be honest with you, I still haven't really managed to sort of pin things down into not stereotypes, but categories. Whereas before we had the dominant teams, the old guard teams, the new teams. Now I've just got a whole load of new names of kind of old but new teams. 1 or 2 new teams, and like some wild cards, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Arctic, the team that everyone's kind of keeping an eye on right now, thanks to the score bug during the break, is definitely the biggest wild card team. They forced Oilrig to beat them in overtime after at least an 8-4 advantage on Fort, which is map 1 of that best of 2 going on right now. And last week they took a map off of Mercenary, who we just watched decimate on Skybridge and Bowl only for Frag, who Skybridge is a strength pick for them. Mercenary still came out and rocked the OFF boat there. So, I mean, a couple of wild cards, yes, but the table is still, if you just imagine you're in the HPL 4 months ago and just apply those names to the top 3 That's basically what we still got. A lot of the same cores at the very top of Hunt Premier League EU, and so that's what we are getting treated to now. A couple of big matchups for Pandaric, especially because we'll be watching them back to back on stream. But they get Oilrig and then Mercenary, and Oilrig is still actually locked up in that fight with Arctic, so they'll be well warmed up right now for their matchup against Pandaric.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if there's any chance that we could rob from production a little nosy at the table as to where it was sitting from last weekend. Not updated with today's results just yet. I'm not worried about that too much. I just want to maybe refresh the viewers at home where we stood before we started today, so that they can understand the real impact of what these next couple of matches have. As we talk about it going into this head-to-head, we're going to get to look at both teams and the maps that they've picked, but we're going to have a little bit of time to discuss this and digest the full concept before we get into it, as we are waiting on Oilrig, like you said, to get out of that match with Arctic to come and join us on screen. So, my thought process in this perspective of it is, where do each of these matches need to lie for each of the teams in respect to like where they're trying to place? Okay, so I'm going to start by breaking the teams down in where they were entering the tournament before we even talk about any matches done. All right, only for Frags we'll talk about. It's first on screen. This is a team that played ASPL, okay, which was considered Division 2 to this being our Division 1 in theory. They played their way through the ranks of ASPL. They've come up to HPL through the qualifiers. They did end up placing really well. It was in qualifiers actually to get in. It wasn't a close margin. It actually was a good qualification run from only for Frags. So, you know, a strong strength of them making it in there. And these guys are like essentially the new kids on the block. They're here to try and show that they mean business. You know, they're fit to be in the Div 1 scene, and their performances so far have shown a similar thing. There we go. Amazing. Production killing it out here yet again. We've seen nothing but just spectacular from them so far, but this was the table. So, only for Frags currently in that 5th position, Bepic I was talking about. The Spartans are a returning team. They've had a couple of seasons now across different names. Right, but they've definitely got the experience to say they've been here a little bit. So, seasoned, not veterans, but seasoned for the time being. Spartans are having a little bit of a tough ride at the table. Exaltation, again, a combination of players from ASPL teams, a couple of HPL teams that have dissolved and rebuilt. So, they're kind of finding the depth in this one as well. Had a little bit of a rougher start to the weekend, but it's Ancestral that's the talking point for me. I mean, we've seen how well Pandaric, Oilrig, Mercenary are doing, but 0-6 is a tough start, and a -60 round difference as well. That's 10 rounds is per game, and average is that's a real tough scoreline, honestly.
And they don't play today either. They just have Spartans to get through, to just put a win on the board, let alone a point. So, I mean, Ancestral's been struggling, and they've always been a roster that we've talked about as one of those teams that isn't a top 4 lock, but is always in contention for top 4, which they've been locked out of because of that 0-6 start. So poor Ancestral at the bottom, and Exaltation, I mean, at least they've got 3 matches to potentially climb back up, and a win on the board as well to start off their potential run this weekend. So the bottom of the table starting to shape up in that 4 to 7 parts, as Ancestral are kind of locked down in the bottom. So for them, they're just playing for pride at this point. The rest of the field, though, is playing for that top 4 spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you've hit it on the head, hit the nail on the head. We're locking the coffin in right now for each of the teams when it comes to the bottom half of the goodbyes, the farewells, the jumping on the plane home with a single tear rolling down the side of the cheek of sadness, and maybe not quite the success we were searching for. Only for Frags, after the 2-0 loss to Mercenaries, will find themselves now in a tussle with the Spartans for that bottom half of the table. It's going to be Spartans Exaltation's chance to try and see which one of the two of them really is going to be fighting for that 5th spot, but I don't see any of those 3 getting above number 5, even with tomorrow's days with the matches in tow. That being said, Arctic, a tough match into Oilrig, did not succeed on that first map. We'll have to see how that one plays out, but we can confirm that Mercenary, with their victory, will move on to 13 points, which, if you're any good at math, folks, is 1 more than 12. All right, not too difficult there for you folks, and that does put them at the top of the table for the time being. This match, Pandaric versus Oilrig, will decide Pandaric's off-screen match that would be the equivalent to Mercenaries to match them up here, having both teams played 4 games. If Pandaric come away with even a draw, that puts them dead even with Mercenaries going into their head-to-head for our last on-screen match of the day. So the fight for the top of this table, Mr. Bepic, it's literally being tussled for in front of our eyes on screen for the last 2 matches of day 1 of finals weekend.
Wouldn't that be some big drama to end the day with? A battle for the very top of the leaderboard. And with the Premier League, I mean, outside, or with this format, I think compared to other tournament formats like your Pinnacles, your ACSs, the table isn't always decided on the last Sunday. You have to be performing on pretty much every single day, but if you have a really good day 3, depending on your schedule, a really good day 4, depending on your schedule, especially if you're Pandaric, who have set themselves up for success coming into today, then they could be the winners before they even step into their match tomorrow. Like you said, sipping pina coladas during Sunday's day 5 action. And so they had to have this day circled on their calendar when the schedule was announced, and for good reason. Oilrig and Mercenary, they had to know we're going to be their best competition, and so far 12 points to the good on weekend 1 only gets you so far. You still need to perform against your 2 biggest rivals that have been your biggest rivals, and actually sometimes teammates, depending on the season of HPL over the course of the last year.
It's interesting as well, like we said, survival was the perspective we took from weekend 1, where Pandaric were able to escape dropping a map. It's that every other team made it interesting this time around in weekend 1. Oilrig dropped a map, Mercenary dropped a map, Arctic had a tough second day, which wasn't really as expected in the role. So all in all, this has been spiced and served up since the beginning. It's something that has to be talked to from the other side too, although each of those teams from second downwards have earned themselves a chance in, dueling for these roles by keeping it close to the fact that they've all dropped a map. Pandaric have arguably earned themselves more pressure. They're 4-0 up, and they're the only team to have not had that dark horse game, the curse map that just gets stolen away from you that you didn't expect. So they're almost fighting at keeping that curse at bay. I know Walker had some very choice words for me during the week as to what I had to say and not say during my commentary for fear of cursing him. Well, sorry, Walker, mate. That's all part of the game, brother. We're going to say what we're going to say, and you're going to have to play how you need to play to be able to take it home. So with that in mind, and whilst we're yapping about one of the members of that head-to-head, let's get some of those looksies at the tootsies they're going to be taking to the field. Let's have a look at the 2 teams who we've got facing up on the pitch, and let's start balancing a couple of these roles against each other, Mr. Bepic, because this one, we're going to have to really peer into the depths of each of these 2 teams to see how this one plays out. I don't think, like you said earlier, we can just point at a team and go, it's going to be that team 2-0, 1-1 or anything like that. It really is down to each individual player, their performance, and how they stack up in the ones on the day.
And I mean, that ace definitely a player to look at on the Oilrig side, who are still locked in that battle with Arctic right now. It was 8-1, though, on map 2, the last time that we got an update within the production side of things. So they are wasting no time in setting up for their Pandaric matchup, despite an overtime performance in map 1 of that best of 2. But Oilrig have looked good since dropping a map on day 1 of HPL EU Season 5. But on the other side, I mean, Pandaric, that Walker, Blitzer Girl, Duxus, Codex, and Rapid lineup, they've been at the top for so long now. And despite the shakeup, the melding of rosters at the top that Pandaric have kind of used to propel themselves to a 4-0 stature, they're still favorites coming into this. And you talk about pressure being on their shoulders, and there has to be a bit of pressure to perform now, knowing what's at stake. How you could close out potentially an HPL victory with a couple of 2-0s today, and we'll see how these players deal with that pressure, because in my eyes, they've been doing this a long time, Cracked. They've dealt with a lot of pressure, and today should be no different.
Yeah, you got to think about the matchup. You've got cookbook extraordinaires on both sides. I mean, Bakizi's got a book inside the game with a purple background for a reason. Walker, also known as the 8th wonder of the world of Arena, the one that just manages to make it rain hell from the skies. He's got power with grenades and an equal amount of devastation with a weapon in his hands when he's on his day. You look down to the second in the lineup is Blitzer Girl. It's the Lady King Queen. And I say King Queen consistent because she's going to have to match up against the King on the other side of the team for consistency, and that is that ace that you speak of. The King of the DMR, the King of the Marksman class, and the King of consistency for this Oilrig squad. That ace has been destroying people left, right, and center in the first weekend. I'll only get a chance to have a look at the results from that Oilrig Arctic game and see how he performed in there in the future. But trust me, chat, when I'm due, I'm sure my eyes are going to be keenly drawn to see his scoreline in that one. Those two are going to be clashing for the back ends of the rounds, the anchor, the ability to close it out. You've got big fraggers, big names, and knockers of heads. You think of Codex and Cacao. These two used to play next to each other. This is the previous Battle Buddy system squad that was tearing it up side by side. Now, they've got to go head-to-head. Furlex, Rapid, also absolute machines and demons in their own rights. And then you look at the bottom end of each of these two teams. You want to talk about two specifically well-matched, even player-for-player, role-for-role style squads. You're going to talk about a perfect mirror in this situation. You've got Duxis and Alpi. Quieter names, played with other teams before, very experienced in their own rights, and both of them, when you least expect it, is the one that fills that gap when the other 4 teams are not on fire. You've got to think that every squad is made of 5 players, and this is 2 teams that goes all the way down to the 5th member.
These are 2 stacked rosters, and I think we talked about this point when we were casting Mercenary in that last best of 2, how you will have a 5th place player on the leaderboard, but at the top, it's what that bottom fragger does in specific rounds that can sway maps here. And if we do have the map picks and bans as well, I think it's worth talking about while we discuss the order of maps that will be played for this best of 2, as Pandaric came out, banned Fort, Oilrig, banned Bull, and then so we will be doing our best of 2 on Skybridge and Bay 5. And you know, when you have that bottom fragger still swinging rounds in your favor with maybe a 2-piece here, a big 4K if they're able to pop off and hold a site big time, that's what wins these maps for top teams. What makes the difference when you have lineups as deep as the top 3, especially in HPL, have. But just generally, if you want to be a top team in Escape from Tarkov Arena or any esport really, you're only as good as your weakest link, and when your weakest link is still strong, you can stay at the very top, as these 2 teams have for a long time now.
And I'm sure that Walker will have twitched a nerve when he reached into the vault to pick out that Oilrig Bay 5 logo for the amount of times that he's not put it on the map picks and ban screen, but that he's had to display it on the map victory screen. That Oilrig Bay 5 image is iconic in the history of how dominant they were across this map. Season 3, Season 4, from previous times. This was the team that was known for having the oil slick spilled over Bay 5 that then flooded all 5 maps in the season where they were untouchable. For this 5th set of matches between these 2 teams for Season 5 is going to be exceptional, and I cannot wait to see where we get to when we're on Bay 5. Because, oh boy, Mr. Bepic. If we have a close Skybridge and it just goes to Pandaric going into Bay 5, we could be about to witness greatness. I'm sure these two matches are going to be top tier, regardless. But this, I'm always hyped for a few games. The Spidey senses are tingling. If you've not got goosebumps on the back of your arms waiting to get into this lobby, you're cooked. You just don't enjoy competitive games, because I'm telling you now, this is the matchup of the day for me. I cannot wait to see how this finishes, and to argue that we've got an equally as tense match to follow it from Mercenaries and Pandaric afterwards, we're in for a treat.
No kidding. And the fact that so many players on Oilrig as well used to rep the Pandaric banner, even in just the last season of HPL, that adds a little bit of flavor even off of the map into this best of two. And I think it is also worth noting that Oilrig banning Bull here is significant. That was the one map that they dropped to Spartans on day one of HPL EU Season 5. It was a 9-4 if memory serves, so not extremely close there against the Spartans, and that's the reason they're not 4-0 right now alongside Pandarics, because of that bowl performance last Friday. And so not too surprised to see them banning it now and picking Bay 5 as their iconic choice here.
Now, I am not surprised to see Pandaric take us to Skybridge. There is some level of abuse that many people have come under if you've played Skybridge recently, and that is walking into Sandwich either direction. If you like your eyes, then I hope you bought the strongest pair of sunglasses you've ever found, because the flash that goes through there on timing at the moment is devastating. Round after round after round, your attacking side is forced to have to take space in KFC, Elevator, and Sandwich to set up for an A-site push. However, that flashbang on timing literally deters that unless you wish to stand blind and hope that KFC can hold you. Now, this is something that was developed by the 8th Wonder himself. That flashbang is something I expect to be pivotal as to part of how they are going to play this Skybridge matchup. Not only that, I'm looking at flanks. We saw two teams take to Skybridge in our first head-to-head today, where there was very minimal to little if no activity on the flank from a member in Darkin and OFF, who I expected to be one that normally is quite active in that sense. Maybe he's trying to change his playstyle up, maybe remove a little bit of that predictability. Whatever the case may be, we saw Fox flanking, and then we saw a flank out of Nemo for the one round. Not a big flank, but round out of VIP. So, this one, I expect way more to the opposite. You've got Blitzer Girl, whose playstyle is extremely mobile. She will be rotating to try and find that advantage, working off of the information from her teammates. That ace is exactly the same in that mirror situation. He is another player that their squad and Oilrig will look to if the round's starting to get stale. They're caught a little bit in, we can't pressure through here. They've got good angles on us. It's right, go find that pick, go do that ace things, and let's start getting the ball rolling again. So I cannot wait to see how this one catches up. What I am curious on, though, is we knock on the door of that offline match and see what the score is, I wonder.
Yeah, that was over a little bit ago, actually. Oilrig, I think they went to overtime, they put in their shift there, and then looked for an easier time on map 2. Moved along, and 9-1 to Arctic, who thumbs up for the overtime, but will come away with that best of 2 with 0 points. Unfortunately, overtimes don't get you half points. They don't get you a single point if you round up. It is, unfortunately for Arctic, a lack of points there, but it's inspiring because they do get Pandaric tomorrow as well, and you have to keep up that sort of mindset of we can beat anybody in HPL, especially when your schedule is as backloaded as their second weekend is.
Yeah, absolutely. And Arctic, this is their first time in the HPL as well. It is a brand new squad made up of ASPL members and previous HPL members, as well as a combination of experience and youth and exuberance. So they've been putting a good show out there. And honestly, this is what we look for from a team in their first showing in the HPL season. We're not expecting you guys to place top 3, top 4. We aren't expecting you guys really even to place top 5 and 6. Honestly, 7th and 8th is where you're most likely going to end up in your first season, because you've got to find your feet in deep waters. However, you throw someone into the deep end and you steal your map pick off of each of these top tier teams, or you get close to taking your map pick off of those top tier teams. That says you've got the right recipe in there. You're able to prepare your map pick. You're able to execute on your strategies as to what you're preparing, regardless of the strength of the competition you're playing into. It just says you need a bit of time. So it's good to see this performance out of Arctic, and I would hate to see them walk away from this season going, oh, what ifs? We could have, we regret doing. Hort's a legend for this one, all right? We always say this for the school stuff in the TE scene, the NA scene. You have winners and you have learners, not losers. This isn't about soft spine talk. We're not talking about it from that perspective. It's about getting better. You don't know how to cook something, you go find a recipe. You don't know how to make something, you find a video. You don't know how to beat someone, you learn. You find a way around it. And this is something that I think that we are looking for, honestly, from the newer teams, is get in there, fight your best, take those losses and learn from them and get stronger. And I think it's something that we've seen a couple of teams go through. That's why we're so surprised at Ancestral.
Some teams are fast learners in those losses that are lessons. Some teams are slower learners, and it's just the way it is sometimes. So I do hope Arctic is a fast learner. They do have Exaltation later on today, and that's in our third set of matches. That's happening offline during the Pandaric and Mercenary match. So we'll keep tabs on that, of course, thanks to the brand new production score bug as well for the offline match to keep us posted, not in a Discord channel, but live and on stream, so that you all can be posted along with us, even for our maybe visual only listeners that get annoyed at our voices, our yapping too much, just want to see the action. Can't blame you. Everyone wants a quiet day every once in a while. But correct, we're getting noisy for this next matchup on stream. Oilrig and Pandaric, but Spartans and Exaltation as well is the off-stream match. Exaltation, a pretty big day for them against squads that are definitely in their wheelhouse to beat.
Thank you. Glad you said that as well. And this has been the beauty of Season 5. It may not be so split where it's the top half of the table and the bottom half of the table, which is something we've seen be consistent Season 3, Season 4, is it's very well decided as to who's fighting for the top spot and who's fighting for the bottom ones. This time around, it's felt like the middle meat of the pack, 2 through 7, even with Pandaric in their full contest, and I'm not putting them in there for the now because they haven't lost the game, and we have seen a continuous trend of the last 3 seasons of HPL, is that the person that's at the top of the table, they do tend to keep a clean sheet for the majority, if not all of the season. So I'm wondering if it's Pandaric's turn to put it with this roster into the bag without losing a map. We'll see. Again, we get to physically see both of the next 2 results of that one, firstly, to decide those. But it's been nice having the conversation be, can number 6 beat number 2? Is it possible that our number 7 table spot has number 3 and number 4, but then they can't beat the second place team? As crazy as it sounds, can number 7 take a match off of somebody like Pandaric, but then lose to everybody else in the table? This is what makes it great, and this is why we love the arena being a little bit more unpredictable. You can both be exceptional with a gun and have great gun skill, or be an exceptional players with 5 members and outplay. We've seen good strat execution, and we've seen insane plays so far. What I think is going to be demanded of this particular game, why it's so hype, is we are going to be delivered a combination of both of those things, because there are demons on each side and great minds on each side. But that then brings us that third, just hypercritical element of competitive gameplay that you only get right at the top of the tier of the scenes. It's that ACS level mentality 4D chess match. We're good here, we're good here. The skills are even, the strats are even, it's hardcore execution. Who turned up better? Was it in the fight? Was it in positioning? Was it in a snap decision that was made when things were turned on the heads? Who really outplayed the other? And this is going to be a tough game to say who outplayed who, because I think these 2 teams are arguably the longest standing members of rosters that we've had in the arena teams total, bar maybe the Mercenary lineup.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. That parity is kind of what you search for in any esport, really. As long as you can get parity. For neutral spectators, that's a golden age. And we've had that with the top 3 teams in HPL for a long time now. So it is good to see Arctic and Spartans taking maps on day 1. But now we do still look at the very top squads, and Oilrig and Pandaric here. I mean, we're 5 for 5 on members of the former Pandaric roster that at the end of kind of an era in European EFT arena, we saw Pandaric at the very top, And then everything went to pieces in the offseason. And even former Sicario, now Mercenary, making a change as well coming into this season. So let's see which changes panned out. Let's see which changes fall flat. It is Oilrig and Pandaric getting us started with Furlex taking out Blitzer Girl. Not a bad beginning, but you gotta contest against Walker now, and Hippo's actually in for Pandaric today.
Yeah, I thought there was an elephant in the room, but it turns out, no, there's a hippo. And that hippo is actually that it's Rapid that is not here, potentially in one of the biggest games for the Pandas that they need. One of their biggest players in the big Fragger and Rapid. He is not present on screen. Instead, it's Hippo that steps in to take his place. Furlex has the head of Duxis down in the ground, and it's Codex that's left last alive. Codex in a 1 versus 4 in round 1 for Pandaric on their map pick. He gets the 1 over the sight box, but that's going to be the end of that. That's Ace finishing it off with the Balti. Wait a minute, Mr. Bepic. Hold up. 1-0 Oilrig, and Rapid is not present.
Yeah, not sure why, but that is significant for Pandaric, as Hippo still strong player, but Rapid's been doing it to the very top for a long while now. So I don't know. I won't pretend to be a fly on the wall to Pandaric's team room, but hey, for Oilrig, maybe an opportunity here playing with a substitute in on the other side of the map. And so far, so good for the defense on Skybridge. As we reset for round 2, and it's Hippo starting us off, proving everybody wrong.
So here's a little bit of information for you on the outside. If you do not know, Hippo, I have had the fortune of being able to play with myself. He's another exceptional gamer. It's hard to put anybody on the same level as Rapid, okay? And I'm not about to try and say that Hippo is, but he is definitely not going to be somebody small filling those shoes. I'm telling you now, more than worth his weight in power. Bakizi, here's the cook. This is the kind of play we expect from that of the captain. He is full cook in the rotation. You can see Blitz has put herself in a position to be able to contest this. And we're going to get to find out if he comes up the escalator. Oh, my word. Oh, don't make a sound.
Slowest descent up an escalator of all time, and Blitzer doesn't see him until, well, a little bit later on, but even with the jump, Akizi still can't outclass Blitzer Girl. What a watch on the flank, so patient, and all the while, Pandaric have gotten the bomb down, and it's just 2 remaining members of Oilrig with Frank in as well, but okay, the pair is putting in the hours. Blitzer Girl and Codex, last players standing. Alpi and Crank, only 2 members of Oilrig, but still putting the work in. Blitzer Girl, last player standing, and Oilrig still find the win to defuse. I think has time to get to completion. It's close, but Oilrig have round 2 won. Not a moment too soon.
What are those? I'll tell you what they are. It's 2 P90s on site. Oh, my word, Bepic. They lined up like a train. The smoke was just an illusion, as was the amount of members they had in strength when they planted that bomb, because they fell over so quickly. Oh, my word. From crazy to insane. Blitzer Girl should never have won a fight top escalator. The last member gets spotted through a jump through a smoke. Why you would ever jump through smoke at the end of the round there in a 1 versus 1 to catch him off guard, I don't know. And then Alpi absolutely annihilates the shots out of the P90. Whoa, boy. And it's already cinema. That ace finds Duxis. We are into round number 3, and already bombs are dropping.
We're so distracted talking about Hippo subbing in on the Pandaric side that we failed to mention Crank subbing in for Cacao today. He's playing for Oilrig, both subs on both sides. And so that whole conversation topic, I think, kind of goes out the window when talking about advantages that you might glean playing against the lineup without one of their starting 5 members. But 3v3 right now, it is even standing. Not quite on the very top scoreboard, but in round 3. And overall, we expect it to be, as Hippo again makes their presence known. Taking out Alpi, and that ace now looking to use that marksman rifle to great success as per the name. He is an ace with the rifle. And in a 2v1 now, just has Walker to deal with.
Look at the discipline and patience. That ace spots Hippo on the side and just never re-challenges him because Bakizi's coming up from jungle and he takes him for free. That ace not willing to risk the fact of losing the fight 1 versus 1. Smart. Walker taps the bomb on site, but does not even try to go for the animation cancel. That ace does not swing it either. Oh man, this is Walker in a nutshell through the smoke. If you know him, you know. Bakizi knows. He can smell him. Right around that box. Walker's looking for him. Bakizi's looking for him. The left hand's the only problem. He has to fight up the top, and then up peaks Bakizi. Surprise.
These guys know Walker's tricks all too well, faking the plant and then looking for a more dangerous position, looking to catch players off guard. Not going to happen when the guard stays up. Throughout the entire map, I would expect Oilrig off to the races. 3 rounds to 0 to start us off, Cracked, as they're looking very strong.
I mean, it's King Cook versus the King Cobra coiled to strike. You know what that Bakizi is like in that kind of style of gameplay. Gone is the time where B was the favored point site to push, and Bakizi would be tucked behind that lane 3 box. Playing sneaky, playing spoiler. Hey, speaking of B site, long lost, not quite the case this time around. This is a big shove for the B site. Pandaric are using the boom.
Rough start. Pivot here. And 3 players moving in with Pandaric all together. Walker, Hippo, and Codex approaching the back of B now. Taking up that ace from the start as well, but there's the rebuttal. Akizi will find one back to the tip of the spear for Pandaric. Still sharp as ever. The front line ripping through Oilrig. And in a 3v2, Furlex will move in and intervene. That's a couple of big frags picked up as Furlex will even the standing. 2-on-2 now, late round.
Yeah, he said, can I see your pass, please? Nope, sorry, denied. You definitely were not allowed on here. That oversight grenade is not going to find a member either. Furlex only slightly dented from this. Codex a similar amount of damage. 2 versus 2, and 45 left on the clock. That bomb is dropped. Still recoverable, but Furlex is playing spoiler on site. Great shots out of Blitzergirl as the playmaker comes to play. Alpi puts her in the ground, and it's 1 versus 1. Codex pushing out. Alpi leads the back of Red. In outside. Swing from the side of the door, does not get too aggressive on it. Alpi's trying to play the angle, cuts it close. Oilrig take it home. Alpi with the good shots, and again, it's just slightly better patience on the execution right now, Bepic. Oilrig, Alpi on his right hand knows that he has to fight out the left side of Red, and he just keeps cutting that angle back further and further.
Every round coming down to 1v1s, 1v2s, close battles at the end of each and every exhibition here on Skybridge. But Oilrig on top of everyone so far as they command the defensive half. And offline, we do get an update. Spartans and Exaltation playing against each other right now. And Exaltation taking a slight advantage at the start of that first half. And they are playing right now on Bay 5, for those keeping track of map advantages. Is Exaltation a lead, but we'll keep tabs on that one to see how it really develops.
Yeah, good performance out of both teams so far in that offline match, looking like equally as strong as the other is the story of how that one goes. Again, bomb towards B is something we haven't seen so much of, but colour me pleased, because I'm definitely not disappointed. That being said, this is a bit more of a smoke and mirrors play where the action is a distraction. Now, the way the Oilrig have set up, however, Mr. Bepic, I don't know if you're familiar with Castle or a Portcullis. They tend to be what one could describe as impenetrable.
Mm-hmm. I'm very familiar with the Portcullis and all of its lore. I did a lot of reading on that recently, as a matter of fact. Fort, unfortunately, we're not playing right now, but good demonstration of the ability of the Portcullis to keep players out of the map prior to leaving spawn. But on Skybridge, you don't get many of them. You just get players acting as a Portcullis or a brick wall or whatever stationary piece of metal or material that is impenetrable. And that is the defense of Oilrig right now. 5-0, and that one actually wasn't close.
Yeah, Pandaric actually did a really good job of making it look like the A site was open for business until Oilrig told them it wasn't. And then they were swiftly removed. The bomb got planted, and the rest of the members that were trying to walk away from doing so were also removed very quickly. Last member left alive from Oilrig after the action goes down gets rid of that defusal. 5 rounds in their favor, though, like you said. The scoreline says anything other than close so far. I'm going to be honest with you, the rounds do not tell the same tale. You have been hitting it as square on the head as you possibly could today, as it's been trade for trade, member for member, until the last.
When Oilrig steps up, doing their best work in the clutch right now. Erlex running ahead of VIP, taking a bit of an aggressive stance, but we'll have some warning shots sent his way. Still sets his sights on Codex, first blood in VIP. Codex moving up with Hippo. Will fall, but Hippo still stands and holds on to control. Erlex leaping away from that bit of utility. And that ace is making his presence known around A. Ever, the threatening marksman that he is, will make this 5v3.
It's almost like the ode to death. The 10 seconds goes past without any audio from anybody else's weaponry. Then hit the multi-bang out into the sound of the silence, and that splits it with a kill into a feed. Normally, not him on the receiving end. Device on the Pandaric squad, or what's left of it, is slowly making its way down towards this B site. Third member of the tail of that train managing to get off of heaven without taking any damage, other than a little tickle. You see Duxus nursing a flesh wound. He's going to step at good timing. No, that ace caught jumping for an off-angle push towards the flank of the squad's going to get taken out. That moves the numbers slightly back in their favor. A second from Blitzer Girl. Playmaking. Play creating. Speaking of which, here comes Fairlex. He's going to fly straight out, ready to deny that plant on site. He's going to get himself a 6-second as Duxus gets ducked down. Oilrig now 3 versus 1. Pretty much done some great work to secure the round off of that Fairlex refrag.
And that was huge as well. Perfect timing to stop the bomb plant, and then added a kill to the feed immediately after. Blitzer Girl will pick up the device and look to plant, pulls off of it, looking for kills instead. And with 3 seconds left, there's no way Crank gives Blitzer Girl a chance at clutching this up. Now, played with time on his side, and though it was a 3v1 that Blitzer Girl made look competitive, it was ultimately a 3v4, that fourth competitor in the clock against her as well. 6-0 Oilrig. Eventually, Pandaric can't just have the consolation prize of close rounds be all they're taking home, as they need to start winning eventually.
Yeah, this is going from a story of being this was so close it wasn't, to this wasn't close. It's confusing actually, because every round we are saying that it's hyper tight, and the last couple of kills, or the last kill goes the way of one or the other, and it just kind of seems to deflate. Really is on Pandaric right now to make something out of one of these next couple of rounds, to try and inspire themselves in a little bit of confidence. They're not struggling fight for fight. They're definitely not struggling with the util as the trade goes out. Nade first onto Crank. Kills from the guns out of Fairlex, though. Good shutdown out of Duxis.
Silence upon the map as a couple of frags early, bringing us to an even 3v3. But we've been talking about this is where Oilrig do a lot of their best work, though. That ace has been pushed off his close angle. That allows the bomb to be planted. Duxis, Hippo, and Walker still standing for Pandaric, and this is a must-win round if you want to get out of here with 3 points. And don't look now, but Bakizi from behind is in a flanking position and still has yet to be revealed. Sneaking up from behind and finally makes his presence known. And what is a 3v1, or was a 3v1, I should say, is now Bakizi trying to deactivate the bomb in the cover of smoke, but it does fade, so he is pulled off of it. Hippo's presence VIP has been known. Bakizi runs him down, recognizes the rotation, and will fall as a result of that knowledge. Hippo clutches things up in a scary, scary 7th round.
Scary's right. It is well played from Hippo. And as we said, as a member replacing today, stepping in to help the team out. That's some good confidence, some good composure under pressure. Bakizi not one who just runs at you willy-nilly or aggressive in that kind of a clutch. He will try and outplay you with both the movement as well as the weapon. Now you see this time over. Good play from both teams. This one does go the way of the Pandas. I'm not sure but that's going to be all they need to instill and inspire. That might be a little bit more inspirational. Hippo finding a little bit of that spectral fire that Hawk likes to talk about. And suddenly we might see flames on the A side. 2-piece out of the P90 from VIP. As he's starting to feel like a little bit of an important person in this side of the game.
It's massive. A 5v3 advantage is one that Pandaric can't afford to throw away now. This has to be a round win to close out their attack. And moving in around A, they are positioned well. Smokes up, starting to block the sight lines of that ace, but he still gets ahead of the one still pluming. That's 2 frags to bring it back even. Bakizi contributing a multi-kill as well. And just like that, what started out so well for Hippo and Pandaric ends in Hippo falling teammateless. Oilrig, with their contribution in the middle of the round, puts them at 7.
Wow. At this point, it's execution versus execution, and I'm going to be honest with you. Unless we're about to see a very defending side at Skybridge go back the other way, the same as we did previously. I mean, fuck, we got witness a 1-7 return turnaround before, but I don't think we're going to be delivered that kind of cinema in this game with these two teams. Maybe? Ooh, it's tough. Man, it's not a mistake. It's just the smoke timing, right? It's maybe getting a little over-eager, trying to get on site to plant, but that smoke going off to E-Box and allowing 4 kills to transpire from just going that slight bit too soon. That hurts. That really hurts. And Pan, well, you can't really give them any sort of salt in the wounds to it because Oilrig punished it. And I don't just mean punished it. They slammed the door shut with the smallest of margins to do so.
It does seem like that map 1 against Arctic that did go to overtime for Oilrig has really lit a fire underneath them, which normally for a regular Oilrig that would be a bad thing. But since then, I mean, a 9-1, a map 2 in that best of 2 previous, and I mean, we're trending in that potential direction when the competition has been upgraded significantly from Arctic to Pandaric, and it's a opening frag to at least thin out the members of an Oilrig attack that is now 4 players strong, but Pandaric in the process have lost Hippo. So 7-1 now. You need a serious run from the Pandas, and it has to come on defense, which is doable, but they are sitting back a little bit. Not the average aggressive Walker stance and defense on Skybridge that we've come to know and love. And as soon as we do see Codex starting to advance into VIP, he is silenced there by Crane.
Kitty SKS banging out in the background. Blitzergirl's going to take out that ace. He'll pick up a second swing through from Dux. This is solid. Crank goes down. Alpi finding the backside, though, has snuck into the lines of the Pandaric squad. Found his way onto site. Device plant tempted to go down with cover from Bakizi, trying to bait some movement. Now to get off immediately. Walker walks through, and he's going to walk on to site and try and do the best amount of damage. The second swing out of Blitzergirl does not come through because site plant has been denied. No need to overswing. Instead, going to just play slowly through the smoke and keep time and patience on her favor. Big push out of Alpi with the bomb on back. Actually, it's going to force her off site. Going to keep chasing. But it's a short time. No, she has to fight and doesn't win the fight out. Alpi gets the headshot in the clutch. Oh,
that was a must-win. That was a must-win. I think we're feeling similar pain right now, Cracked. Like Blitzergirl, I called her the queen of clutch in the past, and that was a must-win clutch that Alpi outdid her on. The circling around the big box that saw Blitzergirl predicting Alpi's advancement as well. She had the pre-fire well-timed, just Alpi a bit quicker to landing those bullets. That time to kill a little bit faster, and it's 8-1. How did we get here?
12-8 Felix, 10-3 Alpi. A couple of explanations for you there. I don't have too much more to add to it though, also because my jaw is still on its return journey back from wherever it went to. Focusing more on the individual gameplay for round number 10 sees that ace as the first casualty, which I want to talk about a light in the darkness. That's the first starting piece of the puzzle for Pandaric to try and climb their way back up. Alpi, however, is going to throw a nade into the backside of site. That looked like it bounced off of E-Box and took one out. Walker's down for the count. Bakizi finds Codex. 2 for Oilrig. 3 problems left on the table for them to take map number 1.
So girl has chosen the backside flank as well, and will get activated later on in the round, but Bakizi's in the area. Watching Eski at the moment. Helping advancing bomb on his back will take out Duxis, and that might be the kill that really swings things. It opens up the map for Oilrig, and that will secure a site. They have to know that Blitzergirl is traditionally The B anchor have to be ready from her advancements from either side of sight. Makizi ready for it, and that'll be that. 9-1 Oilrig will get in and out of Skybridge before you can really even blink.
Nothing more to add, honestly, from me. Perfect explanation. 12-8. Alpi takes the MVP performance for the Oilrig squad, and deservedly so. It's a strong performance from Alpi, who has been continually demonstrating why they are definitely a well-earned 5th member of this new Oilrig lineup. 9-1, Skybridge goes to Oilrig.
Well, if that very quick Skybridge left you fiending for more action, then you get into the action with your keyboard into Twitch chat. Exclamation point Aorus to enter our giveaway of that AMD Radeon GPU. And that's what we're giving away in partnership with Aorus and AMD Radeon. So exclamation point Aorus in Twitch chat. I'm sure everyone else is already doing it. So it's the age-old question of if everybody else is doing exclamation point Aorus in Twitch chat, would you too? And the smart answer here is yes, because that GPU that Cracked is holding right now could be yours and could seriously upgrade your PC setup as well. You'd be performing just like the pros in the lobby, maybe on the Oilrig side especially. That could be you once your graphics are upgraded with that AMD Radeon. So, of course, thanks to our partnership with Aorus and AMD Radeon, you can win that GPU right there with exclamation point Aorus. The entries are closing at 7 p.m. today, so do get in on the action, please. Do not miss out. And that's all the advice that I will offer you right here, right now, as Crack's getting a bit jiggy with the AMD Radeon right there. Don't drop it there, but do keep showing it off as it's looking good. No, whoa, okay. You gotta take care of that. Someone is winning that tomorrow when we announce the winners on stream. So do be careful, Cracked.
You got to look after it. It's going to go safe away under lock and key chat. Okay, we're going to put it back in the safe place because it's definitely not safe in my hands. I jest. Don't worry. Aorus, AMD Radeon, your product is safe with us. It's okay. It's been well looked after, and rightfully so. I mean, if you had something this cool sat inside of your office or maybe sat inside of your PC, you'd take the time to look after it because that kind of technology doesn't come for free. Oh wait. It does if you enter into the giveaway and you get drawn. So, I know what I'm going to be doing with my next 2 minutes, and that's clicking on the link, exclamation mark Aorus, to go and get myself entered in to potentially grab a 9070 XT. This thing is super cool, folks. All right, we're talking a lot about it because not only could it be one of your amazing products, but also it has amazing features. All right, there's a wind force cooling system on this thing that looks insane. I'm a nut for my aesthetics. I love my bright colors. I love vibrant colors, and I also like flashy anime style graphics cards. And I'm going to be honest with you, that's one of them things. It's got fangs, it's got blades, it's got a really cool aesthetic to it, and that cooling system is not just for show. It's actually really good at keeping one of the top tier graphics cards nice and cool. So, no reason not to be getting involved, folks. Another one for you as well, guys. Just in the chat, let's keep it happy and cheerful, okay? Going 0-6 in the tournament doesn't give you the right to come in and talk rubbish, okay? Just because you weren't relevant in the scoreboard doesn't mean you're now relevant in the comments, okay? Keep it to yourself and keep it to the DMs, please. It's nice and respectful in here. We're enjoying finals day. We'd like you guys to do the same thing, okay? So just keep it on a level, all right? Everybody is for a good time, not for a hard time. With that being said, and with the most of love, because I'm here to enjoy the rest of my games, I'm looking forward to what the next match has got to say. We've seen one half of the battle, and these two Titans, though they didn't provide the closest scoreline overall that we expected, I do feel like those rounds were very close, Bepic. I just did not see many of them slide into the victory column for the Pandaric squad. It was the last kill, the last couple of kills, or the last bit of action was very Oilrig heavy.
Several 1v1s, several doable 1v2s as well there for Pandaric. And it's a bit shocking to see them losing in those positions because traditionally this roster under, well, when the players were at their other teams, whether it was the former Pandaric players, you know, still on the lineup, or the EPA players as well, or even Duxus on Decoded in the previous HPL EU season. They're clutch. There's a reason why they've been at the very top of the league for so long. And so to see Oilrig winning that Skybridge so one-sidedly, it's surprising. But hey, we get the replays again, and if you're a Pandaric fan, you still got stuff to watch here. It's the end of rounds, though. You got to kind of look away.
Well, it's tough to look away though, because as much as if you're a Pandaric fan, it's a really, really painful story, right? This is a tearjerker. This is one of those movies you watch that doesn't have a happy ending. And the Oilrig guys, I mean, this is about as close to great execution as you can get. I mean, we know the game's going to be tight. We know they're going to trade kills down to the bottom half of the rounds. But when it came to closing out the rounds, there was very, very few to no mistakes in the latter half of execution. If there were mistakes, they weren't big enough to cause the round to go against them. And Oilrig, I mean, 05, 06, this here was the first shining light for the Pandaric squad, which is where Hippo, and this is, remember, that stepped up for Rapid, is the one that's able to make that highlight play in the clutch against the captain to pull around back. But that's the only shining light for this one, Mr. Bepic. And it was a close game until it wasn't. Really feels like the theme.
Yeah, I mean, we started the map off by saying, okay, Oilrig's up 2-0, 3-0, 4-0, but Pandaric are right there. And, you know, we tee that up with the storyline of they will probably start coming back, putting rounds on the board and making this a map. But it just never ended up happening as Oilrig ran away with things. And, well, with that map on the board, that is Pandaric's first blemish on the season. They have now been forced into, at minimum, a draw. And you teed up earlier, Cracked, the match they have after this against Mercenary, where if they do end up drawing with Oilrig now, which I think that's in question at this point as we move into Bay 5 next. Well, if they do end up picking a point off of this best of two, that'll put them tied with Mercenary in a very pivotal best of two to figure out the top of our table going into day 5. But back to my previous point, I think that that 1 point even now is in question.
So I'm going to be really honest with you. The map picks is the thing that gave me that concern, and the reason we spoke about what we spoke about is, do you see that slight part of my camera that is ever so slowly sort of fading in and out? That's the ominous sign of the lava that seems to be slowly creeping into the mines over those very wooden houses that Pandaric have built. This is the doomsday situation where if they go 0-2 here and they have a tough game against the Mercenaries, regardless of how that result plays out, the top of that table starts to look a lot different. More importantly, for the fact that Mercenaries put a 2-0 home earlier on today, rather than anything else. If Mercenaries had gone 1-1 with a drawn match, this game becomes a lot less pressured. I'm going to be honest with you. I do not see Bay 5 going to Pandaric short of an absolute upset. This is the Oilrig map pick, and we saw Pandaric being close to flattened on theirs, respectfully. Sorry, but I think this is about to be abuse, and I'm really, really sad that that's the case, because I was really excited for a very close match. But I think you're right. Arctic have given Oilrig a treadmill and a half to come into this game with, because boy, oh boy, do they look ready.
Real launchpad for sure, it seems, as everyone was performing well on Oilrig, on Skybridge. I mean, Bikizi with his flanks, especially on the defensive half, kept up so much pressure. And even when it was being watched, I mean, think back to that 1v1 with Blitzer Girl, where she is watching the escalator flanking position, and Bikizi still gives her trouble in that spot. And it's those sorts of moments where Bikizi makes his presence known with multi-frags when you're least expecting it. And that's what you need need from your captain, good leadership, and huge impact in specific rounds. Bakizi delivered that there. Alpi was phenomenal as well, and that was the player that I was wondering the most about. Not having gotten to watch a ton of the new look Oilrig, Alpi being the one player in the lobby that hadn't played in HPL in the previous season. I was curious about what sort of form they would have, and they ended up top fragging in arguably Oilrig's biggest match so far.
Yeah, this is going to be another one that's. I'm actually just scrolling through the chat to see the community opinion on the game from the previous one, because I mean I'm as confused as I think you are, Bepic, on it. That first one, it felt like it was an Oilrig comfortable ride, but it didn't look like that from the beginning of half of the rounds. And I think a couple of the comments coming in from the chat are very smart. One of them in here was, I think it was like, that was such a weird game. There's so many rounds that I thought that Pandaric won. I agree.
Yeah, right.
So maybe the weird is about to come and happen again. We're maybe about to see Pandaric absolute flawless Bay 5 and Oilrig look like they've never been here before. Stranger things have happened? Question mark?
A lot of question marks. Not just the one that you've pitched, but a lot of question marks coming into Bay 5. Oilrig don't have many on their side, though, as they are confidently coming into their map pick, having 9-1 Pandaric on theirs. So, as a slow start, bit of util being exchanged between these two. Let's look for first contact. And of course, it's that ace and Blitzer Girl delivering, but Blitzer Girl gets the best of the marksman on the other side of the map, and Pandaric have first blood.
Now let's not get betrayed, okay? Because we saw some good work from Pandaric in the beginning of nearly every round on Skybridge too. So, I'm going to wait. As Furlex is, he's found himself some space inside his hammer, moving towards that A site. We hear the SKS going off in the background as some pressure being put down. Walker is in a very different spot to where they expect him normally. That being said, it doesn't matter. Oilrig's reflexes from Furlex and Bakizi together grabs each of them a two-piece.
And as quickly as that first blood felt impactful, its impact slowly does fade away. Oilrig surge into the A site and will close out round one looking dominant. That's not even a 1v1, maybe 2v1 that we can pitch as, okay, yeah, sure, Pandaric lost it, but it was close. No, they just got first blood, which is good for map control, but you need site control at the end of the day, and Oilrig ran up and down and through and all around A right there to start off.
Interesting. I really don't know how this one goes. Again, we see a good first blood. We see the Pandaric squad making a dent into the efforts, and then it stops. It grinds to a halt. There's no momentum. There's no flow. It gets stale. And then Oilrig, they make their decision when the play restarts. And on the restart, whatever happened in between gets banished into the abyss, and then they just slam. Ooh, sneaky Codex. Sneaky Codex. Nice. Okay. Walk out from Forklift and a little bit of creep work as Codex crabs up on the Bakizi captain of the Oilrig squad. Again, first blood to the Pandas.
See if they can do anything with it this time around, though. Falling flat, you can't afford to do much longer. And here is the counters. Furlex finds one, but Walker gets him back for it. So it is good to see Pandaric putting up more of a fight around A this time around. But Oilrig do move in, and that ace is watching main here. Hippo smoked off now. We'll have to choose an alternative approach. So Walker prepping some util, tossing in, looking to prevent a plant, and is successful. The device has been dropped as Crank falls, courtesy of a Walker grenade.
Yeah, some beautiful work from the spectator camera as well to see that position. We didn't get a flyby. We got to fly on board. Alpi trying to watch both angles is not going to have enough of a reaction time to find the final member of Pandaric holding that office. And that's going to be Hippo. It's not the last member alive, but it's the last member he sees before the round goes on the clock. Pandas puts one on the board at one apiece. Bepic. Can I say it yet?
Go for it.
No. I think we're too soon. It's 1-1. Surely not, right? Surely we don't have a game on our hands. Is this the one we were expecting from the one before? Are we about to be delivered miracles and cinema?
I mean, being blown out like they were Pandaric, I don't expect to keel over and die. I mean, as happy-go-lucky and jolly and cheerful as Walker is normally, he's probably very serious right now, which I know is a change for his character. But he is the leader of this team, trying to fix their performance from Skybridge into Bay 5, and I'm sure those comms have to be locked in. These players are too experienced to get blown out on a map and not have a fire lit beneath them, as Oilrig did earlier with a poor performance on a map where they're down 8-4 and have to stage a comeback to avoid dropping a surprising map on day 4 here of HPL. So for Pandaric, I'm not surprised that they do have a counter to Oilrig's Skybridge supremacy, and now look for more here on Bay 5.
You'll have to introduce me to this happy-go-lucky, free-spirited Walker. I've never met him before.
You can meet him and my good friend Sarcasm next.
Smooth. Copious amounts of dripping off of either side of the scenery in Bay 5 as we're jesting in the casting booth about the chaos on screen. I hope you guys at home are only enjoying it as much as we are, as Oilrig are enjoying a B-side that seems to be unoccupied. That being said, Duck 6 is going to take out that of Bikisi. Crank is unfortunately caught hop, skip, and a jump at the wrong time into the arms of Codex. Fairlex finds Blitz. Oh, hold up a minute. That's Ace and Fairlex. 1, 2, 3, 4 kills, 5 kills in the Fedex and a Fairlex 4-piece, man. Do you know what? Even I can feel whatever the weirdage that's going on now, because that looked Pandaric solid, and then it just didn't. What?
They melted. Butter left too close to the burner, it felt like. They moved in 4 players strong on a 2-player hold around B, and there are a number of angles and openings that those 2 had to watch as Pandaric moved in, but Furlex, with an impressive 4-piece, again, stamps his fingerprints all over another round in a very big best of 2 here. So, for all of the fire that I was hoping was lit underneath Pandaric, it's been extinguished momentarily as Oilrig fight back and will reclaim their lead.
Line of scrimmage is an interesting setup from the attacking side. I almost daren't try and call, read, or predict anything at this moment in time, because this game, the head-to-head of the best of 2, has just decided to be anything other than what could be predictable. Big fan of the new gloves, though. Skeleton vibes. Always good to see.
It's spooky season. I think it's fitting that Walker's wearing them too. Always a guy that'll pop up and jump scare you, no matter where you are on the map, it seems. And he's going to hold off on dropping utility there, waiting for the call to potentially move in. Blitzer Girl making her presence known in the middle of Bay 5 with a pick and Codex adding to the kill feed. There's a pair. Could make it a trio, but wasn't ready for another player to peek around the corner. Like rats out of the sewer, Oilrig swarming Pandaric, and don't tell me again Pandaric will have a multiplayer advantage just turned to dust. And now it's cranking Bikisi, trying to clutch up. Scratch that, just Bikisi, 1v2, and Blitzer Girl is the one left standing now as she loses Duxis. Bikisi looking towards connector, knows where Blitzer Girl is now. With that bomb down, it's Blitzer Girl. It has a lot to do, but Bikisi still repositioning. This girl expecting connector appearance, though. She's looking for the kill. No time to defuse with Bikisi circling, or perhaps she can. Going to tap the bomb, but does pull off. Bikisi playing well off of sight, and he is playing with the mind of Blitzer Girl right now. The Queen of Clutch has to return to her throne now. This feels like a round necessary for Pandaric, and it's one that they won't get. Blitzer Girl gets the frag, but the bomb blows up. Oilrig win a third.
Strawberry in broad daylight. If you give Blitzer her efforts, she's done what she can. Even pushing plant on site, Bikisi makes sure to go the distance. He just pushes so far away that short of just a straight up stick, which you should never do. Like, there is no way you just stick your head down and tuck that there against the likes of Bikisi. That's just, you just don't, that's disrespect, is that right there? Like, to have the audacity to just assume that he's gone so far away. And the crazy thing is, he has. Like, he has backed off far enough there that she could tuck full diffuse on instant reaction and get that without him even getting close. But you just can't play into this at this level. It's just not that easy. So first grenade going out of bounds there as we jump on board with Alpi's. Not going to be worth anything other than the shake ahead of the model. Second one finds its way. Flash up to top mid, and Oilrig are looking like they're setting up pressure towards that connector space again.
Got well last time, as they did enough to dampen the defense of Pandaric, but been distracted. Our offline game score bug on the right side, showing advantage Spartans in an overtime. Exaltation Esports have put up a good fight, but it is right now a one-round advantage for the Spartans there. We'll see how that one closes.
Off-screen games today seem to be destined for overtime. That ace tells Walker he is destined for the stars, but not fame and fortune. The ones he's seeing after that bullet passes throughout the other side of his noggin. Duxus is playing spoiler on site, though, gets himself 2 before being taken out. Crank, the recipient of the kill. Codex, Blitz, and Hippo left alive in a 3 versus 3, and with that device going down on site, Hippo is very close to the reswing. Gets away, Crank's off site. Alpi with a bit of cover fire.
Just the seagulls making noise now. Oilrig set up post-plant, but Pandaric have numbers to make this happen. Again, it feels like every round is necessary for Pandaric to continue to come back here, and they've just pulled off a team kill. Hippo taking out Codex, but making up for it now with Blitzer Girl closing out Sid. 3v3 that was turned into a 2v3 by Pandaric's own hands, but they still get the job done. Team kills can be forgiven as long as you make up for it by setting your sights on the enemy a little while later.
3-2. Definitely much better contested than the first map in the series, but is this the warm-up that Pandaric needed to take on Mercenary? I start thinking myself now forward for the future, bearing in mind they have to play 2 more maps after this back-to-back with this. It's going to be a tough game. Regardless of whether they get a result here, they still really need a result against Mercenary. Even a 0-2 loss here makes it potentially more important to have the 2-0 versus Mercenary going into this, and I am extremely sure that the Mercenary lineup will be sat watching this match as well. Looking for clues, Walker for 1, Blitz going down to Bakizi as Bakizi's got himself a second. He finds the captain too. He was hovering in the right place and in the right space. Now it's on Duxus, down by Crank. Oilrig starting to open up a bit.
Codex nearby, but won't be able to do much with Alpi watching this. Peeling off at the perfect time as well. Fight is still taken. Codex will eliminate Bakizi, and Alpi chimes in, taking out the marksman of Oilrig. So you can see the pressure mounting on both teams' shoulders, resulting in team kills, and now potentially a Pandaric third. Codex signs off on the round with the final frag, and that'll be an easy defuse. No one left to contest, and Pandaric win a couple more, bit more comfortably.
I don't think it would be too fair to talk too much about the failures of their numbers advantages. I think they have more than spoken for themselves so far in both games for the Pandaric squad, so it is nice to see them converting on a couple now with good numbers up in position towards the end of the round. I do find it really interesting that both of these teams are now playing off of the opponent's tempo. If a round is in the favor of one squad, swinging it back the other way is the one that seems to determine the back end of the round. Notice that it's the first blood that decides the direction, not necessarily the meat of the round. But once it goes 1, it is fought back the other way, just as strong, if not more. This nade has been an interesting talking point. Alpi's been lining this up a couple of rounds in a row now, 3, 4, and that's what it's for. You see the boost there for Blitz and Walker looking up in maze to try and get some audio and information from that. Alpi going to do his best job of playing scare, and Spoiler's going to catch that one out with a kooky grenade. That's interesting. You see what it's cooked for. Doesn't find the targets. Blitz gets the first opener onto Furlek. Shots out of that ace from Gap. Is fighting a very tough angle into 2.
Miss a rare sight from that ace's gun, but doesn't ultimately matter just yet. Still a chance to recover it. As Oilrig playing very much off-site, and Blitzer girl, move in. Hippo as well has used that to their advantage, but now that ace is starting to make his weapons sing. In flank position though, Walker from behind gets spot out by Alpi, who then turns to assist Crank to eliminate Blitzer girl and then Codex to boot. I don't know how on earth Alpi was ready for that.
Ready he was. 4-3. Oilrig take themselves the second last first round of the half. 4-3. Pandaric with a chance to go into the half with an even scoreline in map 2. That's a comment to make, bearing in mind the first map was nowhere near. A much better outlook on the future for Pandaric, especially going on to their attacking half as well. Have to see yet if they can capitalise. That being said, Oilrig still have another chance in their attacking half to put a 5-3 home, which I think is what they're aiming for.
They're looking to see if anybody peeks their forehead in the wrong position. But no one's granting it until potentially Alpi. It's a devious little angle here from Walker. And that's his MO. Won't yet result in a first blood as we won't give it to him. Climbing up himself elsewhere, and it is still quiet on the Bay 5 front. That ace is in the area, and versus Walker. Walker will end up winning. A straight 1v1 down range, and that's first blood for Pandaric.
First time we've seen that ace lose a gunfight in a fair while. Especially that consistently, anyway. Just goes to show he's human. I'm sure he'll be wrecked just as mean next round. Take a moment to enjoy the surrounding scenes and the sounds of A5 as Oilrig are, I was going to say training the way up mid. They're having to dip, duck, dodge, duck, and dive the way up mid as there are pandas posted at every which way possible from a peeking angle. First claimed as a life goes down. They're up the top of mid, but scattered now. You see Furlex over towards the Smade's positions can hold Duxus off. Meanwhile, the Bomb and Buddy are over towards the B side. Walker finds Furlex with the SKS. Now Ice gets planted, so Oilrig in a 2 versus 4 here. Numbers disadvantage for the Pandas. Bikisi and Alpi, never mind, are going to change that immediately.
Spray that invites now a straight 2v2, but Blitzer Grill and Duxus will quickly dispose of half of the Oilrig pair. Just Bikisi left standing. Doing well so far. 7 frags on Bay 5, but that'll be that for this round. Pandaric make it an easy clutch, and I'm glad to see that change from Skybridge. There were moments on the first map, and even kind of bleeding over into Bay 5, where those 2v2s or 3v2s that they have had don't always end up in their favor, but they're comfortable for the last 2 players left standing. And so we have a 4-4 first half, and this is more like what we expected out of Pandaric and Oilrig.
An even scoreline and the offline game update. The Spartans have taken it 13-11 is a ridiculous offline game. 24 rounds of madness. 24 rounds.
Yeah, close one over there for sure, and I'm glad to see it's Cardio Saturday, as everyone seems to be getting their marathon practice in. It was Oilrig earlier, now currently still Spartans and Exaltation, and potentially Oilrig and Pandaric once more, but that ace with a quick pop of the head of Walker, getting his succinct revenge from that last round marksman off. And so it's first blood for Oilrig this go-round.
See another grenade going down towards mid from Oilrig. Furlex finds the pick through the bus onto Codex. Instant rotation into gap. Try and cover off. See if there is the rest of the body of the squad trying to push up through that mid lane position. Instead, the bomb's going to be collected up by Tetris. That audio cue will confirm for Furlex there's at least one more member in the area. We can see on the minimap there are 3. Shots out of that ace are going to reduce the 3-2. Hippo goes down. It's left on Duxus and Blister Girl to pull out. A miracle. First down, Bakizi goes. Duxus takes out that ace. 2 in the ground. 2 versus 5? Surely not. 2 versus 3, more doable, but not in the face of that man here, because Foxfire and Fury are 3 Fs that this man casually carries in his pockets, and that is a 3-piece from Furlex to finish out the round.
Such clean shooting that round for Oilrig. Out mechanicking Pandaric, it felt like, who did have a nice response in playing around the ace site when it took out that ace back platform, but Oilrig do ultimately close things out. Furlex notches a multi-kill, is currently sitting at the top of the leaderboard, 12 frags deep onto Bay 5, and averaging, I mean, a kill and a third every single round has certainly found impact here on Bay 5, and an important one for Oilrig to potentially grab 3 points off of a fellow top 3 squad in HPL, and we talked about what it would mean for Pandaric to miss out on these points, but on the other side of the coin, it would be massive for Oilrig to post 3 here against Pandaric.
Waiting. Lying in wait is that ace. He's going to be made to wait for longer. That being said, though, he gets shut down for the third. Furlex not able to have the 3 this time. Blitzergirl is going to put a full stop at the end of my giggles, as I felt like Furlex was about to decimate this round as well. He's been cooking today. It's a 14 and 7. It's 14 and 7. Come on, man. Honestly, you got to spread the kills out at some point. Everybody else is going to be worrying about the KD.
Well, that's the only thing to worry about, really. We're only playing for stats, right? It's not like you get 10,000 euros for placing as a team. No, it's about the stats here.
Somebody told me it was Radio Shack gift cards. I was lied to. 10,000 euros. Crazy. I'd be playing hard if that's true.
Is that why you're not competing?
That's it. I mean, clearly, definitely a better player than a yapper. We all cap sometimes, folks. That is the biggest joke I've ever heard. Speaking of jokes, the time certainly isn't one. With 20 seconds left on the clock, Bepic, this bomb is going to need to go down really quickly. Cover of smoke. Walker sneaks in just at the right time. He's going to find the kill through the smoke onto Bakizi too. He senses it.
I mean, after Skybridge, when it was Pandaric who used the mistiming of a smoke to push in and get punished by that ace. I'm glad to see them waiting for the full smoke to plume before moving in, and even then, getting a cherry on top of a Spicy Walker Sunday, which is probably coming tomorrow, but for now, I suppose the Spicy Walker Saturday. Pandaric still need more from their captain. 7 frags deep, and now ducking in cover as Crank looks to chase him down, but as other players of Pandaric's roster to dislodge, and neither of them will be taken from their positions. They instead confirm the lives of the rest of Oilrig, and will tie us back up 5 apiece.
Here we go. Now we've got a game on our hands. Now we've got a game on our hands. Okay, we'll say it now. We'll say it now. A 5-5. It's an even score line. Furlex is on 14 kills, which is probably the only standout marker from everybody else. That being said, in the flip side to that, you've got to look at the contrast where Alpi is having a quieter game. Not necessarily playing poorly, but when it comes to the kills on the board, his number is smaller. Big number go Burr, small number doesn't. That's okay, though. He's doing his part. Speaking of doing his part, the entirety of the Pandaric squad are doing their part of just shoving everything they've got in the face of the multi of that ace. 1, 2, 3, 4 kills at the kill feed, and Plaid Stripes again get filled through thick and fast. An extra one to finish it off is going to level the squad's score lines out to a 2-2. Members still left alive, and I'm glad I took a second to wait for the final kill. As is always with Tarkov timing, awkward was the last one as that one rolls on into the kill feed. The action's not going to stop. Neither team wanting to let the ball drop. Crank's going to find the back of Codex into sight. 2 versus 1. The bomb now on the back of Duxus, and the rest of the Pandaric hopes for this round.
Duxus, big moment, 1v2. Pandaric haven't been able to win many of these, but Duxus can change that right here, right now, with an impact 11th round. Now 1v1. Duxus versus the bottom fragging Alpi, but you can't forget about his Skybridge performance. Top of the charts there. Right now is needed on Bay 5. It's Oilrig. It's their last man standing. Move in off of that sound cue, but through the smoke, Duxus is taken out. Alpi gets the job done. Just his 3rd kill on the board, but boy, is it a big one.
That's a rough fight, is that right there? It's a game of patience. The first person to fire through the smoke will give off muzzle flash. And that is what makes the difference. Duxus has a go. He gambles. He rolls the dice that his guesstimation is better because he shoots first than Alpi being able to respond to the muzzle flash. Unfortunately, Duxus' aim is not quite on the model of Alpi through the smoke. He's just to the right-hand side of him. And therefore, Alpi's return fire being more accurate as he's got something to aim at gives him the advantage, and Oilrig the back end of the round. Honestly, Mr. Bepic, that's a tough one to play on both sides from either player, but well executed from Alpi. Sees him successful. 140, Bakizi for a quick two-piece as the attacking side of Pandaric is being destroyed this time as it comes in with a similar form of aggression as the last, but a lot less success.
The impact of losing that 1v1, it goes from bad to worse for Pandaric. Still just down a round, but could quickly snowball as Oilrig propel themselves forward off the back of that last win, opening things up. A couple of kills from Bakizi. And now it's up to Walker and Blitzer Girl. This is a duo, it feels as old as time in Arena. And they have to 2v4 against Oilrig. I say half. It feels like they need to pull these rounds off, but have been keeping pace with Oilrig. Still never quite advancing to the lead. Blitzer Girl's position has been revealed, but she's just bait. Trying to pull the majority of Oilrig players over towards B while Walker sits outside of A and crawls into the site, but will have to move Bakizi here. Last line of defense for Oilrig as Blitzer Girl now moves back, and that sort of position should give Oilrig an indication as to where the play is ending up, as Walker doesn't go for a play. He instead takes a forward position that catches Furlex off guard. Blitzer Girl takes out Crank, but this whole time, Bakizi has been planted, unmoving. And now Mike's the center of sight, downs Walker. That's up a 2v1 for Oilrig.
Well, it's Beauty and the Beast. The tale as old as time was right. They send Blitzer Girl off to be the distraction. Everybody stood with stars in their eyes. That's going to be the first from Blitz. He's got to find the second. Blitz in Blitz we trust is normally the way that they would say, but today it is not the way it goes. Alpi, I'm going to call him an alpine ski slope expert with the way that he's making these pandas fall over at the end of the round. It is crazy to see. 4 and 7, Bepic, but maybe 4 of the most crucial kills that you've seen of any team member when it comes to clutching up. The 2 rounds of difference that have gone into the favor of Oilrig have been 2 single-star plays at the back end of a close round, even when, I mean, okay, you could argue 2v5, Pandaric left themselves too much to do, but Walker and Blitzer Girl, they do a great job of making that seem feasible.
Yeah, 2v5 for Walker and Blitzer Girl isn't the same 2v5 that you and I might attempt, Cracked, as they made it look good, but Alpi has been clutch at the end of rounds, half of his kills at least being round-winning frags, and that's the difference right now between 7-5 in favor of Oilrig or a multi-round lead in favor of Pandaric. And now Furlex again will start us off with first blood. Oilrig, a solid beginning to potentially find 8.
Close on the corner, Walker's going to pop into sight. He's going to pop his gun up as he does so. 2 for the trades, worth of the space. That's going to see Bakizi inspired to have to get himself inside of the action to cancel out. In doing so, the captain is going to retain that numbers advantage. 3 versus 2. Is that ace? Oh, here we go. Steady. We're hunting rabbits this season. The first. Okay. A rare miss from that ace. A rare double miss from that ace. That could be the Pandas in. You don't see him miss twice. Me and Hawk talked about this in the first weekend. Bakizi's going to be doing the dirty work instead, as slightly shook might be that ace stepping back off to the side. Blitz last left alive is going to step out. Pressure. The captain holds his ground.
Bakizi being connected with a bullets from that ace's weapon at the end of the round. So you don't see that ace miss 3 times, especially when his teammate, in celebration of a big 8th round win, is his final target. That's Oilrig now finally pulling away from Pandaric, who kept going back and forth with Oilrig before misstepping a bit in some crucial 1v1, 2v2 final round scenarios, and seeing Oilrig, who did pick this Bay 5, now pull away with a multi-round lead and map points. So Pandaric from behind, see how good they look when fighting with their backs up against a massive brick wall.
Again, some boost tech from Pandaric in the back lines. You can see being used, but you have to feel that only been a certain part of it that's paid off so far. Not only that, but we've been privy to some of the util work from Oilrig, which has been very specifically teched into these boost peaks. So one could say they knew they were coming. It's almost like Oilrig had some inside information or have done their research, you could say, coming into today, because that boost up towards Maze was definitely ready. First shot out of that ace misses, second doesn't, third doesn't, fourth normally would have been good and clean. Instead, it's going to be a delayed kill in the kill feed, but it is there. Blitzer Girl takes out that ace with a nade and one on Crank with a weapon. 2 versus 3 as Oilrig. I mean, what are you meant to do? That ace good for 2 every round. Furlex absolutely on fire. Run away from the site is the correct choice, I believe. Furlex is being held by Blitzer Girl, doesn't manage to get taken out. The bomb has managed to make itself some space towards the B side. Now, who's playing spoiler bet? Because that Alpi on number 5, it is.
Born enemy of Walker and Blitzer Girl clutches. Alpi stuck into forklift right now. Walker will be allowed to plant the bombs. Blitzer Girl holds off that main B entrance. And now Walker peeks as well. Furlex on first contact if Walker does move around the corner. Pakizi actually moves up in front and will play off, or allow Furlex to play off of him, I suppose. Blitzer Girl takes out Pakizi. Furlex gets his revenge. Now Walker makes a mess of those shots. An Alpi from behind times his final entry into a Bay 5 round well, and confirms 3 points for Oilrig in the matchup of the day. What we said cracked. Oilrig made it a bit more one-sided than I think we had hoped.
Just want to pay close attention to the bottom end of Felix's magazine at the back end of that round. Felix had 6 bullets left in the gun, which is why you see him doing silly sausage circles outside of red. He doesn't have the bullets to fight that straight-up fight 1v1 in the ego fight, even with the semi-automatic SKS being the challenge. Honestly, again, the Oilrig squad, they outplayed the clutch at the bottom of the round. Alpi is called to fight the backside whilst the distraction is employed. 9-5. Oilrig take the second map home. A 2-0 victory against Pandaric. Although it was stronger, it was not enough. And your MVP with Furlex, 19 kills, 10 deaths and 4 assists.
And probably... All right, take a look at what Crack's holding again. For those of you who've been here all day, you know the drill at this point. Exclamation point Aorus in Twitch chat to get yourself entered into our massive raffle in partnership with Aorus and AMD Radeon, as that GPU could be yours right there. So do make sure you take full advantage of our partnership with Aorus and AMD Radeon, helping us run the Hunt Premier League as well as several other tournaments through this year's calendars. This is not the only giveaway I'll be doing with this partnership, so do make sure you watch EFT Arena, hosted by Hunt Premier in partnership with Battle State Games, because we got tournaments galore, we got giveaways galore, partnerships galore now as well. So exclamation point Aorus to make the most of our partnership with them and AMD Radeon. Is Cracked might be the best looking model that I have ever seen, and it helps that what you're modeling is a very powerful GPU, but still quite good looking over there too.
Powerful is an understatement. You could say that it would punch a hole through the side of your case just to be slotted in there. It's that powerful, I guess. So, jokes aside, this thing is built different, just like some of the players inside of our HPL Season 5 League. And that's why we've been allowed to be able to empower that performance with an Aorus X AMD product. Okay, so if you want to get your hands on the RX 9070 XT, then folks, exclamation mark Aorus in the chat. We have confirmed T's and C's, folks, okay? 7 p.m. tonight, UK time. It will be closed. Tomorrow, live on broadcast, we will be drawing that winner. And then we'll be continuing our smooth road, sailing on into the sunset at the end of 2025 alongside that partnership with Aorus and AMD. And again, a massive thank you and shout out to Aorus and AMD Radeon for allowing us to partner up with them for the rest of the year. This is going to be an exceptional tournament to close out. We've had exceptional games from the start of today that definitely haven't gone the way that I think I had read them in my mind before coming into this, but that's been the story for the entire season so far. We have one more game to go. We have another best of 2 head-to-head, and it's the Pandas that are going to have to try and fight their way out of sticky mud from match number 1 to be able to try and reclaim some points in match number 2, which, arguably, Bepic, it's now even more important than the one they previously played.
Especially now that they came away with that matchup against Oilrig with 0 points, and Mercenary looked clean today. And their matchup against OFF earlier on today, I mean, it was a pair of 9 threes, and it wasn't particularly convincing either from OFF, as Mercenary did a lot of the talking across Skybridge and Bowl over there. But I do have to point out as well, before we move away from talking about Oilrig, that of course Furlex with 19 frags was massive, but I think Alpi might have posted the best 5-kill map of all time, with 2 of those being 1vx clutches, and then the last one being the final kill of the map to secure it for Oilrig. So shout out Alpi as well. Top frag in the first map, and you know, 5 kills isn't great on the second, but at least he was finding impact.
This is it, and this is what we like to see from any player. Sometimes you can't always take all the kills. I mean, there's 5 players on the enemy team around. It doesn't take a mathematician to work out that 5 is not 7, and therefore you couldn't have somebody at 7 and 0 after the first, or there's no catch-up mechanic, basically, for this. There's no way to cheat your way back into the scoreline of a couple of rounds. However, the impact from a player, regardless of the scoreline, that's how we measure the skill level of our competitors here. It's the reason that we talk about that ace, Furlex, and any other person, for example, that steps up and puts out a star performance, is because it's the impact they have on the match. Yes, Furlex found himself a 4-piece of the 1 point. Bekizi and Furlex found themselves 2 kills together, which is equally as strong as that 4-piece out of 1 member, because they all happen at the same time when it shouldn't. It's that number-defying circumstance that steps up to the front that really stands out as a exceptional play for us.
We do get some nice highlights of Oilrig and Pandaric, which went back and forth from the start before Oilrig did pull away, as it was trading rounds, felt like, back and forth, a lot of clutches, and all the while Spartans and Exaltation, of course, going back and forth as well. They had that 13-11 first map, now 4-2 in favor of the Spartans, who did take that first map in overtime. But Oilrig and Pandaric, we get to experience one more time, and man, that ace was clean.
These are good shots out of Duxus. He's a little unlucky not to get the third in the office there. If he manages to get the first, the second, and the third, the bomb goes down. His transfer is good on both sides. Then you could pretty much call that a good round, a free round for them. But as we see on board here, this one, it just starts to fall apart bit by bit by bit. And as we drop into numbers scenarios favoring Oilrig, the consistency across this head-to-head, Mr. Bepic, is that when it came down to the bottom end of the round, oh my word, we did not get to see that one live on stream. That is a disgusting shot out of the jump there, trying to get up onto the boost that Walker has his head ripped off for. There's the 2-piece out of Furlex we've been talking about. This one here is good.
Blitzergirl was clean as well. A couple of big frags right there, but it was Oilrig that began to pull away at this point, and that ace, human highlight reel, was down by Walker. He did lose a couple of marksman fights to Walker, which I'm sure Walker would have been a lot happier about had they won the map, but a couple of head-to-heads there that did propel Pandaric into some rounds before Oilrig then began to move away. Furlex and Bekizi were instrumental at the start to really set the tone for some rounds, and then that ace, I mean, that was a huge multi-kill to put Pandaric in the dirt officially, it felt like. There's a full team performance from Oilrig, and Pandaric fell flat too often on Skybridge in there at the end of A5.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. It's been some pretty crazy matches so far. So, what we're going to do is we're going to take ourselves, I believe, a 5-minute respite, folks. It's been a great set of matches for the time being, but we need to have 5 minutes to just nip to the bathroom, grab yourself some snacks, some drinks, and those all-important seatbelts, because as scheduled, this one could be a good one too. So don't go too far away from your chairs, because in 5 minutes' time, Pandaric are going to have their second chance going up against the Mercenaries. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you've been for a quick sprint around the houses, then you'll know you find yourself out of breath. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Pandas didn't find themselves in a similar situation going into this next one. Bepic, they have a tall order up against them right now.
Out of the frying pan into the fryer, I think. So I hope they've had a little sprint around to get the blood moving again, because they need something to fire themselves up, not at the start of rounds, but in clutch positions, because they've had so many instances of 2v1s or 1v2s or straight 1v1s that fell in Oilrig's favor there. And when you look at, especially on Bay 5, how close it was until the very end, that's the difference right there, is those clutch moments that typically we have known the Pandaric players to be good in, if not superior in. But here, Oilrig, we're just so much better. Mechanically consistent throughout the first couple of maps. On Skybridge, it showed that 9-1 scoreline, and then moving into Bay 5, Furlex took over. Alpi was still delivering in big moments, but Bakizi took up the fragging power, and Crank doing enough to propel the team forward as that substitute stepping in for today, and that ace was that ace. I don't think you have to say more than that.
Each to their own. I mean, that ace has come out with a performance that's been that ace for the longest time. I mean, it's something that he has been so well known for. It's getting to become not just a consistent factor, but it's almost becoming a reliability. Now, there is a slightly sharp edge to that sword, where you can't rely on it a little bit too much, and it starts to become an issue, but we're not seeing that anywhere near just yet. Anyway, that's a different matchup. This one is set to be equally as important and as close. Now, I did speak of a close match in the HPL Quals. 13-10. These two teams pushed each other to the limit to get into here. All right, they both qualified very high, but we're expecting a similar caliber of game. Mercenary, a squad made up of arguably 5 of the top tier players in the scene. Kyo, Zaki, Luki, Neimanas, and Fox have got to reproduce what Oilrig just did if they're going to be able to continue to stop the Pandaric in their tracks for the top of the table. Not just that, but for both Oilrig, as it just was for them, and Mercenary here now, this result is huge because currently, as we stand, thanks to their 2-0 victory earlier today, Mercenary hold that top spot. Pandaric need to 2-0 now, minimum, to keep up with them and to keep ahead of the curve.
Let's take a peek at the map picks and bans as well to see where we will be fighting out. Very important best of 2 as Mercenary and Oilrig fighting tomorrow, and so this is the last taste of top 3 action that we get today, and it will be on Bowl and Skybridge. Pandaric heading to Bowl, Mercenary to Skybridge, where we saw them look so dominant earlier. It's just a bookended first half is all they gave to OFF. Very dominant 6-2. And then Fort and Bay 5 out of here. And for the performance that we just saw out of Pandaric on Bay 5, maybe that's a good thing for Mercenary to avoid it, because it looked like Pandaric did resurge a little bit after a flatter Skybridge and pull out some spicier plays on Bay 5, but now they have to shift to Bowl and Skybridge again.
Yeah, I really hope that Keo's got himself fully locked in, because if he's got enough time to be able to drop by the Twitch chat to say hello before getting into a very important game like this, then I hope he's able to perform on screen, because that's going to suck if he drops the ball just now. Speaking of sucking, I don't think either of these two teams suck at all on any map with whichever way this one would have gone. However, I do seem to feel like everybody thinks that Iceberg sucks, okay? There was a roundabout chat, don't worry, we were coming full circle, that wasn't just pulled out of the middle of nowhere. No Iceberg to be seen in any big band today. I guess people just don't like the map, and that's going to see us going to Bowl and Skybridge. Now, who is stronger on each of these maps? I don't know. We saw Pandaric go to Skybridge with their choice in their first head-to-head. Now they're being taken there by the Mercenaries. I'm just curious. Really curious. It feels like there's a lot of people working against the Pandas this weekend, especially with all this, well, we know where the nades are going to the boost peaks, and it does kind of feel like the Pandaric squad that 4-0 from the first weekend kind of made themselves public enemy #1 in the background. Now, I don't know where all the generated frustration is coming from, but for whatever reasons, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Pandaric textbook being read again in bowl, or a similar sort of thing on Skybridge where they may have thought that that map might be favoured for them, but instead, other teams have prepared well against what seems to be their strongest map pick. Curious. Makes complete sense to me. If you're a logic man, you would of course prepare the most against the team that hasn't lost the match yet. That would make sense to try and create a strat book against that. So it's interesting how teams have gone about it. Both Mercenaries and, I guess, Oilrig. Skybridge is the way. Oilrig didn't choose Skybridge. Pandaric did, but Mercenaries are now going to sit in a good position because you think about it, Bepik, they've sat and watched that last match, and they've gotten a nice little insight as to what's going on Skybridge there. Now, the pick bans will have been done prior to that match happening, obviously. It didn't happen just now. They aren't going to be able to pick them up because of it. But it does still give them an insight. It does still help them understand how Pandaric's going to play there. And if we're honest, Skybridge was the weaker of the two maps for them in the first head-to-head.
And so at least we're starting on bowl for Pandaric. A chance to maybe make up for some wrongs in that last best of two now with a clean slate against an equally difficult opponent. Mercenary starting off on defense now. That's where we saw them on the back half close out that best of two against only 4 frag. And so Pandaric maybe a chance here didn't get much tape against Mercenary or on Mercenary's defense earlier on, but they want to play attack on bowl. They've been doing it for years now, and so it's posturing around A to start out with and seeing what you get from there.
Yeah, Mercenaries have pushed up to a pretty aggressive hold for the A site, which is where we saw Walker's nade bound for the site long peak box across split, not finding anybody home. Still early setup on bowl, very common in a slightly slower pace. Minimal rounds where teams just slog it at one area of the map with how widespread it is. Fox is going to find the first opening pick onto that of Duxus. Blitz, his shoulder weapon, not quite able to respond as it seems like that peak's probably come through before the smoke has fully plumed out over the curtain. It's twice that Pandaric, I think, have been robbed today on the edge of a smoke just now. Nemonas is going to find one onto Codex. Good trades back. Hippo has Nemo. Luke has Hippo for the time being. Blitz and Zaki duel it out on A plat. That one goes to the favor of Zaki.
Walker won't get a shot at Keo either. That Blitzer girl 1v1 that she just lost watching the flank, I think, is the round that seals, or the fight that seals the fate of Pandaric here. I don't know if I see Walker 1v4ing right here. It's at least 1 frag, so yeah, you take that. But Mercenary will take the more important round here, as their A defense was perfect. The flank was well timed, well executed, and that's a very clean start for Mercenary.
Yeah, there's definitely some interesting juju in the water today. Everything just feels a little bit weird. I can't believe the last time that I've remembered a bowl game where utility has been so sparse. Like, not the case that we've had one round and there's not been much of it. Of course, there's only 3 grenades to have been thrown, but it's not the deciding factor. The guys are fighting with the guns at the moment. It's very rare that the util is actually as impactful as we've seen in previous metas, and I think it's just because of how well performing this P90 is finding itself to be. And look, 6 P90s again brought out onto the field. Duxus, Codex, Hippo, Fox, Keo, and Zaki all on a P90. It's honestly, it's almost comical.
Not surprising. I've seen a good bit of it today, especially. So everyone's just trying to pull out the best weapon for the job, though it's about the wielder. More importantly, so far Mercenary have been better on it. Pandaric just the 2 frags in round 1, but hey, Walker good with some utility still, finding a grenade kill. Fox is taken out, and Fox will have been on the other side of those lineups previously, now catching him in the face.
Yeah, going to be a bit frustrated at that one. Maybe a punch on the desk. If you've watched Walker's YouTube videos, that was nade number 3, so video number 3, nade from B connector to the A site with counter bomb flank. Kyoshima and Nemonas together are going to find themselves a combination of kills. Hippo shuts Nemo down off site. Bomb has been dropped onto the floor in the middle of that A area, but okay, Pandaric do an amazing job of realizing that it's fully safe to collect, actually. It could have been hard to recognize that 2 remaining members were not in close proximity to make that dangerous. Instead, Pandaric just dive on the bomb plant immediately on site. Now they have a really good spot in 3v2. Numbers advantage, Bepic.
Yoshima as well was clutch earlier. 1v3 against OFF. Right now, loses the generator fight to Blitzer Girl. A couple players in his face, and that leaves Zaki all on his lonesome, but he will quickly join the rest of his team in the afterlife. Pandaric send him there and win a round to at least level us up for now.
It's good. This is what the Pandaric squad will be looking to improve upon. It was the one thing that they struggled with the previous match, was closing out good numbers situations. They were having an upset happen just one too many times, I think we could probably put it down to. This time, the pace gets slowed down, and more importantly, they send Blitzkill back up Hippo when he's challenged. Notice that it wasn't Hippo that picks up that kill, it's Blitz that picks the kill up from over his shoulder from the ramp, so they don't leave it down to a 1v1 fight when the numbers are there. They do put someone in place to be able to back each other up.
That is smart against Kiyoshima, but here it is a straight head-on collision. Luki Duxis taking out a couple of players, and it ends up being Pandaric with the player advantage at the end of things. Nimanos, though, trying to move up and look for extra fights as Kiyoshima is a ways away, rotating in from behind, and we'll take a more passive angle going back through spawn here, expecting maybe a move from Pandaric over towards B. Until Mercenary are very much split up, and Nimanos, if A is truly the site of attack for Pandaric, has a lot of work to do.
Yeah, it's a very auspicious cheese that catches Loki caught with his hands in his pockets after such an aggressive push out. Either that or the positioning to go straight through and follow through on the cards whilst healing was interesting. Led to his demise. Maybe he'll be questioning it as much as I am in the review. That one for the future, though. For now, for the present, sees a push out of Nemo, getting instantly punished as Duxis holds his ground and deletes, denying that defense. Onto site, Keo last alive. Blitz putting the pressure down is going to take off just about a third of his health. Good swing out of Keo is going to see him take one look for the transfer up top. He's not heard Blitz drop off, so that might just play into their favor. Good position out of Blitzergill. Big brain play. He's still looking for her up top. Oh, man. Where's she gone?
No answer yet. Kiyoshima's taking his sweet time with this one, but this is the exact position he won his 1v3 earlier. Was on defense, or was on attack at the time, and switching sides, I suppose, makes a big difference. Although, it's the name tags that have made the bigger difference. Duxis signs off on that one, and that's a nice 4-piece for Duxis right there. And that's his first 4 kills of the game, as well as Pandaric jump in front.
Yeah, we talk about impact from players maybe not picking up kills. It's 4 big kills for Duxis, but it's Blitzergill, the Ghost, and the Knight is the one that ends up securing the back part of the round. It's a good combination of the two of them that really does great work. Just slips off the edge of the back med under the sound of the noise and the chaos of the bullets being shot through. And that little play just drains 20 seconds of Keo's clear time. Like, 20 out of 36 seconds, that's a lot of time being burnt on just trying to find one player that slipped out of your grasp. So, good plays all around from Pandaric. Much more consistent and confident out of them than we saw in the first head-to-head. So, focusing on now the match at hand. They've got a round lead. They need to take home a good 1-1, if not 2-0 in this, if their hopes for the top of the table are going to be kept alive.
And movement towards A, but a potential flanker in Kiyoshima could be coming in soon behind Pandaric, as, again, the offline games today, Cracked, have had something going on with them. It's another overtime between Spartans and Exaltation, which is wild, the amount of rounds we are getting off-stream.
I've had many pitches since last weekend for bring back all televised games. I think I might be signing that petition after this weekend. We'll see. Nade out towards Swan Box, does not find a target. It is in the correct area, but the only thing Fox is feeling is a little tickled, and that's close to the curtain. Odix finds Lukey. Nade over the top, in on sight. Fox is good for one. He starts running at the wrong time, though. Fox, Nemo, Walker, and Hippo alone combined together on each side of the match for 2-for-2s.
Ice goes down. Pandaric hold on to a player advantage. But Kiyoshima and Zaki still left standing against the clutch forces of Blitzer Girl, Walker, and Hippo on the other side. Have won a one player advantage situation a time or two, and Hippo will run in, make it a 3v1. And Keo is the known B player for Mercenary. Coming in from behind, Blitzer Girl's watching, trying to cover for Walker, but is taken out herself. And Keo does so without taking too much damage. Will still stim up, head towards Generator. Com should know Hippo was last seen in this area, but chance to backstab, time not on his side. No, that was not happening for Kiyoshima. Easy conversion for Pandaric, and don't look now, but it's 3 in a row for the Pandas.
Hey now, no curses too soon. We'll see.
That's why I said don't look.
Ah, it's true, it's true, it's true. Little do you know I play computer games with my monitor turned off. I've heard it's the new trend these days. That explains why maybe all my shots are going all the way out
Makes
of
a lot
the
more
map most of
sense.
the time. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Speaking fortunately though, these guys are not going to have their monitors turned off. They're all going to be locked in for better results in the game. The Mercenaries find themselves down by 2 rounds for now. But with both grenades in the hands of Nemo, that could change at any moment. You hear one going off in the background over towards the B site. That looks like that one being vaulted towards. Early curtain smoke comes out. And again, the bomb and the Pandas are going to start to make a push towards the ambulance. I want to say push the A site, but with how far back that bomb's hanging, you almost feel like they're looking for a pick on the rotation here, especially, yeah, look at the 2 lurks. Nemo's going to find one onto Codex. Maybe a slight bit distracted as you see Pandaric positioning up for an aggressive flank to try and find this pick.
The boa constrictor position, though, of Mercenary. 2 players watching the flank, and still the A site players find an early kill for Mercenary. And Blitzer Girl will start cutting off a small piece of the boa constrictor. Walker assisting, but he did get one before his demise. 3v2 now, Mercenary, a player advantage in a potential retake position. As Hippo has access to the site, the bomb picked up, but no plant just yet. Still, plenty of time to work with, and the bomb will be tapped. So, Hippo's location known. See if he can get out as Nimanos is watching Hippo's left side. Hippo still peeks it, and we'll find a frag headshot, but that is one of 3 necessary to keep this streak of round wins alive for Pandaric, as Zaki and Kiyoshima again are given a chance to, I suppose, clutch. 2v1's an easy conversion, and they will make it look as such.
3-2. Scoreline goes back the other way by 1. It's another closer round, though. It's like a back and forth at the moment between hop up, curtain, and like the top med into tower lane battle. That the one round it goes in the favor of Pandaric, the one round it goes in the favor of Mercenary. And it's Pandaric again, then they double 2 in a row. An adjustment gets made by Mercenary, and there's nobody there to fight this time. Panda's left a little bit spaced, looking for somebody who's been there quite commonly. That allows for a sneak attack from the Mercenary. Interesting positioning as well. We saw them set up as if Mercenary squad were looking to push aggressively out off the B site on the defense. That didn't work in their favor. In fact, it actually opened up the front side of the attacking squad to get picked before anything really happened. This time around, we see a similar approach but different setup with another one of those boosts being employed.
At least one player noted towards ambulance, though. So a bit of info for Mercenary, though probably not too surprising considering it's bowl. But 3 circling around the medical van, and Walker, one of them. Let's see what kind of lineup he's got for us here, as he's setting up to potentially dislodge a Mercenary defender from their stationary position. Fox has found a frag, however, and Nimanos moving in was just behind that grenade, though Fox not so lucky. Blitzer gets one back with a util kill. Walker dropping a flash in. That'll allow Duxis to move in, but find nothing. Nimanos silences him, and now back and forth the kill feed goes. Painted blue and red, but majority blue. Mercenary. Player advantage again. A 3v2 against Walker and Blitzer Girl is not an easy task, especially when Kiyoshima's lost a good bit of health and then his life. Zaki will at the very least force Blitzer Girl into a 1v2 with her position noted. Let's see what she's got for us.
Up and over the top. Util out. Flash towards headshot. Sight box is not going to move a muscle.
10 seconds.
Has to just try and team fight it. Knows full well that there's going to be 2 tough angles to fight into. 3 on the clock. Lukey steps, and all but spoken for was the round until she fell. And it was fully spoken for the Mercenaries. 3-3, we are tied back up. They made themselves a great position to close that out. And in doing so, it didn't really require too much to be able to capitalize. Love the glasses. Man, this, honestly, I'm going to say it again. And I'm going to keep saying it, and I'm going to be saying it until they do some more stuff. Whoever it is that put the work into the aesthetics from the new Battle Pass, the shirts, the gun paints, the gloves, the masks, that person deserves a raise and a pat on the back. And maybe a couple of shots of vodka. I don't know, whatever you fancy. But there's an exceptional bit of work gone into the new stuff. Big fan. Hippo finds one onto Lukey. That's an early opening kill. The dome splitter, as they say, is a headshot. Registers in the kill feed. Zaki takes out the kill onto Duxus. We saw the grenade trail, and I was almost confused that might have been a grenade going off. Codex, ooh! Whippy, snappy, sharp, comes back. Blitzer girl for 1. Keo takes out Codex. We're going back and forth. Dominoes is the name of the game for the time.
Now what's the call? Walker is bailing out there. The bomb on his back as well. Hippo tucked in now. Playing around B-plats, but Blitzer Girl and Walker will move back towards A, and Mercenary realize this. They'll be a bit behind on the rotations, and it's not an immediate rush in for Pandaric. They take their time. They set up Blitzer Girl, and she finds Fox's life, and will now flank around just to make Kiyoshima's life that much more miserable in a 1v3. Again, it's doable, but not this time. Walker puts a quick end to round number 7, and Pandaric have 4.
Blitzgirl, Hippo, Walker, all doing a relatively even job on the scoreboard. Same can be said for that of Codex and Deduxis. It's a team performance on both sides of the map so far, actually, as we see a relatively fair spread in the kill feed and across the scoreboard. A little bit of conversation in spawns, a couple of members of the Pandas looking at each other, just trying to make sure that we're fully aware of the textbook for the next round. You can still see confidence and execution. Here we go. The 8th wonder of the world. Walker gameplay. Grenade out. Aggressive push out. Zaki puts him well ahead of the nade towards Apex, though.
Off the back of that, silence across bowl. Pandaric not finding anything with their opening foray of utility. And now set up, trying to see if Mercenary get aggressive. Still playing 2 over towards B. Zaki and Kiyoshima working in tandem. We'll see if they do want to activate deeper into the map, or if they're just waiting to see if Pandaric rotate back in. Hippo, he's in some lineups of his own here. Trying to set up this A play for Pandaric, and Fox has been spotted. We'll have traded glances with Codex, so information in. As the flash will propel Codex and Fox into a fight against each other, which is handily won in favor of Pandaric. So Zaki and Kyo have no choice but to activate. Girl's watching the flank now, and this is coming up. All Pandaric will line up Kyo and Zaki, and all but give Pandaric their 5th round win in half one a bowl.
This is absolutely the way they want to finish off the first half of the second head-to-head. A great finish out of Duxis, holding the close angle. Sees the Pandaric squad 5-3 in the first half here on bowl. The attacking side now lies in the hands of the Mercenary. What can they do to turn this one back around?
Well, hopefully pull into the same bag of tricks they had against Only for Frag earlier, as that was an attacking side that I believe was a 6-2. So they looked quite strong, controlling the pace, and not being afraid to pivot to B either. I think the majority of their hits on the attacking side came from the B site. So Blitzer Girl, if she still maintains that same B position as she's been known to do, better be ready. As it looks like that will be the case now, as the map pops up for a second. Blitzer is posturing towards that B site. Let's see where Mercenary go first, as they are sitting in spawn for the moments, having a nice long chat, and we'll take a second to really get into that second half of bowl.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we decided we'd need to just put a little bit more anticipation on it for you folks. We can't just throw you straight into the second half of the first game of a tight match without us yapping a little bit in between. So bear with us, folks. Apologies for the delay. Thank you for the patience. We will get us back into the game as soon as possible. And with that remake in check, we can talk about the first half of execution. Numbers have been more consistent this time. Law of averages definitely playing its part in which way the round should go. I can't decide whether Pandaric definitely have woken up more from the first match and they feel more comfortable playing against Mercenary here, or whether it feels like this was just an even match anyway, and the, I guess, anomaly was that Oilrig match there, because this is the Pandaric squad that we've seen every other match, I guess, performance-wise, comparative to score-wise. This feels close contested, this feels consistent, and this is the gameplay I'm thoroughly locked in for. I mean, I really am locked into this one. Like, my eyes are glued to different decisions that people are making, because it's very back and forth at the moment. It's not a round for round for round. It's a little bit more ebb and flowy than that, which these kind of matches, they slide into the 9-6 territory, not the 9-7. And it's normally like a 6-6 tied match. Whoever gets that 7th round, they then kind of skate away with it a little bit. So I'm just watching that tempo. If we get to 6-6, I think it's going to be decided there. I think if somebody gets to 6 without the team matching up to it, I think that team will probably walk away with it as well. I think 6th round, the first to the 6th round gives himself an advantage, and unless it is tied the next round afterwards, I think that team will be the one that takes it home on bowl. Short of, I guess, drastic upset.
You never know with these two teams. You never know with anyone at the top of HPL, in all honesty. But it seems like Oilrig was onto something in banning Bowl in their matchup earlier against Pandaric. That was their choice of map to yank out of the map pool. And I think Pandaric look quite strong on it at the moment. Their attacking ideas are formulated well. They're winning the fights around Generator. Walker's utility is as strong as ever. And I mean, they even prepared for the possibility of Kyo and Zaki's flanked extremely well. We saw Blitzer Girl, I think, lose that opening fight. It was to Zaki in round 1. And after that, they watched the flank perfectly. I don't think Kyo or Zaki were much of a factor moving from the B site, trying to cut off A plays for Pandaric. And so that sort of adjustment as well, being prepared for those backstabs, it was massive for Pandaric. Gave them a huge advantage.
Yeah, absolutely, would have to agree. Just interested to see which way this one goes after the restart. We're going to be having both teams loaded back in to the second half of the game at the 5-3 scoreline, and we're going to be able to close this one out with our first of 2 results to decide the final head-to-head match of the day. In the meanwhile, all we have been delivered on the far right-hand side of our screens has been surprises all day long, literally all day long, from overtime to overtime to overtime, and we're not even exaggerating at this point in time. Literally, we've had so many insane off-screen results that I can't believe we've not gotten to see them. Honestly, it's the most fair comment I can make to that one. It's been a crazy ride. The Spartans and Exaltation have been to Rome and back. I don't know. They've really been around the houses with their matches for sure.
I mean, 3 overtimes out of 4 maps played off stream, and it does look like that Exaltation did end up winning 11-8 on that second map. So they split with the Spartans there, and that's a big result, honestly, for both of them. That was a big chance for Spartans after winning that first marathon of an overtime to get 3 points, to maybe jump into touching distance of the top 3. I don't have the exact math in my head, but for Exaltation, it became then salvaging a point out of that best of 2 to stay alive in the race for 4th place, which is still very much on. And this might be the tightest 4th place race we've seen in HPL in a long time.
I mean, it depends on how you look at it, doesn't it? It's a 4th place race, a 3rd place race, a 2nd place race. I mean, at this point in time, it's each of these teams are all fighting for those spots up and down that top 3 to 7. I'm just wondering whether teams are looking at it from a perspective of racing for a spot or speed running the way to a lower one, because there's definitely been a couple of teams this season that have not had the favourable side of the edge of the sword, shall we say. I mean, we've seen from surprises to somebody just getting the rough end of the stick. I think in maybe 75 to 80% of the matches that we've watched in, well, we would say this team is favored. That's good. We like competition that's not so evenly laid out on the paper. We don't want to turn up to every match and have the top dog knocking down the underdog. That would be real drab. That would not be cinema. And I'm always here for cinema. That being said, it has been a drastic amount of cinema to the point where I don't even think we're in the action category anymore. I think we're in a horror scene and definitely a little bit of a drama at times with some of the matches going on. So I'm sat here scratching my head and scratching under my chin. And although I do the under my chin quite a lot, the scratching on my head can't really be happening too much because we've already worn through all the hair there. We'll be going through the bald head at this rate. So I need to stop scratching and start figuring out what's going on. Jokes being thrown left and right. It's not going to be the only thing I'll be slinging this week. It'll be bullets trying to bash my way through the battle pass. Have you had a chance to check out any of the new stuff? Have you seen any of the new cosmetics? Because it's pretty good. Not gonna lie. It's pretty good.
The players have been showing off a lot of the cosmetics today, which has been a real treat. Them showing it off right on stream, a great advertisement for the new battle pass. Which big fan of the stuff that changes the in-game play, not included in the competitive HPL matches, but the cosmetics have certainly made up for that fact.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've allowed them to put the majority of the cool-looking stuff on the characters today. We're not down for a set of IEMs that are going to be worn under any helmet and potentially overpower the Enforcer class. No, nor any of these go-go gadget go-go boots. I know there's currently an ability to bounce and bounce and bounce consecutively, and you can like get to the point where you eject yourself out to space without the support of a rocket. But short of those bits and bobs, it's been pretty good. Honestly, it has been pretty good. All in all being said, we've got new gun, which is pretty cool too. I've had a lot of people raving about that, and the Champion's Helm, which again, we're not allowing them into the scene because they would be unbalancing the way of things. That being said, we've tried to give everybody the ability to colour, paint, and dress themselves up as drippy as they can. But with that being said, we're back into it. Thank you for your patience, folks, and we shall resume the second half of the game. Pandaric versus Mercenary. On ball, 5-3 the scoreline for the Pandas.
And look at Walker run already at B plats and potentially going further if he decides to. Loki's in charge of watching over any potential flanking positions coming from B. The rest of Mercenary set up for an A hit with Fox up top, potentially the front line for Mercenary. Would have to get through Codex now. Getting close to hiding in the smoke, but playing right on sight as Fox will take that. A little bit of contact with Hippos, an invitation to move in, but Loki's caught Walker. That's a big fight win for Mercenary now as they look to pivot towards B, potentially. Looks like everyone was running for a moment, but they do reset their A spots, and it seems as though they are still making that decision.
Patience out of the Pandas as well, still sees Blitzer Girl over towards that B site. Just holding. He actually recognized that a little bit of a rotation out of Duxus is the longer something doesn't happen towards that A site, the more the Pandaric squad starts to question, is it a B? Are we seeing smoke and mirrors? Are they sneaking? Duxus rotating off. That smoke going out to headshot is immediately going to call him back, and he does. Codex is going to be more than aware and wise to the ruse. Blitz finds one. Keo nades Duxus coming back onto the rotation. Fox is into Jen. Codex needs to find him. Good shots out of Codex. Incoming curtain. Codex needs to make time and space for Blitzergirl to turn up here. Some good positioning out of Codex. He's really going to give Pandaric a chance in this. He's going to find Neemanas. Codex. Is he the chef? 1, 2, 3, and it's not going to go the favor of Pandaric. Great work on site from Kiyoshima. 5-4, epic. Nail biting.
It's close, despite the pushing and pulling that Mercenary inflicted upon Pandaric's rotations there. Pandaric gave it a go, but ultimately fell apart on the A site. Mercenary pushed through, and Kiyoshima, you talk about items unbalancing the competitive scene. What are we going to do something about Kiyoshima, Cracked? Because he has always been an element in HPL and ACS as well, and any tournament he plays in that seems to unbalance things. Big 3K right there.
Spot on. A little bit of metal audio, bit of telegraph on the position out of Mercenary. You see Fox walk up and jump off to the side there just to maybe bait out a grenade from the Pandaric squad. Ducks just dropping the curtain smoke off. very, very patient. Got a Mercenary. Nade from Keo. Late timing. It's not even. It's going to be one of the smokes towards the back. Hippo finds a ridiculously dirty pixel. I didn't even see that on screen. My eyes are normally pretty good for that stuff. What was that?
Hippo stepping up. Substitute today, but not looking like it. Big opener there. And a 5v4 for Pandaric. It's a nice spot to be in. Around an A site that they are trying to lock completely down. But Fox moving generator. Let's contest against Hippo here, who, in the shadow of the smoke, moved around and did take a little bit of a lick, but nothing more than just a scratch. And that might be all, as Mercenary move away. Back towards B, but they're not going immediately for site, taking control of cargo. And pushing a bit deeper. And so Blitzer Girl will be an important factor now, as Zaki's found a double kill. Luki chimes in as well, and it's Blitzer Girl and Hippo left standing. Hippo from behind, Blitzer on sight. She can deny a plant, but can't get through Fox. And so the bomb goes down, and Hippo is all alone.
Yeah, if ever was now the time for the hero run. You've got to hear the song of the Hippo. He's got himself two. Alone tuck position from Keo is going to take the right hand from him. He tucks again. He's tucked so far that you could even be forgiven for not seeing him. Hippo does spot the pixel of the helmet in the bottom. 24 left on the clock. 9 rounds left in this magazine. The ammo's his toughest enemy here. Zaki's going to back off. He's gone far enough for space for Hippo to challenge top apps. Fox is going to kite away. Off onto site. Hippo goes round. If he gets his kill, he's got space, but he does not do it. The bullets end up betraying him. And Fox is going to close him out, but you've got to give Hippo his due there, Bepic. Hippo feels like he's cooking at the moment.
3 kills in a round that Pandaric could have used to keep a multi-round lead over Mercenary, who have found a way to claw back the deficit that they fell into at the end of half number 1. Their attacking side is looking strong at the moment, hitting both sites and playing with the heads of Pandaric at times, it feels like. But Blitzer Girl and Walker both setting up around B. Let's see if they try to get tricky with anything right now, as Walker is always lining something up. As smoke into A will set up a quick hit from Mercenary. Fox, a sharp tip of the spear, but Hippo, a wall that the spear runs straight into. 2 big kills for Hippo there, 3 rather, as he is the sole factor in Mercenary's slow encircling of a site. The bomb does go down, and in a 2v3, this is still doable for Mercenary, but Hippo continues to be on one.
ETG being popped by Kiyoshima before he starts to make any aggressive plays, just to help top up any chip damage that might come his way. And he just doesn't fancy it, gets up again off top at top med position. Try and leverage a kill. It's instead going to be that for Lucky, who finds one. Blitz to respond. Keo takes out Blitz. The trades are back and forth, but Walker is holding on tight with the bomb there. 6 seconds. And that is going to be all she wrote. Time bleeds out, and the Mercenaries attacking round goes onto the scoreboard for them.
Let Walker live there at the end. The embarrassment of losing the time, I suppose, enough. And that's 3 in a row for Mercenary. Down 5-3 at the end of half number 1, and they have not looked back since switching sides, as this was the Pandaric map pick. And on defense, they have not been able to hold back a barrage of Mercenary attacks, and it doesn't matter which site. Mercenary looking strong on both. There was a rush through a curtain smoke that they just sprinted straight through. Didn't allow the utility of Pandaric any sort of opportunity to have impact. And now again, a bit of pace there from Zaki, moving all the way up to generator, but not taking a fight just yet.
Can't speak of the composure for the first head-to-head. You can tell that Walker is definitely locked into this second one here. He's not even willing to join in the antics at the end of the round. He's going to hide his KD and his model away from that. Kiyoshima, who pulls out the melee. The first kill going in the favor of Pandaric. Again, it's Zaki going down. Got that one skill on her assault. Left, right,
Oh.
she dances, but Luki's going to be the one with the quicker dance moves.
And once more, is going into the defender's spawn. Lost my spot on the map there for a moment, and we'll be silenced as Fox chimes in as well. Another kill for Mercenary. And Pandaric are being run down upon, but Duxus has an answer. Nemenos is low on health, but has managed to drop from heaven on B. And a little surprise factor. Goes a long way right now for Nemo. Smoke on his right. Move into it. Pick up the bomb. And no one will peek around to challenge Nemo. That smoke will fade eventually, though, so Nemo's play has a timer on it, and his teammate's life did as well. Hippo makes it a 2v1. Pandaric should be winning this. No HP to work with, and Hippo will get the last couple of kills, sitting at 9 since the reset. A big reason why these rounds have been so close, and why Pandaric has just leveled us up again.
Now, if you're in your games that you were playing on the evening, you'd be maybe tapping on the desk a little bit like, oh, we're in overtime, but nope. Game's over here, go to 9. 3 more rounds to dice it out, but what I do remember talking about, Mr. Bepic, is a certain point in this match where we were 6-6.
You did.
Now, who's going to take that all-important 7th? Go on, spitball for me.
Oh, I have no idea. I'm not even confident in throwing down a prediction. These two have adjusted to each other. They've played against each other so much that the all-important 7th round is anybody's at the moment. As Pandaric have Hippo, looking very strong at the moment, but outside of Hippo, Mercenary have, I think, had the next best maybe 5 players, though. Nemenos, no frag since the reset, but Mercenary with 3 rounds to their name since the turn of the half. And now Luki is posted up to make sure Pandaric aren't allowed any B-site shenanigans with Blitzer Girl moving out, but she is stuck to the ground, it seems like. Nails in the shoes, but Pandaric are still well set up to hold Mercenary back from A. And Cracked, if you want, you can predict, but I'll refrain.
Sensible man now, can't get him to bite, not just yet. We'll have to work with him a little bit longer, break some more of that ice, and maybe we'll get him guessing. We'll see, we'll see. Soon into the future, though, we will get to find out the result. Regardless of any of our predictions here in the booth, the players are going to play it out on the pitch, and we're going to get to watch the Symphony. Swinging sounds strong as Hippo, actually, on the left side of Jen. I did fear his second frag might fall into the hands of Fox, and it does, but not before he's traded 1 for 1. So good work out of Panda's generator player. Is going to take at least a member down with him. Now in the back lines, Luki finds Blitzer Girl, and we know full well that's going to open up the rotation to the B site. This time, though, Pandaric pushes off the A site quickly to try and take it back. 1 down goes Kiyoshima, but I don't know if anybody else has got their eyes on the map, but look at where Fox is hiding up on top. Made for 2.
I don't know. I'm on Mercenary's side, but Fox still ends up winning the fight regardless. And there might have been time for a plant, might not have been. There's no need to find out. Fox posts a 4K to jump up to the top of the leaderboard. It's a big time to have an impact round as Mercenary get that all-important 7th.
Now, can Pandaric do the impossible? They need the one chance to slip out of this alive is a momentum swing. They need a humongous round here, something, a catalyzer, an instigator, just a little bit of something crazy to reinvigorate a big swing to a 9-7. Otherwise, I think the Mercenaries are going to stack not 1 but 2 rounds together here quite comfortably and slide on into game number 2. 1:35 on the clock, and good discipline out of both sides with an even map split, actually, which is very curious to me. Now, this is really important. 2v2 on the left-hand side of the map now. I know the bomb's not here, Bepic, but if this goes in the favor of Mercenary, this round is very doomed because that's an open flank. And on Bowl, your backside and your front side is a literal 180, where some maps are a little bit more horizontally orientated.
Back off, Mercenary do, so Pandaric could take space if they so choose. Have not been the aggressive B-site bunch that we've seen in matchups previous, giving Mercenary due respect, but Kiyoshima still does hang around and is looking to take a fight actually with Blitzer Girl, and that look ends up turning into him staring straight at the dirt on the ground. Blitzer Girl will force Keo to spectate the rest of this round. First blood for Pandaric, but play now moves towards A, and Hippo, playing around Generator, is going to be instrumental in this defense.
Notice that Blitzergirl hasn't moved off positioning either, as well as the fact that that was not Lukey, who has played this position on split and an aggressive push through B flat multiple rounds in a row. The question is his timing. Here he goes, round split, Lukey for one onto Duxis, and that member that slipped through the tracks is going to create enough distraction that the full site is claimed. The front side activates alongside the back half, and Mercenaries, well, they are merciless when it comes to taking site with that pincer move. One in from the backside, three striking from the front like a trident pronged attack, and it's merely just a distraction. The fact he gets a kill with it from the backside is just catastrophic.
And I was right there with Pandaric. I had no idea Luki had taken that much space and penetrated the back lines of the Pandas. And Walker in a 1v3. Let's see what he can do, as we've seen crazier when it comes to HPL and big names making big plays, but it seems too tall an order even for Walker. Oh, hello there on the ground. Fox, prone, has been taken out. And Nimanos up there on Med Plat, but time is not on Walker's side. He needs to get a kill and about 10 more seconds of game time if Pandaric are to win that 1v3. Mercenary find map point. What a run since dropping half number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been a much better half from the second half from Mercenaries, but you could say that even if we end up at an 8-8 scoreline, it's an equal half from both teams. They've definitely been a lot more evenly matched here than what we saw between Oilrig and Pandaric. 2 match points. They have 2 chances to put this one in the bag. You've got to see... Ooh, Pandaric look unsettled, Bepic. Walker not sure which way to go out of spawn. A little bit of shook.
Does bear a lot of significance, so I can understand a bit of hesitation. As Mercenary show none, move straight into A, find a pair of opening kills, and this might be it. Nimanos could stab Walker in the back, and Walker's not quite ready for it, despite the history between those two. Nimanos outplays Walker there. Kiyoshima chimes in as well, and Pandaric be going out with a bit of a whimper. Duxis gets one, but that's hardly a consolation prize when Mercenary gets bowl. The map pick of Pandaric here. And that'll be at least a point in the bag for Mercenary as we'll move to Skybridge next.
And that just about does exactly what the Mercenary squad needs for them to get themselves a secured top spot on the table going into the final day. This one secures a minimum of 1 point in this match. Also stops the Pandaric squad from being able to claim the 3 points they would have needed to overtake the Mercenary squad. 9-6 the first match goes to the Mercenary squad on ball. We'll be back after this for the second.
And thank you to Mr. Model Wisdom for holding up that AMD Radeon GPU. What we're giving away to anyone that wants to enter and potentially win a very high-powered graphics card, as we are partnering with Aorus and AMD Radeon. Exclamation point Aorus in Twitch chats to give yourself a shot at winning that thing right there. Tomorrow we'll draw it live on stream. So you'll be announced to a crowd of hundreds, if not thousands, of people looking to potentially win that GPU for themselves. It is high quality, the RX 9070. Upgrade your setup. Of course, oh wait, the giveaway has just ended as well. So that was a minute ago that 7 p.m. UK time hit. So I think entries might have been closed. If you missed out, then that's why you don't tune in for the final map of the day on stream. You got to be here earlier.
Yep, well, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Without any further ado, bonk. There goes your chances, okay? If you didn't get your tickets in, if you haven't been collecting them since the first day of Pinnacle tournament, then you've missed out on a lot of really good competitive gameplay for one. You've also maybe missed out on your chance to get your hands on the graphics card, but we don't get to draw it just yet, all right? So we're going to keep you in anticipation for just a little longer, just like that extensive partnership with Aorus and AMD Radeon. We're going to keep you guys in anticipation just a moment extra, all right? Tomorrow's action will conclude the finals for HPL Season 5, and we will be drawing that prize live for you folks there. We have concluded our first half of the final head-to-head of the day, where we do see the Mercenary squad up by 1. Now, in the background, confirmation of the Spartans versus Exaltation game, which ended in a draw. The second match ended 11-8 in favor of Exaltation. So the Spartans taking the first in overtime 13-11, and then the Exaltation squad taking the second in overtime 11-8 sees them drawing 1 apiece on the day.
2 points now between 4th place and 7th place at the moment, and there is still Exaltation and Arctic to play at the end of the day off stream, which we will keep you posted on thanks to our updated offline match score bug that pops up during gameplay of our streamed match. So you can stay tuned for those results as they come in, while we get to watch map 2 of Pandaric versus Mercenary. Bull did not disappoint, but it was a late run from Mercenary that turned the tides of map number 1 from down 5-3 to winning 9-6. That was a huge tear up of an attacking half out of Mercenary.
Yeah, I mean, probably the Spartans and the Exaltation squad a little bit frustrated. They went into double overtime because they missed their chance to be able to get in on the giveaway from doing so.
Well, true.
I guess you can't win all the prizes. Say, fighting for some of the best money inside of the scene and 10,000 euros prize pool. I think they're probably okay to slide on this one. Maybe even be able to afford to buy one of their own after placing, depending on how well they do. But that being said, we do still have another map's worth of entertainment for the folks at home. Epic. We've got to decide a victor, and I think, but I fear, that we might already know what the answer to that one's going to be. But we get to see it play out in front of our eyes. So instead, let's have a look at the highlights from the previous game to give the viewers a little bit more evidence to think on, and then we'll have a look forwards towards the final map of the day.
Yeah, one last visitation to Bowl before we head towards Skybridge to close things out. As is a strong back and forth to begin with, and Pandaric looked quite good on their attacking side, but just couldn't find answers for Mercenary's attack towards the end of that map. And so if we do get highlights up and running, we'll get to relive the highs and lows of Pandaric's map. And for Mercenary, I mean, started a little bit low, but they went back and forth enough to give themselves a chance in half number 1. And so we'll see that now.
A lot of people being ungrateful receivers of back shots today, I think, has been the very much theme of this one. We see a lot of people getting caught with their back turned, mostly to that man there. It's an interesting one that we see Zaki going down early, or his counterpart in that of Lukey, who the two of them today were very lucrative in how they were moving about the map and being able to open up space. Keo started strong before we restarted. You remember he had a nice 3-piece on that one there, which opened up the kill feed for a 3-0 scoreline in the first round. We see him taking a couple of early dives following that. And it goes to 3-3.
What's held kind of a non-factor as Pandaric found answers to his flanks, which was good adjustment from Pandaric, but still Mercenary found a way to jump up to 3-3 before Pandaric had to pull away. Looks girl a big part of that. She had, I believe, 9 kills before the reset. I didn't quite log how many she had after the fact, but Mercenary went on that run, so kind of put to bed any conversations about the kill numbers of Pandaric, as it became all Mercenary, despite one little clap back from the Pandas.
Yeah, I mean, Hippo had himself a really good round after the restart. We had a couple of strong performances out of Hippo back-to-back that boosted the scoreline and made the kill-to-death ratio look really good. That one there to close out one of the rounds for Hippo, and it did feel like it was just kind of a little bit distracted. I mean, you see Walker taking out Fox prone here over on the side. The round before, Fox gets better, and Walker has left last in a 1v3. Now Walker's walking out onto site to try and claim final kill, but Nemo is still playing that angle up on top med. We saw a lot of those angles as well being used out of the Mercenary squad, where they were playing very, what's the word? Double negative. You're not just behind an angle, but you're playing out of the peak as well, so you don't give a free kill by over peaking when you're really supposed to be playing objective control. And there's a lot can be spoken of that as discipline, pressure, just being able to handle yourself in the 1v whatever the numbers are. Well played from the Mercenaries in map 1. We get to give the Pandaric squad a chance to better the 9-6 scoreline, but they still have to think forward for tomorrow with a little bit more dismay, I think, than what they were hoping for coming into today's matches.
Yeah, tomorrow will be a big deal, especially if Pandaric can't manage to grab a point away from Mercenary on Skybridge, which we've seen both these teams play Skybridge already today. And Mercenary, against only for Frag, they looked incredible. 9-3, it was dominant. They had a lot of rounds where there were 4 or 5 players left standing when they would win. And then when OFF would win, it would be a 1v1 or a narrow 2v1 win for them. And so when you look and compare that to the Skybridge performance of Pandaric, which, granted, is against an Oilrig team that looked phenomenal in their best of 2, and after that overtime they went to against Arctic to start the day off, just went on a complete tear. Then it's better competition, but still, when you're picking Skybridge into Oilrig, you expect more than it was a 9-1 final. Wow, I almost didn't believe my notes there for a second. 9-1 final on Skybridge between Oilrig and Pandaric. They have a lot of shaping up to do. The Pandas do.
Just seen an interesting question in the chat, and actually we're trying our very best to keep engaged with you guys as much as we can throughout this tournament. We want to keep you guys feeling like we're involving as much of your opinion in the entirety of the competitive scene as we can. So there's a question in there that says, is there a site to see the loadout / the presets of the players? Now, Arcade 81 there isn't. However, I know that myself and many people within this arena competitive scene do stream individually on a multitude of days, and normally each and other players will talk about builds and go through how to build them up through those streams. So if you're interested, maybe check out some of the names of the players you see on screen, see if they stream on Twitch. Maybe you'll be able to get some of that information that way around.
Support the community. That's all contributing. The players contributing, production, admins of Hunt Premier, viewers contributing as well. Of course, our partnerships with Battlestate Games, with Aorus and AMD Radeon as well. A lot of partnerships, a lot of bonds within the arena and EFT community in general to help put great shows like this on. And we are being treated to one final map in what has been a great showing of HPL EU Day 4, as Hippo has gone down first here for Pandaric, but Mercenary in a 5v4 still can't feel comfortable as they have to penetrate the site. Zaki's moving in, dodging bullets, and still trying to find a way to have impact.
Yeah, Zaki trying to do his best Neo from the Matrix impression in here, doing the dip, duck, dodge, duck, and dive. It's going to delve his way through into site space to be able to put the bomb down now with members pushing in for pressure. Luki's going to be the one that picks up the kill onto Blitz and go through the smoke. Duxis goes down to Nemanaz through smoke too. And it just feels like it's not quite the Pandas' day. 3 members down. Fox is going to find the 4th onto Codex, and Walker, he should know that by the time he's last left alive in a 1v5, alive is one thing that's not going to last all that long.
Oh dear, this is already showing signs of a similar Skybridge to what we watched earlier when it was Pandaric versus Oilrig. And I'll give the Pandas the benefit of the doubt, as this is a different matchup, and that is just one round of a sample size. But Mercenary looked very strong right there, even cutting off the flanking players of the Pandaric back lines, and despite finding first blood and then slowing down after that, Mercenary looked cool, calm, and composed. They were ready to go into that A site hit, dodging smoke spray, finding kills through the smokes that were set up as well, and now advancing deep into VIP, as Mercenary do lose Fox, but it is an answer back from Keo. As from VIP will take the life of Codex before losing his, and that's great for the Pandas. They got a 2-player advantage.
Yeah, one can't help but wonder whether Walker spent a little bit too much time on Jurassic World Evo 3 this week. They're distracted a little bit from the competitive play, but the only dinosaur in the room inside of this one is the strength of the demon that he's having to fight on the opposite team. First the Oilrig squad, now Mercenary. You couldn't think of a more hellish way to start your tournament endeavors and finals weekend. What a schedule. One feels for the Pandas, but Walker's not quite ready to give up just yet. Poor swipe, and the claw strikes from sight, and he is going to get one back. The Pandaric squad looking good in round number 2.
Much better. Zaki was left to pick up the pieces. Has the bomb at least, but is he ready for Blitzer Girl? In a very powerful position as she had crept up, but overplayed her hand, though. A jump shot will clear out that corner. Zaki's ready for Blitzer Girl, turns back for Hippo, and the ideas were there for a potential 1v4, but Pandaric win their fight eventually, and Hippo gets them over the line for their first round win.
One apiece. And again, I find myself searching the teams for something to talk to as a strength for either team, and I find myself constantly coming up with a reason as to why somebody on the other team might have a different way to say against the argument and the logic that I'm about to put down on the table, because these guys are so evenly matched. It does just feel a little bit like we're going to completely and utterly not see that one, Kia. Don't worry. You've got a second one for that reason. First time's the charm, second time's the glory. He doesn't find a kill either side, though. Fox goes down. And we're rattling bullets across the courtyard towards the B site.
A little bit of a pepper will spice up this round a tad. Blitzer Girl, making it even spicier now, is Mercenary. I've just lost players in the blink of an eye. It's just Kiyoshima. And the bomb is down. There are 5 pandas ready to pounce. This is a near impossible situation, even for Kyo. And we'll see him have a go at it. But wow, Pandaric did not give up an inch moving towards B. As they had numbers, they won their fights, and downrange, Mercenary didn't even take much health away from Pandaric. That was a dominant round 3.
Yeah, I think you're right. Mercenary starting to look like a finest James Bond martini, shaken, not stirred, as the Pandaric team puts themselves 2 solid rounds back-to-back together with good, confident numbers advantages and a clean closeout. I'm sorry, did we step into a different game?
Well, you all know the first round doesn't actually matter. It's about the rest of the map. First round, just a warm-up, a taste test, an appetizer, and it has certainly spoiled the meal of Mercenary. Pandaric on a small run at the moment, but it's all about how you finish. We saw that on Bowl. 5-3 first half win for the Pandas turned quickly into a 9-6 final. Saw Mercenary claim at least 1 point in their final match of day 4, but Codex will take out Luki lickety split. Kiyoshima has a rebuttal. We'll trade out his teammate for the life of Codex, and now Hippo moving in, takes out Kyo from behind. That was zacking across by KFC. A bunch of trades to open us up around the A site as Pandas are starting to lose their numbers.
That's it, as the opening action pops out. The canapes of flavors touches the palate. We see 2 per side falling over for each squad. Duels from Fox and Duxis. There's 2 younger members from each of the squad trying to battle it out. Back and forth through that gap near Sandwich. The device is down on site quickly and aggressively, reducing the timer from the round down to 40. Ever so quick. Nemo's going to find Walker as that smoke disperses at a rather unfortunate timing. We get to see a war crime committed as Blitzerko gets folded live on screen. Meanwhile, Dux is left last alive. He is looking like he is one of the ducks in Duck Duck Goose, because he's definitely bound for doom. Down he goes. Mercenaries, 2-2, they're going to pull that one back. And it feels like we are flip-flopping between different versions of the game. This one, we're not having close rounds, Mr. Bepic. It's either a dominant Mercenaries round or it's a dominant Pandaric round. Very, very hot and cold.
Hey, as long as the map is back and forth, I'm all right with if the rounds are dominant. Says a 2-2 is a good start again. Let's see where Mercenary now go with the bomb, as it's another push towards A. And Hippo, that VIP defender, trying to move in, take the head off of Fox. Has some supporting utility, but Fox will be able to play off of it as Hippo turns back quickly, takes the head off of Fox, sets his sights on Nemo, and then Lukey. Only got 2 of the 3, but it was pretty darn good. 3v3 now.
Yeah, Hippo humbles too. Mercenary pull 2 back of their own. Hippo being shut down as part of that action to level us to a 3 versus 3. Blitzergill, Duxus, Walker up against Saki, Kyo, and Luki. 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock. Now reviews to 50. Bomb plant is quick. Grenade towards site does not deter that plant or pick Zaki up on the way out.
Is ready for Zaki. He's been pro himself a time or two and off angles like that. Ready for that position, and Kiyoshima will start off his 1v3 campaign in pretty nice fashion. Walker will tap the bomb, see if he can bait Kiyoshima back into a peek, and is completely successful in execution of that idea. Pandaric will jump back out in front off the back of some nice plays from Walker.
Yeah, I felt a little bit there for Kyo, as we saw Duxus had taken the first bullet that actually hit him square in the face. I saw ricochet straight off the top. I believe that is... I can't see through the cross there. I was going to gamble, but I feel like we've got a ULAC on. It wouldn't surprise me if it's a ULAC. That helmet is the ricochet king when it comes to knocking bullets. It shouldn't. So definitely one rung off the dome as Duxus tanks one on the initial spray. He does go down to the secondary swing, and it doesn't matter overall. But brother, we're at another tied scoreline, offline game coming in with the report of Arctic Esports versus Exaltation, tied up at 7-7.
I mean, you had to expect another overtime between those two. Arctic went to overtime with Oilrig earlier, and Exaltation couldn't stay out of overtime in their matchup against Spartans in the middle of the day. So I would be surprised to see a quadruple, maybe a quintuple OT in one of the two maps between Arctic and Exaltation, as they are starting off close on map 1, which for those keeping track is Fort there. And yeah, we'll see if that does end up going to OT. It's still not confirmed, but with the way this day has gone, you kind of have a feeling it will.
I wouldn't be surprised if this one took us to a similar place as well.
Hello.
It's starting to feel like it's got some OT jitters. And Hello is right. Hello from the other side, maybe, as both of them get sent there. You an Adele fan, Bepik?
As much as the next guy.
What's that supposed to mean?
I could take her or leave her.
We just can't get him, chat. Vepic's too smart. We can't get him with anything cryptic. Speaking of cryptic, getting onto site is going to be pretty decipherable if Duxus can recognize that that's not going to be the member that he needs to be looking for. Oh, you just feel like every time either of these teams reaches into the negative numbers scenario, they're going to make something exceptional happen, but the law of averages does not lie. The numbers come through, we're back to a 3-3 scoreline.
I'm a neutral spectator, cracked. Whether it's singers popular 10 years ago or Pandaric and Mercenary, I'm just here to watch a back and forth. And right now, we are being delivered just that, as both teams have held leads at one point or another so far on Skybridge. But Mercenary finding an answer to get back even with the Pandas. And again, we'll set up a round A. It's a game of adjustments right now. VIP control hasn't been too massive so far, but we have seen a lot of trades happening in that direction here. Fox has space, sees Codex jump. It's a brave man, that Codex. Will not lose his life as a result, but does lose a small chunk of health.
I mean, they might have used a little bit of the explosion from the grenade to help propel that jump a little bit. His ankles definitely felt the heat of it. A tiny little bit of his health gets taken off. That's a really good reaction time, though, because that position in Rat does get naded very commonly if KFC space gets taken aggressively. So he does a good job of recognizing it and keeping his life. We see Luki has also felt a similar level of abuse. He's going to be a little bit hurt. Standard setup towards site, sees a smoke towards E-Box and towards Headshot going out simultaneously, and none of us here will be too surprised to see this. If you watched anything from ACS most recently, this was the play of the meta for the top tier teams for the semis, quarters, and finals. And actually, slightly stray shot from Nemo takes out Zaki before he finds the member who's looking for him. Walker bomb has been dropped on site. Now Nemo is left to recover. 3 members through the smokes and a 4th back on E-Box. They do have some good strength and squad members to help, but Codex is just set up to be a member of disaster. The shots out of Codex gets one. It's the crucial member with the bomb back behind. No, it's not. He actually takes out Keo from the backside. 1, 2, 3. We're going back and forth. Numbers and names are not going to matter for the time being because the device is down. It's into a 1v1. Hippo, Fox, the last member alive on both sides. And who's going to take it home? Hippo's playing the aggressive angle. Fox is trying to hold him back and forth, knowing the bullet's eventually going to run dry. They're both carrying a P90. Fox is eventually going to swing commit and take it home.
Well, in a fight between foxes, pandas, and hippos, I would not have backed the fox. But here in Arena, it's a different story. He posts a 4K there to put Mercenary in front once again and secure, at the very least, a tied half. And wow, amid all the chaos, we don't get an overtime offline as Exaltation and Arctic conclude their first map in regulation with Exaltation on top.
I wondered what that really strange sound was that was off cue last round. It was the sound of all the mods in the background sighing in relief as they don't have to witness another overtime long matches going on. That one there being said, it's also the sound of me recovering some air in my lungs, but my oh my, Hippo and Fox were both trying to work together to betray me of oxygen before the fight continues. 2 quick kills out of the Pandaric members, and Zaki with a grenade open us up. Blitz has got a third, and the Pandas are starting to look real strong again. Keo almost swings for 2. He gets 1-for-1 traded, but it's Hippo holding in blue that comes out on top.
Well, Nemo's had a pretty good first half. 6 impact kills and some familiar faces. Well, he's down before he can even see them. Duxis will silence that first half campaign of Mercenary. And we're tied 4-4 here at Skybridge. Much better campaign from Pandaric. Perhaps that was a one-off performance earlier against Oilrig, as right now, between them and Mercenary, there is not much separation.
That is one thick Hippo. He is definitely cooking himself up his amount of damage today. And you've got to give something to the strength of the rosters throughout the entirety of this Season 5 performance in HPL. I think we've had multiple members step up off the bench from more than half of the rosters. And every single sub that has stepped up has been exceptional when they have played. Alpi's new into the team for Oilrig, maybe not a sub, but steps up with alongside a teammate again today in Crank, who, I mean, let's be real, we've not stopped talking about Crank since the last matches that he was playing in, and in this Season 2 to a similar effect from the bench position. You can say exactly the same out of Hippo here. He's been doing really well in matches when they've lost as well earlier today, still managing to put out good, strong kills.
Oh. Some team damage there, but Hiroshima tossing a nade into VIP, and that is bound to come up with something. Mercenary, now defending, will start off well, taking 2 lives from the Panda's front lines, and Duxis as well around half health, healing up a tad, but won't be able to find too much health back, trying to jump away, and will get to safety to rejoin the ranks of Pandaric as Mercenary win the first fight of the second half.
And of course, it wouldn't be a Hunt Premier stream without the casual question. Is that Kiyoshima from CS2? Yep. That's the right one. Or CSGO, whichever Counter-Strike one it is. Honestly, the question's been asked this many times at this point in time. We've made the joke that he's like a Fortnite pro or a Roblox pro that many times that I don't even know anymore. Yes, that is the Kiyoshima. And he is doing just as much damage in Tarkov as I think he did on Counter-Strike. Lucky, he's not going to be needing any luck to be able to display his level of skill. Blitzergirl is going to be able to have a piece of her say for that one too. Shots from Duxis as the jump out of Kyo was poorly timed. They almost kind of smell that one cooking up. The prone out of Zaki is going to find Blitz and he escapes somehow. Hold up.
Holding
Yeah, I was
up.
kind of expecting that to go the other way, and it just kind of deflated. The second I was waiting for surprise, we got instantly diffused.
Well, the players aren't exactly the showmen here. They're trying to win in as boring a fashion as possible.
Yeah.
Probably the best for their hearts. It's us that are hoping for something a bit juicier. But still, this is a Skybridge that is delivering. Mercenary will start off strong in that initial engagement and ride the wave of a player advantage all the way to a 5th round win. And this is the part on Bull where they started to run away with things. When they switch sides and put together 5 or 6 rounds out of 6 or 7. And now, go back and forth. A lit up kill feed that again results in Mercenary with a player advantage in defense.
Yeah, Zaki, Luki, Ducky, Hippo, and Codex all down for the count. You've got Keo, Nemo, and Fox 3 versus 2 of Blitz and Walker left alive for Pandaric. But you almost feel like it's a 3 versus 3. You mentioned it in one of the maps previously that this Blitzergirl Walker combination, it just feels like it's been together for so long that it just has that extra little bit of pizzazz, that little bit of something more whatever that may be. That more, well, they had a second to talk from behind the smokes there, and they had a little bit of a natter behind the blue tarp, and, well, whatever's been cooked up, we're about to be delighted to something. Interesting. Flash out, a little bit of audio cover, both away. These tiles at the bottom of the escalators, Bepic, are so tough to betray the audio, but they're going to use it. They're going to hit the tiles and then creep up the escalators to telegraph the rotation. I say that and I'm caught with the words inside of my mouth again, because although telegraphing it well was played, it's only pulled one member, and it's not even where Blitzer Girl was looking at the rotation from, so... Oh, Mercenaries, don't fall late for it. Oh, Keo.
Oh, that was quick. Blitzer Girl was making noise, but I did pull 2 over to silence her, and Walker's got a little bit of an opening, so we'll have to frag out now in a 1v2 spot, and Kiyoshima won't let him. And for everyone asking if that was the Kiyoshima from Counter-Strike, here I was thinking, that's the Kiyoshima from Escape from Tarkov Arena, because that's what he's become. A menace in the scene, and that's a round win for Mercenary because of him.
You very well said as that. At this point in time, he's been here as long as most of the competitors, if not longer than the majority, honestly. It's a well-played round. He's been with a couple of different squads now, obviously. Sicario the majority of the time, but now with Mercenaries at 10 and 8, he's putting out a good performance. You can see what the player's going for, and I was a little hesitant to see Kiyoshima rotate through jungle, but he did not over-rotate. He made sure to respect lane 1, and in doing so, he finds that pick into Blitz to go, which finishes off and all but speaks for the round for the Mercenary squad. Now, 6-4. A little bit slower pace out of spawn, and I'm no shock in my eyes at all for the line of scrimmage. Look at number 6. Blitzer Girl working on the rotation. This is where the slower round favors Pandaric. A playmaker in Blitz is going to make a move to try and find some little B-side. Meanwhile, Zaki is going to do his work on bench. An aggressive push finds one. Ducky down.
These girls, well, toying with the idea of backing off. Still holding that heaven position, though. And there are still 2 Mercenaries playing B, because they have the numbers advantage. 3v3 hold is something they will take, and Luki will exacerbate the situation now for Pandaric, as it's a 5v3 that they have to work against. And, well, Hippo will manage to get out of VIP with their life. Peeking back in, trying to pull some rotations around, as Mercenary have hardly budged. They've taken early fights, won them, and had zero reason to diminish their numbers at both A and B. So 30 seconds left. Some tough decisions have to be made on the Pandaric side, as looks like the call is for Walker and Blitzer Girl to rejoin Hippo, who was holding the same angle, and now needs to move in, take out Luki, who's been smoked off, but still pops up. Fox chimes in as well, and that's that. Non-starter of a round for Pandaric. Some ideas that were trounced by Mercenary picks.
Yeah, you have to feel a little bit unfortunate for some of the util there. We watched as the remaining members tried to put a flash through to bench, a smoke over towards headshot to regain some form of util pressure to try and get that bomb down and onto site, but the flash bounced just past the 2 members holding bench aggressively, and therefore will not have affected them visually at all. There will have been a slight concussion, but that'll have been about it. If the flash goes off behind you, you don't really get any color fade whatsoever, so more than used to having a little bullet ring off the skull or a similar effect. These guys, 2 of them stacked on bench, make short work of what's left of the Pandaric attack as it starts to try and roll in. Now, they have themselves in a really good position to the Mercenaries. 3 rounds up. Blitzer Girl finds the first onto Nemo. Kiyoshima takes out Ducky in the trade of bodies. The time that it earns will allow Mercenary to rotate. Keep your eye on Zaki, who is looking for an aggressive push down. He's gone from KFC stairs, is already behind the escalator and ready to be D-main very promptly.
The Pandaric Angel from above has been taken down by Fox, but still a 2v3 for Mercenary to work back. Walker in close proximity with Luki here. Still has a weapon that is not so well suited for close quarters combat, but I'm sure Walker will try to make it work. It's 2v2 now. Mercenary have an answer. Zaki and Luki. Hippo and Walker in a pretty pivotal round. It's map point for Mercenary if they come out on top, and it's a lifeline for Pandaric to getting a single point in this matchup. If they take this round, and Hippo's just killed Walker, and potentially Pandaric's chances at that aforementioned point. The bomb is down. Hippo has to pick it up and make up for their sins committed. Lukey won't let him. It'll be 8-4 Mercenary.
A little bit of the pressure getting in there, I think. So close to the match being thoroughly out of their hands as it does seem to sit now. The Mercenary squad just tightens that bolt ever so slightly too much. One of the strings on the guitar snaps and the team kill comes through. It does feel like unforced errors have been very minimal to none today. It's been mostly outplays and just exceptionally strong individual and team performances that have outshone oppositions. That one there falling a little bit shorter of the mark, but it's to be expected when, as Pandaric, you've had such a good run so far, defeatless until today. It feels like Saturday might just be the day of doom for the Pandas.
We'll go back to that B play from a moment ago, hustling down lane 3. Did have good cover previously, but no one's sitting heaven this time around, and perhaps that's to their own demise. Lukey's got a pair of frags to open us up. Nemo's got 2 as well, and Blitzer Girl has to 1v5 now, and I can't even get the words out of my mouth before Mercenary finish their 5-round run on their defensive half of Skybridge to secure 3 points in their best of 2 against Pandaric, and they will take firm control of first place.
MVP from the match, Zaki, 11 kills, 7 headshots of them. It's just a part and portion of this squad's performance that takes them over the line. You see the kills on the board there, 11-7, 11-9, 10-6, 10-8, and 9-6 respectively, is an extremely even performance from the squad. Everybody firing on all cylinders from Mercenary to not let that second map slip out of their hands and to post a 2-0 in the head-to-head on the day. 9-4 Skybridge for the Mercenary.
And no
So,
GPU were shown off this time, as we do have the giveaway entries finalized. That ended 34 minutes ago, and if you're late, that's on you. You should have got your entries in for the first big giveaway that Hunt Premier is doing in partnership with Aorus and AMD Radeon. Cracked was showing off the GPU all day. Beautiful modeling, by the way, Cracked. You look like a trained professional over there.
I've been asked before many a time to pull a smiley face and put a product on screen, so I'm always happy to sit behind something and to tout about great technology. You can't honestly speak anything else of it, and although of course a lot of people will say that it's written in the script to say this, okay, I'll tell you an honest fact. I am a fan of tech. I have been for the longest time. Built a new PC relatively recently, and I built something that appeals to the eye as well as plays games well, okay? So to say that to you, when I say to you this graphics card really does look really cool, like really cool, I do mean it. It's a genuine thing. That wind force cooling system, as it is one of those high featured specs that really does sing for this graphics card in comparison to others on the market. It just does look good. It looks really good. So we're going to get to find out which one of you lucky winners is going to get to walk away with that amazing product tomorrow, thanks to the partnership from Aorus and AMD Radeon, and like Bepic has so graciously done in being able to explain to you guys all day. And thank you for doing so, Bepic, whilst I've been holding this box of beauty. You guys have hopefully Oprah Winfrey'd tons of tickets, all right? Because we've been giving them out, all right? Hopefully all those tickets are there. We'll look forward to announcing one of you lucky winners tomorrow. And then, like we said, many more prizes to come. Unheard Edition key, a Standard Edition key, an Arena key with that all-new Battle Pass that dropped days ago. It's been good. We've had a lot of people grinding away at it. And there's a couple more gifts thanks to the partnership to come too. We're not going to spoil anything just now. We like to keep you in anticipation, but much more to come.
Yeah, I'm glad to see more brands partnering with Hunt Premier and EFT Arena. It's a growing community of competitors and competitions like Hunt Premier League, which we've been treated to plenty of action from today, and also the competitions of entering raffles, the competitions, I guess, of watching the streams, and first of all, being treated to purely entertaining matches. Although Mercenary weren't the back half entertainers that we were hoping they were going to be in that previous matchup against Pandaric, kind of running away with things on the back half of Bull, the back half of Skybridge, and pretty swift conclusions to a 2-0 day for them. So I suppose they're not quite delivering the peak of entertainment, but we were still pretty darn close, especially with the all the overtimes we have seen from the off-stream matches. But on-stream, Pandaric still did go back and forth with Mercenary in half one, which we're watching now in the highlight package.
That's it. It was a great effort from the Pandaric squad in comparison to how tough they had it in map number 1. And although we don't know whether they're for hire, this is definitely a good advertising video for the Mercenaries if they were, because boy, oh boy, did they slay out. It got a little bit dicey to begin with, I'll be honest. The Pandaric squad did make a really good statement out of the gate for map 2 not being anywhere near as decisive as map 1 was. However, it was merely a speed bump. Once the Mercenary squad found their rhythm, they started to put rounds together, and it did kind of feel a bit like the handbrake turn for the drifting Bepic, where the Pandaric squad pulled a round back, a very knee-jerk reaction. It was like, oh, and we got a Pandaric round, and then we went back into a little bit of smooth, steady sliding down the road to doom, and it does end up a little bit tough at the end there. We see great performances, little bits out of Hippo, little bits out of Blitzer, couple of different nades and some creativity out of Walker, which is what we expect from the Pandaric squad. This time, the Mercenary lineup just able to be that much better.
And I did say they had firm control of first place earlier, and that was a misspeaking on my part, as I forgot to update my notes after Oilrig 2-0'd earlier. They're tied, and it is a straight-up tie between Mercenary and Oilrig. And man, I wish the admins here at Hunt Premier had scheduled an Oilrig versus Mercenary final day best of 2 to figure out who wins HPL. If only, right, Crags?
If only. Wait a minute. Isn't that tomorrow? I'm pretty sure that's tomorrow. It's almost like that's tomorrow. In fact, do we start at the same time? Is it in the same place? Is it like we're just taking all the difficulty out of chat's hands and just laying it out on the stage for them to be able to watch in all its glory?
Perhaps. Perhaps it's in that final stream spot as well. Prime time matchup between Oilrig and Mercenary. And Pandaric against Arctic. Right before that, a little bit of an undercard now, considering the matchups. But hey, I mean, Pandaric. No, okay. I was gonna try to do the math real fast. I don't think there is a way for them to catch up to jump into a top spot, even with the draw or crazy shenanigans. You'd have to perform so badly that Philbo just deducts a point from you for Pandaric to jump back up the standings. And so they against Arctic is still an important one, because that race for fourth place is heating up going into the final day as well.
It's not possible. I'm like, I'm 99.8% sure they are 4 points behind, which puts them 100% out of it with one game left to play. Yeah, 100%. Not that we're trying to count Pandaric out before the final. Go, get out of here, guys. So you've kicked the bag. No, it's about being relevant for that finals day, because like you've said, those matches tomorrow are going to be highly impactful, just like today's have been. And although we might not have got the cinema in the way we expected today, we have set ourselves up for even more cinema tomorrow, which is arguably better. So I'm not complaining. All in all said, though, those people that have turned out from all of the teams today, a massive shout out and thank you from us in the casting booth, hopefully from the guys in the chat as well in production, because without you guys on the pitch, we wouldn't have anything to yell about. You guys have done a great job of showing us how good you really are today, and hopefully you've all earned the results that you were deserving. Commiserations to those that didn't succeed, congratulations to those that did, and a massive shout out to the kings, queens, and champions of however wish you shall to declare yourselves in the chat, because as always, you guys are the real winners. You get to sit here and enjoy the action, and you get your chance to get your hands on goodies, as well as looking amazing in the chat whilst you're doing it. All right, we appreciate you guys showing up and showing out to be able to keep us entertained and to be able to keep the hype of the game going, because without you here, well, it'd be a pretty dead arena, and there's no point in building all those stands if we aren't going to fill them, right, Mr. Bepic? We are going to take a final look at the standings before we slide on into tomorrow's game. So I'm going to leave you with some wisdom from the younger wisdom as we roll through those standings. Mr. Bepic, talk to me about the table.
I mean, now all of you can look at the maths that Cracked and I were describing earlier with Oilrig and Mercenary, duking it out for first place overall in HPL EU Season 5. Pandaric stuck in third for now, but still with an important best of 2 against Arctic tomorrow to A, still maintain their superiority over the rest of the table, and B, Arctic will be very much fighting for 4th place. A game, or a point rather, behind the Spartans, who jump into 4th for the time being, but then only for Frag and Exaltation, certainly threats as well. And Spartans still have to get through Ancestral, who those of you that watch a lot of HPL will be very familiar with. They are still a threat despite their current spot on the table. It's been an off event for them across, well, last weekend. They didn't play today, but it was an off weekend for Ancestral, but still will be a threat tomorrow, Cracked, as they look to thwart the Spartans' attempt at 4th place.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't forget that this table does still have the remainder of that final match that is going on to be decided, to be delivered to the table standings. So this is not the final table for the day. There will be another result posted that will slightly shift a little bit more of the bottom half of the table. Okay, that being said, the matches that we were inflecting upon, the Mercenary, Pandaric, Oilrig tussle for the top of the table, that one will stand accurate for the time being. So don't worry too much about confusing yourselves. For the time being, folks, it's majoritarily there. We're just waiting on that final result, like we said. But what a table worth of results. And I think, Mr. Bepic, if you'd have put this on the screen for me at the beginning of Friday last week, I would have maybe asked you if you needed to take a trip to the hospital to see a mental psychiatrist, because this is not how I pictured this. I mean, Ancestral 8th for first is, I mean, we're not going to talk about it too much because there's no point rolling salt in the wounds, but I mean, that's an 8th place with 6 losses for a team that's been here for a fair while now and has earned their accolades in more than enough great performances. So that is a shock for most of us that are aware. Only for Frags being in 6th after a very exceptional first weekend is, again, a scary thing for me to see, but I think that's one of the only teams I expected to struggle versus the top teams. They defied that mentality first weekend in throwing out a strong performance. The rest of it is where it's all confusing. Arctic looked exceptional coming in here, and Derek looked exceptional coming in here. Mercenary and Oilrig also, so I'm not surprised to see the 3 of them at the top, but not in that order. Nor did I expect the Spartans to be above Arctic given their results in the qualifiers either. So a lot of confusion, but probably rightly earned, and definitely from the performances. For example, Spartans today. How many games have Spartans played today? How many games have Exaltation played today at that point? I mean, these guys have been through like 3 or 4 overtimes between them or something crazy.
Spartans only played the one best of 2, but they certainly got their money's worth out of that one against Exaltation. And Exaltation's still playing right now, which, as you put, we don't have the updated scores from, but I believe Exaltation won that first map over Arctic. And so they've got 1 point on the board that could turn into 3. Could stay at 1. Same for Arctic. Could drop down to no points gained in their final match of the day. Could jump up there with Spartans, depending on where around differential ends. Depends on a lot of things. So how about we just say that you tune in tomorrow and see how it all shakes out on the final day, and also who wins that AMD Radeon GPU as well.
There's actually something really important in that Spartans match and the Arctic position on that table too, okay? For those of you maybe not so aware with the lore from the arena history, that Spartans lineup is majoritarily made up of a TFG squad, maybe 1 or 2 extra members to put into it. Now remember, this is the TFG squad that last season were sat in 4th due to ride on out into the sunset to the ACS, that fumbled the bag on the last day of the season. I am hoping that that experience evades them tomorrow and that they are able to successfully take that spot that they should have had last time around. Their daunting factor is that it's Arctic that's currently tied places with them below them, and that team has been doing very scary things to some of the strongest teams, including doing something Pandaric did not. Remember, Pandaric did not trade maps with Mercenary or trade maps with Oilrig. Arctic certainly did. The Spartans did. There's a lot to be said about that. So those two teams tussling it out for their spot on the table, very rightfully earned. And I think as a pat on the back for both the Arctic and the Spartan squad for their performance this season, because they've made a good showing of not letting the top tiers of the rankings stop them from challenging the top teams.
And it's worth noting as well that that was a Skybridge win for Arctic over Mercenary. And we got to see how good Mercenary is on Skybridge. A couple of moments today cracked. And so those underdog teams that are taking maps, it's great to see in HPL. Even though the top three is the same cores that we're used to, we still see squads from the bottom of the table punching up well and pulling off upsets or we might have not seen otherwise in previous seasons. And so HPL is getting better and better. That parity is coming. Eventually, we're going to see a top of the table that isn't dominated by the cores that we're used to seeing, and we're starting to see signs of it now.
Maybe under different names. I mean, the core of the players that's up there in the top three certainly is similar-ish to how it used to be, but they're definitely dispersed amongst different teams. So it is interesting to see how the power struggle, I guess, has shifted. The Pandaric org brand as a whole will be very happy to see that the Pandas have survived the team changes and kept their space up in the top ranks as one of the names that's remained staying together. Obviously, Oilrig have mainly stayed together, but have rebranded back to Oilrig from their original as that team sort of split. The Pandaric roster split two ways. So yeah, it's been an interesting change. It's been a good contrast. We are almost complete with Season 5, but the best is yet still to come. Tomorrow's action, the last of it all, to conclude it out. It wouldn't be possible without all the hard work that goes on in the background. And if I'm going to be deadly honest with you, Mr. Bepic, there never is a list that could fully grab everybody's name, because there are so many important people that do such amazing work that go into making this happen that it would be a detriment to try and name all of them at once. So I'm just going to shout out a big love to everybody that goes to work on the project, whether you are the main man in Philbo himself, Connor's stream PC that has put in way more hours than everybody else combined. Let's be real serious about this. And everyone, including let's talk about a couple in the chat right now. You've got Clish and Sergeant Raging Snake, who are currently sitting in the camera voice, alongside the mods that have been in the chat you've seen today. You've got Step Sherpa, you've got Steffi, you've got Hellcat, and others that have been popping in with those updates from the offline games, and some great work in the production squad to bring the extra updates to the technical view today. It's been amazing to be able to keep you that offline update up to speed, and it's been really cool from me personally to see those map picks and bans slide onto screen with a little bit more of an animation to it, so you guys get the real pièce de résistance, that front row seat to the cinema. So as always, folks, thank you very much for keeping it real. Thank you for joining us on the ride, and I think final words for the day should be with the man of the younger wisdom to send us on into the final Sunday. Mr. Bepic, it's been a pleasure as always to sit next to you. Any final words for the road?
Tune in tomorrow, everybody. It's going to be cinema, as we like to put it. Entertainment galore here in Hunt Premier League. Shout out to everybody that made it possible. Happy to be a part of it. It's a great day 4. Day 5 will be even better.